Opening credits. This is Cries of the Savanna, an adventure, an awakening, a journey to understanding African wildlife conservation. Written and narrated by Sue Tidwell. Guest narrators Lillian Moremi, Tanzanian Game Scout, and Bernadine Bornman, narrator from Namibia. Dear listeners, within this audio, you will come to know some very special Tanzanians and a little about their lives, as well as some of the wildlife they share their home with. While the print version of Cries of the Savanna includes over 90 pictures and illustrations, I have made many of these photos available on my website, suetidwell.com, so that you too can put eyes on these amazing people, spectacular animals, and our little Shangri-La in the Tanzanian wilderness. Happy listening, and let the adventure begin. Chapter 1. The African Symphony. My eyes blinked open in alarm and confusion as the unfamiliar sound pierced the night air, instantly forming a knot in my gut. It was no human sound, at least not one that I had ever heard. No, it was low-pitched, guttural cry, something raw, distinctive, and primal. Again, the primal call cut through the darkness, sending another wave of chills up and down my spine. As I lay paralyzed in fear, the fog of my slumber gradually lifted, allowing pieces of reality to slip into place. Rick and I weren't snuggled side by side in our king-sized bed. No, he was sleeping in a narrow bunk similar to mine, 6 feet away. The new sleeping arrangement wasn't behind the secure walls of our rural Idaho home. We were behind the canvas panels of a wall tent. But unlike most of our outdoor excursions, we weren't in Idaho's backcountry wilderness. The distinctive oomph belonged to none of the wild critters we were familiar with. Instead, we were in a remote expanse of the Tanzanian bush, an exotic land where the people, terrain, and animals were far different than anything we had ever experienced. A place where lions, hyenas, leopards, and elephants roamed freely throughout the landscape. With that awareness, I puzzled over the bestial grunt. The oomph sounded nothing like the king of beasts' ferocious roars from MGM movie introductions. Still, there was little doubt that the foreboding sound belonged to anything other than a real, live, honest-to-goodness African lion. Simba, a simple but potent Swahili word. The dread I felt told me that it could be nothing else. We were, after all, in the heart of lion country, a fact that gave Masimba Camp its name. 3 days of international travel and sensory overload had turned us into little more than zombies when we crawled into our beds earlier that first night. Accordingly, we expected to fall asleep as soon as we hit the sheets. That didn't happen. The second the generator spit to silence and the staff vanished into their quarters, the din of camp life was replaced by an unfamiliar barrage of primal voices. Hyenas, Rick whispered from the darkness across the tent. Tsetse, I thought to myself. The animal's Swahili name had been used at dinner in the retelling of a gruesome story, a tale that might have been better left unsaid, especially with a fearful, reluctant greenhorn like me gobbling up every word. Lying wide-eyed, I listened to Tsetse's insane chorus, an ensemble of squeals, roars, growls, and maniac-like hysteria as it seeped through the canvas barrier from every direction. Next, a deep bellowing oozed through the tent's walls. With this new vocal came Rick's best guess. Has to be a hippo. The next few hours continued like that, with Rick doing his best to decipher each new dialogue. A conglomeration of chittering, chattering, cooing, cawing, shrieking, growling, grunting, and crying. A symphony, so to speak, of bestial serenades. During those first few hours, Simba's cries had been missing from the ghostly composition. We listened and waited, but none had come. When exhaustion overpowered the unsettling vocals, we drifted off, at least until that first hair-raising oomph shattered our sleep. The deafening silence on the opposite end of the tent told me that Rick was also wide awake. After sleeping with someone for 15 years, the sound of their breathing is as telling as any words. He, too, was listening to the lion. How could he not be? The canvas walls, with 8 mesh windows, offered little in the way of soundproofing. Even more alarming, the fabric provided laughable protection against deadly predators. Suddenly, our tent, which had felt cozy and secure in the light of day, felt vulnerable and exposed. Tense energy filled the air as we listened to the lion's guttural calls. After a few moments, Rick whispered, "Our first lion." With my gut twisted in a knot, a meek was all I could muster. Neither of us moved a muscle. We stayed frozen in our separate bunks, with our ears focused on the unfamiliar sounds. Eventually, Rick's hushed revelation, "Honey, we're not in Kansas anymore," was the straw that broke the camel's back. "No kidding," I quietly hissed as I slid out of my cot and climbed into his. Cramped, uncomfortable, overflowing, it mattered not. While traveling to Africa had been a dream of mine since childhood, I never imagined sleeping in a primitive encampment where my slumber was cut short by wild creatures conducting their nightly shenanigans. Tromping through terrain riddled with deadly snakes was certainly not on my bucket list, and I definitely didn't fancy the idea of being a sidekick on a hunting safari. Although I am a non-hunter, the tradition wasn't new to me. Out of a family of 8, 5 were hunters, my dad and all 4 brothers. In rural Pennsylvania, where we grew up, deer hunting was almost a religion. As you might imagine, our lives revolved largely around hunting season, with wild game making up a huge part of our diet. Truth be told, I loved that the boys hunted. Not only did they put meat on the table, but their gearing up in fluorescent orange meant they'd be spending long days in the woods, giving me a testosterone-free house for hours on end, a fact that made my teenage self want to jump up and do a jig. The idea of killing doe-eyed critters myself was out of the question. I could barely make it through a Hallmark commercial without one of the boys sprinting to the kitchen amid a bunch of giggles to fetch a bucket for my tears. Hunting by association was such a part of my life that I had an innate understanding of its general merits, especially for subsistence and population control. Therefore, it had not been a deal-breaker when I met Rick and learned that he was also a dedicated hunter. As the strong, silent type, he was the yin to my yang in many ways. His serious, quiet nature balanced out my more social, light-hearted disposition. Aside from that, he was a kind, intelligent, competent, hard-working country boy who grew up in a small ranch. As the cherry on top, he nursed a passion for the outdoors. That part of our personalities was totally in sync. Like me, he also dreamt of Africa. His vision, however, was the polar opposite of mine. As a hunter, Rick wanted nothing more than to see wildlife in its natural state in some far-flung section of the bush, away from civilization and all its trappings. He wanted to spend his days creeping through the savannah in pursuit of wild game, and his nights sleeping in a primitive shelter where beastly serenades could be heard through the walls. He had zero desire to sleep in a fancy lodge, take an afternoon dip in a swimming pool, or cram on top of a safari vehicle with a slew of photo tourists. That also meant no electricity, no solid walls, and no nearby medical facilities, in a place where danger lurked everywhere. He wanted to experience the real Africa, not the watered-down, sugar-coated version. Understandably, as a non-hunter, I did want the watered-down, sugar-coated version. My concept of Africa included morning excursions through the national park systems teeming with wildlife. Wildlife who, by the way, paid little heed to the oodles of vehicles streaming by, accompanied by a cascade of oohs and ahs. Sweltering afternoons would be spent lounging in a sparkling blue pool. Evenings would include dinner with like-minded safari-goers gasping in wonder at extraordinary photos of the day. Nights would be spent cozied up in a safe, air-conditioned lodge. Sleeping would be a peaceful proposition on a cushy mattress nestled under a ceiling fan's gentle breeze. It was a wonderful dream. Instead of all that, I found myself in a cluster of grass huts hundreds of miles away from such luxuries. You know the saying, happy wife, happy life? Well, that works both ways. Marriage is about compromise. Although Rick's version of the dream was insanely different from mine, it still allowed me to experience Africa. Accompanying him wasn't without reservations. Aside from the danger factor, lions and snakes, for example, it was hard to surrender to the idea of Rick hunting some of the world's most beloved species. Extraordinary animals that filled me with awe and admiration for 5 decades. While many kids were enthralled with Mickey Mouse and the Flintstones, I was held spellbound every Saturday morning with the cartoon adventures of Kimba, a brave white lion cub. Even though Kimba the White Lion only aired a few years in the mid-60s, it kick-started my obsession with Africa. Next, I fed my fixation by watching as many Tarzan movie reruns as I could muster, especially on cold winter weekends. It wasn't an easy undertaking. In those early days, our family only had one television. Therefore, the shows we watched typically followed the unspoken guidelines of majority rules, especially if Dad was part of that majority. Just as Tarzan was about to rescue Jane from a pit of hissing vipers, my dad and the boys would waltz into the room and click! The Pittsburgh Steelers kicked a field goal. To this day, I am still traumatized by such interruptions. So many ghastly deeds in the wilds of Africa were left hanging in the air, sometimes literally. Tarzan, of course, didn't fight the evils of the world on his lonesome. Aside from Jane, Boy, and Cheetah, he had the whole animal kingdom at his disposal. The fact that the exciting adventures with fur-covered stars were fictitious did little to take away from their charm. Therefore, like so many others, I fell in love with Africa's iconic residents, a devotion that followed me into adulthood. Who isn't captivated by 6-ton monstrosities with sail-like ears and accordion noses? Towering creatures of mottled gold whose soaring necks allow them to browse the treetops. Mane-covered beasts who are killing machines as well as doting parents, or horse-like grazers whose black and white stripes dazzle the landscape with striking grace. From my biased view, the maker's creativity seemed absolutely uninhibited and ingenious when designing Africa's hodgepodge of wildlife. The idea of hunting such exotic specimens seemed different from hunting deer, turkey, and elk, all of which enjoy healthy populations and provide food for the table. What kind of hypocrite would I be to judge hunters poorly as I slurped up the family favorite, spaghetti sauce made with ground deer meat? It is also understandable that some animal populations must be controlled when faced with limited space. Mutilated deer carcasses littering Pennsylvania's roads make that point grotesquely clear. So even though I hated the idea of hunting myself, essentially, I got it. Even so, when it came to hunting in Africa, I was deeply torn, especially regarding certain prized species. Just like in the States, hunting would provide food, population control, and money for conservation. Yada, yada, yada. My head told me one thing, but my heart asked questions. Weren't many of Africa's species endangered? If so, why could they sometimes be legally hunted? Human-wildlife conflict is a huge and growing problem in rural Africa, but how does well-managed hunting help that problem? Why is population control even needed in lands that seem endless? What purpose does harvesting a leopard or lion serve? And what about poaching? With illegal killing and wildlife trafficking already an issue, isn't legalized hunting just adding another nail in the coffin? Doesn't Africa have a reputation for corruption? Is such misconduct a widespread issue or confined to only a few nations? And, most importantly, how does it affect wildlife conservation? Why is there such conflicting information regarding the actual threats to wildlife? And above all else, isn't general tourism, a non-lethal approach to helping local communities and conserving wildlife, a better alternative? All these doubts, as well as the outright fear of sleeping amid wild critters, almost caused me to stay safely tucked away in our Idaho home. Ultimately, my zest for adventure and desperation to experience Africa trumped my misgivings. I put on my big girl pants, packed a bag, and headed for the Tanzanian bush. The lion's grunt jolted me from my reverie. Still wedged against Rick on his tiny bunk, I returned my attention to Simba's primal serenade, Feces' insane choruses, and the rest of Africa's beastly symphony. A realization surged through me. Finally, after years of anticipation, my African dream was coming true. It was nothing like I had envisioned, but nestled in a tent, hours from civilization, there was absolutely no turning back, nor did I find myself wanting to. Even though apprehension filled my entire being, it became crystal clear that Rick's version of the dream was far more than anything I could have ever imagined for myself. No doubt there would be difficult and unsettling moments. Rick would very likely be harvesting some of the creatures that I had treasured since my first Kimba the White Lion cartoon. It was also clear that our adventures would be partnered with aspects of danger. I couldn't help wondering how my romanticized view of Africa, after dreaming about it for so many years, would stand against reality. Even with uncertainty gnawing at me, my feelings of apprehension and exhaustion floundered as other emotions trickled to the surface. Fascination, excitement, awe, astonishment, curiosity, and thankfulness. Lying wide-eyed, covered in goosebumps, listening to the chortles, bellows, growls, squeaks, whistles, cooing, cawing, whoops, and oomphs of the African symphony, I realized that I had never felt so terror-stricken, and yet, at the same time, so alive and exhilarated by the promise of the days to come. Chapter 2. Masimba Camp. It had taken 2 layovers and 23 hours of flying before touching down at the tiny international airport outside the city of Arusha, Tanzania. Fortunately, Rod and Sue, our friends and travel companions, had several African trips under their belts. Our good fortune was their misfortune. During the months of planning, we had bombarded them with questions. Yet the answers did little to prepare us for the real thing. From the moment we stepped off the jet onto the oven-baked tarmac, the world was no longer as we knew it. The first 30 minutes en route to our hotel took us through a barren countryside, interspersed with shanties, some homes, and other ramshackle storefronts. Brightly dressed cattle farmers and their children herded small bunches of cattle down the road using nothing but long canes. No horses, ATVs, or pickups, none of what Rick's family uses when moving cattle. Shortly thereafter, we came upon Arusha, the 3rd largest city in Tanzania, home to over 400,000 people. The countryside and sporadic dwellings were replaced by noisy, crowded streets of makeshift shacks, all squished together, selling their wares. Many outdoor furniture stores displayed their stock, including couches and beds, right on the dusty ground. Most of the roads were little more than packed dirt. Pavement seemed to be scarce, at least where we traveled. The crude streets were jumbled with beautifully adorned women wearing traditional kangas, a large piece of colorful patterned fabric draped around their bodies. Most of the women carried 5-gallon buckets or bulky feed sacks balanced expertly on their heads. Some miraculously carried both a bucket and a large sack. Others carried these loads with infants draped across their bodies. My head pivoted from one woman to another, spellbound by the grace and seemingly effortless manner in which they accomplished such feats. Women weren't the only ones doing the inconceivable. Men were pushing carts or riding bicycles while carrying loads of overflowing wood, sacks, corn, and other supplies. These supply-laden human-powered modes of transportation, along with tons of motorcycles, far outnumbered cars and trucks. Even within the hustle-bustle of the city, small herds of cattle could be seen plodding their way through the chaotic hodgepodge of traffic and weighted-down pedestrians. Arusha was a city bursting at the seams. The dizzying world was a huge contrast from our hometown, a farm and ranching community of roughly 800 people located in Idaho's Panhandle. Rick's family owns a small, modest ranch originally homesteaded by his grandparents. Along with a few hundred tillable acres, they raise about 80 head of cattle, a few milk cows, horses, chickens, and a host of other farm life misfits. The plump Black Angus Hereford cattle grazing in the Idaho pastures were a huge contrast to the scraggly, multicolored bovine of Tanzania. Still, the raw-boned cattle were far more familiar-looking than anything else we'd seen. As enthralling as the city was, the previous 2 days spent in a cramped space, jet lag, and the lack of sleep had taken their toll on us. Understandably, we resembled the walking dead more than excited tourists starting a grand adventure. As a tease, the hotel offered a crystal blue swimming pool surrounded by palm trees and exotic flowering shrubs. The alluring refuge was everything I had wished for in my dream of Africa, but we weren't interested in any of it. An air-conditioned room with a comfy bed was the only thing that mattered. Bright and early the next morning, without even dipping my big toe in the pool, we were off again. An hour later, we pulled into a small airport with bush planes dotting the tarmac. After piles of supplies and our packs were loaded into a turboprop Cessna Caravan, our little group hopped aboard for the last leg of our journey. Hilary Daffy, a Tanzanian professional hunter and the owner of the safari outfitting business, joined us as well. Only minutes into our flight, the cluttered roadways with women performing balancing acts on their heads disappeared. The mass of humanity was replaced by the Masimba woodlands, a vast region of tropical grasslands, savannas, and scrublands that cover much of Central and Southern Africa. Gaping out the window, I watched as 400 miles of desolate landscape passed beneath me. Charting the bush plane had been a difficult decision and troubling expense. Without it, the 2-hour flight would have been replaced by a punishing 16-hour drive. At that point, an overnight stay in a village would have been necessary, essentially adding 2 days to our journey at each end. Facing the reality of our remote destination suddenly made the charter seem essential rather than a luxury. Finally, the runway, or rather a cleared strip of land in Rangwa West Game Reserve, appeared below us. Minutes later, we were on the ground taxiing to meet our waiting hosts. As we stepped from the airplane, we were slammed with a wall of heat even worse than the day before. While adjusting to the sudden temperature change, Masimba Camp's staff scurried to transfer the gear and supplies into 2 land cruisers for the final leg of our journey. It's a short drive, only 45 minutes, they assured us. Maybe we'll even see animals. That perked us up a bit. After quick introductions, Rod, Sue, Rick, and I crammed into an open-air bench seat positioned high above the enclosed cab of the land cruiser, giving us a great vantage point for the wildlife we were sure to see. Nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared us for what awaited. Almost the moment we left the airstrip, we were attacked by a battalion of ravenous miniature vampires with wings. Keep in mind, I'm not talking about the righteous vampires from the Twilight movies that were popular a few years back. I'm talking about Africa's infamous tsetse flies, bloodsuckers that hurt worse than any bee sting I've ever experienced. Also, just like vampires, they refuse to die. Swatting them against your thigh or arm deters them for just a bit. Then they come back with a vengeance. In our months of preparation, we had been warned of the tsetse fly's presence in the Tanzanian bush and had therefore packed accordingly. We had mosquito nets, long-sleeve shirts, leather gloves, bug sprays, bug-repellent bracelets, and even insect-repelling body oils, all stashed on the other land cruiser. Definitely a rookie move. Wearing t-shirts and lacking our tsetse fly arsenal, we made easy pickings for the gorging insects. Our long hiking pants also did little to help. Even through the fabric, they drew blood. Tsetse flies have a special awe arrangement on their bills, enabling them to bore through 3 layers of canvas, or so we'd read in Robert Rourke's Horn of the Hunter. Surely he exaggerated, we naively presumed. Unfortunately, the insects lived up to their loathsome reputation. Even Rod and Sue had never dealt with them on their previous safaris, and therefore were just as surprised by the insatiable assault. Wedged in like sardines in a can while bouncing down a bumpy, tsetse fly-infested road, we performed a slapstick comedy routine resembling the Three Stooges. Our arms flailed about wildly, swatting and whacking at the bloodsuckers, while our legs took their own evasive actions, stomping and kicking erratically. It was not each man for themselves. As friends, we took liberties to swat each other wherever necessary to keep the nasty buggers from landing long enough to draw blood. Suddenly, the unexpected onslaught coupled with extreme exhaustion caused us to burst into hysterical laughter. Who would have guessed that our first truly memorable experience in the African bush had absolutely nothing to do with one of Africa's iconic species? No majestic lion, lumbering elephant, or browsing giraffe. No, our first notable memory was of a tiny little fly. Surprisingly, for the wallop they punch, they are a rather innocent-looking insect, tinier and more delicate-looking than the American housefly. Even the name tsetse fly has a cutesy-sounding ring to it. Their name and appearance are a total deception. There is nothing innocent, dainty, or adorable about them. Nadorabo, their Swahili translation, at least strikes a more menacing tone, one that more aptly describes the sinister instruments of pain. Finally, after 45 minutes, which honestly felt like hours, we rounded a bend to see a welcoming cluster of thatched huts, fences, and shade shelters, a few with tents resting underneath. The whole conglomeration of structures was nestled under a shade-producing canopy of woodland trees. Just like that, the Ndorabo were gone, simply vanished. In their place, we were delighted to find smiling Tanzanians rushing to greet us warmly. Feeling like celebrities, we were soon introduced to all 20 members of Hillary's staff. Yes, you heard that right. 20 people, not counting Hillary, were there to take care of 4 Americans. I had always prided myself on being a rather low-maintenance female, but as I gazed at the faces of those who were to assist in our stay, it became perfectly clear that I was kidding myself. As men scrambled to take our belongings and unload supplies, Joel, the primary host and camp manager, ushered us to the dining hall. The messy, its name in Swahili, was a large open-air pavilion with branches forming its framework. The roof's supports were covered with thatched grasses. The partial walls, only 3 foot high to allow for plenty of air movement, were made of grasses as well. Nestled under a thatched roof and a canopy of shade trees, the open structure allowed for a gentle breeze to create a refreshing oasis. Comparatively speaking, of course. Unshielded, the midday sun's rays were absolutely brutal. Even better than the shade was the miraculous lack of tsetse flies. After some fabulous hartebeest meat sauce over spaghetti and friendly banter, we were finally shown to what would be our quarters for the next 23 days. As I noted earlier, much of my apprehension about our trip, aside from the harvesting of particular species, revolved around sleeping arrangements. For months, I had envisioned waking up to see a deadly spider crawling up my arm, or, even worse, a venomous snake hanging from the rafters above my head. The only thing that outweighed my concern for slithering or creeping crawling guests was the thought of trips to the outhouse in the middle of the night. A midnight rendezvous to the latrine in Idaho's backcountry offered little more than a nerve-wracking trek through the blackness, along with a cold butt. In Africa, a midnight excursion could lead to a 6-foot hole in the ground. Peter Hathaway Capstick's book, Death in the Long Grass, made this point loud and clear. He says, "The only thing more abundant in Africa than life is death. It takes 1,000 forms. It walks, crawls, creeps, flies, swims, and runs in untold disguises." Capstick's harrowing book revolves around big game hunting adventures in the African bush. As the name aptly implies, the pages are filled with gruesome stories of death as a result of Africa's wild species. The chapter titles are very basic: elephant, leopard, Cape buffalo, hippo, crocodile, rhino, snakes, and of course lion. Yet the stories in each chapter are far from ordinary. With vivid vocabulary, he recounts grisly scenes and ghastly deaths, bringing you face to face with some of the most ferocious killers in the world. While the book will have you sitting on the edge of your seat, chewing your fingernails from start to finish, it is not the ideal book to read before a trip to Africa. Please take my word for it. Some people claim the Capstick tends to exaggerate. That may or may not be true. Either way, his style of writing takes you on a journey that places you right there with him, stalking through the blinding long grasses or sitting around the crackling fire when untold horrors erupt. Once his graphic words enter your head, embellished or not, they stick to you like tar. I'd read the book several years before our trip to Africa, so thankfully the gory details of each horrific death had slightly faded. Still, the dread of each scene remained embedded in my psyche. With ghastly stories of man-eating lions, venomous black mamba snakes, and cunning hyenas implanted in my mind, I almost kissed the ground in blissful relief when I saw that our sleeping quarters were not just a grass hut like I had pictured. Underneath the thatched structure was a large tent, a fully enclosed tent, impenetrable by at least the creeping, crawling, slithering variety of varmints. The canvas floor was attached to the tent's walls, and the front and back door flaps were secured by zippers. Neither spiders nor serpents could enter unless you were stupid enough to leave the zippers open. Believe me, that would not happen. Forgetting to wear our tsetse fly arsenal is one thing. Leaving the tent open for truly nasty buggers is quite another. The tent setup was far different from what I was familiar with when camping in Idaho's backcountry, where staying warm and dry was the main concern, especially if Rick wanted his always-too-cold wife to join him. Therefore, to keep me happy, a small wood-burning stove was typically set up in one corner of the tent, which incidentally had no attached floor. A large piece of canvas was simply laid on the ground to keep our gear and feet off of the earth floor. While the system worked great to keep me toasty and free from wallowing in the dirt, it did little to prevent the intrusion of tiny critters. Mice, spiders, and snakes could, and did, easily slink into our cozy little nest. That reality kept me slightly on edge, especially because the knowledge of such visits was often conveniently withheld. We never did tell my brother, who hates snakes, about the small serpent we found under his sleeping mat. A snake in Tanzania is vastly different from a snake in Idaho. I can just hear my hardened, ranch-savvy mother-in-law, Betty, calmly stating, "Don't worry, a bite probably won't kill you," when I ran into her house frantically yelling that a prairie rattler had just chased me through the pasture. In all fairness to the coiled rattlesnake vigorously shaking its tail at me, it only broke its stance and pursued me after I approached it for the third time. The annoyed rattler was blocking the gate, so thoughtfully I walked away for a few minutes, allowing it to clear out. Unfortunately, patience has never been my virtue. Instead of minutes between intrusions, it was probably more like seconds. On my third approach, the snake had enough of my foolery. Rather than turning tail, it uncoiled and came right at me. Quite speedily, I might add. Needless to say, I did a frantic 180 and ran flailing through the pasture, screaming like a lunatic. My wild sprint didn't stop until the snake took a right and I took a left. As unhappy as I was with Betty's casual indifference to my rattlesnake encounter, she was right. A rattlesnake probably won't kill you. Rattlesnakes also have another great advantage over Africa's litany of lethal snakes. Their distinctive rattle sound is as attention-grabbing as any high-tech alarm system. Their warning has saved Rick and me on multiple occasions. Black mambas, cobras, and puff adders, the 3 African snakes that I feared the most, were silent and deadly. They didn't have a handy-dandy rattle to warn you away. Their venom is also far deadlier than most anything we have in the States. The black mamba's bite, for instance, is so lethal that even with an antivenom in hand, which is highly unlikely in the bush, you are likely to be pushing up daisies before you even get done saying your goodbyes. I read one story of a crocodile hunter found dead of a black mamba bite with an antivenom kit clenched in his hand, presumably dying before he could administer it. Their name is actually derived from the jet black color of their mouth. Even a picture of the inky abyss makes you feel like you are staring into the pit of hell. Yes, like an idiot, I Googled black mamba pictures before leaving for Africa. At the time, it seemed like a good idea to know what the legendary snake looked like. Again, stupid move. Immense size, white fangs, black forked tongue, utter black cavity of its mouth. Their sinister look just reinforced what I'd already learned. Its lethal venom results in an agonizing death, often within 20 minutes. Understandably, the black mamba filled my innards with dread. The silent instrument of death, as with most snakes, also ate mice as a regular part of their diet. A rather troubling thought since settlements tend to draw mice. The woven grasses of native huts create perfect nooks and crannies for opportunistic rodents and snakes to hide in. You might wonder what any of this has to do with me. Well, knowing the thoughts that were swimming around in my head and why might help you understand my fear. A zipped-up, totally enclosed tent meant that no snakes would offer a deadly wake-up call. In addition to offering peace of mind, the tent was immaculate. Aside from the 2 single bunks, which were a definite upgrade from our sleeping arrangements in an Idaho wall tent, there were a few wooden shelves for clothing and a small end table beside each bed. Solar panels outside even provided us with an overhead light. A thatched roof was built above the tent to offer shade. The tent's screened windows, with their flaps rolled up, also allowed a slight breeze to filter through. While this cozy nest offered protection against snakes and such, it offered little protection against the larger 4-legged creatures of the night, mainly Simba. If a lion truly wanted inside, his power and arsenal of weapons would make mincemeat of the tent's canvas walls. Many people argue that only sick or injured lions kill people. Yet there are oodles of grisly tales of perfectly healthy lions acquiring a taste for humans. Unarmed, our species are easy pickings. Once a lion or its pride recognizes that, it is a recipe for disaster. Probably the most notorious case is the tale of the man-eaters of Tsavo, which was made into a book of the same name and later a movie, The Ghost in the Darkness. The 2 man-eaters halted construction of the Uganda Railroad at the turn of the 20th century. According to the book, the lions treated the project as one extended buffet table. A vibrant account of a human's remains, or what was left of them, brought home in a coffee can comes to mind. Lions overall may be afraid of man, but I, for one, didn't want to bump into the one that felt differently. You get the point. I'd read enough to know that ending up as kitty chow, no matter what the state of the lion, was not a pleasant way to go. Just as my thoughts had turned back to the carnivores of Africa, Joel unzipped the back flap of the tent, or hema as it's called in Swahili, to finish the tour of our quarters. There before us was a bathroom. Yes, in the bush of Tanzania, we had functioning facilities of sorts, a totally unexpected and welcome surprise. Less than 10 feet from the relative safety of our tent was a flushing toilet, a small sink with running water, and a makeshift shower on a small hand-poured slab of cement. The rest of the washroom had a dirt floor. All of these conveniences were nestled between grass walls that practically butted up to the tent. Since the toilet area adjoined our tent, another of my biggest fears was crossed off the list. I would not have to slink to an outhouse in the middle of the night. that meant less likelihood of me becoming rump roast dinner. Rick's Idaho backcountry elk camps didn't include bathrooms, especially not adjacent to the tent. For obvious reasons, the so-called toilets were always placed quite a distance away. In places where we could ride ATVs and carry more equipment, a bottomless 5-gallon bucket was often placed over a hole dug in the ground. Then a camping toilet seat was placed on top of the bucket. Ta-da! A toilet. It was a little wobbly at times, yet compared to other methods, it was quite nice. Even so, taking care of business entailed a jaunt into the woods several hundred yards from the tent. For more remote camps, accessible only on foot or on horseback, it wasn't feasible to carry a 5-gallon bucket and a toilet seat, especially on the way out. Nasty business for sure. Consequently, another method was often used. A hole was dug between 2 well-placed trees. Then branches were tied between the trees, creating a sort of chair over the pit. You then hung your butt over the bottom branch while placing your back against the top branch, doing the deed while balancing in this awkward position. Not an easy task by any measure. In the dead of night, it was even less fun. On one pitch-black evening, deep in the backcountry, I found myself sitting above a yuck-filled hole in that preposterous position with wolves howling in the distance. Even on the best of days, willing things to happen is not easy while your butt is teetering over a branch with your pants crumbled around your ankles. Believe me, the mournful howling of wolves intensifies the experience. Skittish and on high alert, I used my headlamp's narrow beam of light to scour the blackness for any signs of glowing eyes. Catching movement, I jerked my head up to see a supersized pack rat walking on a tree branch 10 feet above my head. Looking into the eyes of an 18-inch rodent with a bushy tail and beady eyes was as terrifying as any wolf. Well, almost. Instinctively, I let out a blood-curdling scream, sending Rick and the rest of camp into a flurry of activity. Before the cavalry arrived to have my humiliating position burned into their memory, I regained my composure enough to assure them it was okay. It wasn't a wolf. Anyway, because of my past experiences with howling predators and oversized rodents, I was dreading any midnight trips across Masimba Camp. While the Idaho experience definitely rattled me a bit, there was no real danger. Africa, however, is an altogether different ballgame. Bumping into a skulking lion, leopard, or hyena while traipsing across camp in the dark of the night might cause more than a loss of dignity. Masimba Camp's bathroom, as wonderful as it was, wasn't without risks. The tour of the latrine area came with Joel's unique, good-hearted assurances mixed with foreboding. Bath hut very safe, but you look first. Keep your eyes open. Snakes sometimes like to hide. Snakes are very bad, very bad. Believe me, my eyes were wide open any time I left my zippered sanctuary. We were also issued strong warnings to never leave our tent or bath hut at night. No way, no how, not for any reason. That was the primary reason the bathroom was basically connected to the tent, so we didn't have to step outside. Then, almost comically, we received another contradictory message from Joel. Oh, don't worry, Masimba Camp is very safe, very safe. Animals will stay away. It was inferred that wildlife looked at the canvas walls as impenetrable. Therefore, as long as we didn't exit our protective cocoon after dark, there was supposedly nothing to worry about. How the lions, leopards, hyenas, and elephants communicate their thoughts to our hosts was never mentioned. The optimistic part of me chose to believe them. Many rural Africans are not fortunate enough to have a bathroom essentially attached to their quarters as we did. When nature calls, they saunter off into the bushes, sometimes for the last time. I, for one, had no intention of pushing my luck. The urgency in Joel and Hillary's voices when it came to these instructions spoke to me loud and clear. Once all of this was sufficiently drilled into our heads, we were off for the next part of our mini-tour. Our hema was located about 10 yards from the mostly dried-up riverbed of the Masimba River. Rod and Sue's tent was also along the riverbed, but on the other side of the dining hut. During the rainy season, the river would swell with rising waters and become a haven for crocodiles. Yet by the time of our arrival in October, the flowing river had been reduced to pockets of water scattered along a ribbon of dirt. One of those 15-foot oversized puddles was only about 40 feet from our tent and provided much-needed water to a whole variety of thirsty beasts. It also offered a watery sanctuary to our nearest neighbor, a resident crocodile that we soon dubbed Freddy. How could we not slap a name on a critter who was a permanent fixture of our so-called yard? Luckily, Freddy was only 4 feet long. Crocodiles typically latch onto their victims with their razor-sharp teeth, dragging them underwater to drown them before feasting. Freddy's small size made me pretty confident that he wouldn't be dragging my 125-pound hunk of flesh into that nasty pool. Getting eaten by a crocodile was therefore crossed off my list of things to worry about. Finally, it was time to check out the hippo pond, which I had been looking forward to for months. Knowing that I had reservations about joining Rick on the hunt, Hillary had enticed me with the promise of a pod of hippopotamuses only 300 yards from camp. After seeing the dried-up riverbed and the few scattered puddles, I was highly skeptical of any nearby populations of kibokos, as they're known in Swahili. Accordingly, when Joel finally mentioned hippos, I snapped to attention. Following Joel, we passed our hut, a skinning shed, and a small clearing before scrambling up an embankment of rock boulders. True to his word, below us in 100-foot length of putrid river, or what was left of it, was a group of about 15 hippos and their calves. Most of the kibokos only had their heads poking above the stagnant liquid filth and frothing excrement. Apparently, exiting their watery refuge when nature calls isn't high on a hippo's priority list. Seeing our rotund neighbors lounging in the pool of nastiness and hearing their deep-throaty bellows caused a grin to spread across my face. Real live hippopotamuses in the wilds of Africa. How spectacular was this? Chapter 3. Follow the Leader. With darkness still engulfing the tent, the cries of the savannah melted away, replaced by muffled voices, footsteps, and stirrings from the kitchen area. Glancing at my watch, I blinked in disbelief. At only 4:30 a.m., the camp was already coming to life. Beside me, Rick was also stirring. Sleep had evaded us much of the night, a combination of Simba's otherworldly dialogue, Feces' deranged giggles, and the sad reality that a single bunk no longer did the trick for two rather seasoned adults. Moments later, a gentle whisper seeped through the canvas walls. Rick, Sue, chakula. Food. A simple but clear indication that another day in Tanzania was about to begin. Just as promised, Michael, our tent attendant and human alarm clock, woke us for breakfast. By then it was 5 a.m., still the middle of the night in my book. After our long journey and barely sleeping a wink, I just wanted to roll over, turn my brain off, and fall into a deep slumber for at least a week. Rick's reaction was the opposite of mine. He practically leapt out of bed, almost throwing me on the floor in the process. Knowing there was no escaping my fate, I sluggishly slipped into my safari attire as Rick offered cheery encouragement to quicken my progress. Who was this man? My normally laid-back, reserved husband was practically beaming. Within minutes, we looked like we'd walked off the pages of a safari hunting magazine. Camouflage, the pattern used in the States for such outings, was prohibited in Tanzania and was reserved instead for the Tanzanian Army. Having spent 8 years as a gunship pilot in the United States Army, Rick had no desire to step into that role again. Thus, a mini shopping spree had outfitted us in a sea of beige, browns, and greens. Next, we filled our backpacks with everything but the kitchen sink. A journal, gloves, extra shirt, wet wipes, Kleenexes, cameras, ibuprofen, Band-Aids, moleskin for blisters, energy bars, chapstick, sunblock, bandanas, and an arsenal of tsetse fly paraphernalia. Unlike the trip from the airport, we were geared up and ready for battle. Last but not least, I tossed in the brightly colored Maasai blankets that Hillary had gifted us at dinner the night before. What possessed me to grab those blankets in a land that got hot enough to scald a lizard is beyond me. Apparently, I'm a little psychic. We barely stepped from the tent when Michael sprinted toward us like a leopard chasing a gazelle. Instead of wanting to eat us for lunch, however, he wanted our packs. For two people used to pitching hay bales and remodeling a different fixer-upper each year, having someone carry our gear seemed unnecessary. Our resistance had about the same effect as punching him in the gut. Struck by his reaction, we handed over our packs, allowing Michael to return to his cheery self. Breakfast found Rod and Sue looking like they'd also stepped out of a safari magazine. Rod's face, however, made us do a double take. Had Sue used Rod as a punching bag during the night, we wondered? Rod is quite the character and a practical joker, so it's understandable why Sue might want to knock him around a bit. As a spirited, strong-minded, capable woman, she is nobody to mess with. Still, she is also kind and warm-hearted, so we knew she wasn't the cause of Rod's swollen face. Those blood-sucking tsetse flies had left Rod a calling card. Their bites had caused an allergic reaction, convincing us to double-check our tsetse fly arsenal. While scarfing up a delicious mystery meat breakfast, the staff loaded the vehicle with water, coolers, lunches, tarps, packs, rifles, and other necessary odds and ends. All these preparations were made without us so much as lifting a finger. This was quite a jolt to our systems when typically these chores all fell on us. Nevertheless, helping was out of the question. At 6 a.m. sharp, we were ushered to the ready-to-go safari vehicles. Unlike the trip from the airport, we weren't crammed in like sardines. Rod and Sue were assigned their own Land Cruiser with 5 staff members, and we were assigned another with our own crew. All foreign hunters in Africa must be accompanied by a professional hunter, or PH, for many reasons, most notably to make sure the clients go home via an airplane seat and not in a pine box. Even a skilled, well-seasoned hunter is like a babe in the woods when it comes to hunting in Africa, especially the first time. Aside from keeping clients safe, the PH must make sure the hunt is done legally while also making it as successful as possible. These talented individuals wear a lot of different hats. They are tour guides, interpreters, hosts, storytellers, and educators, just to name a few. Our PH was a soft-spoken, reserved, and modest man who exuded confidence and skill with few words. Raphael had worked for Hillary for almost 23 years, starting as a tent attendant and then moving up the ranks to become a head tracker. Ultimately, after years of training, he earned his PH license. Raphael always sat on the right side of the bench seat. Rick was always positioned on the opposite side, and I was nestled in between. Like the day before, the seating platform was elevated in the open air above the enclosed cab to offer the best vantage point. Directly behind our seat was a roll bar encircled cargo hold with a spare tire mounted on each side. The 9 feet of storage held most of the supplies, as well as our trackers. Magogo, the head tracker, had many years of experience in the Rungwa West Game Reserve. He lived in the nearest village, a 4-hour drive away, and worked for the previous outfitter before Hillary took over the hunting concession. Magogo, therefore, knew the area like the back of his hand. As such a valuable asset, he always stood behind Raphael, which enabled easy communication between the two. Abdallah, young and less experienced, was the assistant tracker and always positioned himself behind Rick. That left 2 people sitting in the cab of the pickup. The Tanzanian game scout, or what we might call a wildlife ranger, always sat in the passenger seat. As government employees, their duty was to oversee each hunting safari, document everything, and ensure that all regulations were followed. I'm not sure what I was expecting from an African law enforcement officer, but it certainly wasn't Lillian, a beautiful young woman in a green uniform slinging a Russian AK-47 over her shoulder. While her beauty and rifle made a big statement, It was her intelligence that made her so incredible. Not only was she a wealth of information, but she also spoke 3 languages: her tribal tongue, Swahili, and English. Her ability to speak easily with us was a godsend that opened the doors for friendship and learning. The final member of our safari crew was Mike, our very capable and trusted driver. Anyone unfamiliar with the African bush might assume his job to be the easiest. They would be dead wrong. Mike wasn't driving smooth-paved roads sitting in an air-conditioned vehicle. He was trapped in the stifling heat of a non-air-conditioned cab in temperatures that would fry an egg on the dashboard. Maneuvering over bumpy pitted terrain required him to keep a death grip on the steering wheel. Lillian, too, suffered with Mike. As a passenger, she was trapped in the same rattling inferno. The fact that our driver's name was Mike and our tent attendant's name was Michael seemed uncanny to me. What are the chances of having not one, but 2 Mikes in a foreign country on the other side of the globe? A place where the majority of names, Magogo, Kayumba, Salum, Mago, Ima, and Musa, reflect their tribal origins. I don't believe in coincidences. Having 2 men with that particular name central to our team could not have been a fluke. My brother's name was Mike. After a brief but courageous battle with lung cancer, he died at the age of 50. As the oldest of our family's little tribe, me, 4 brothers, and finally a sister, I was a self-appointed mini-mom from the moment each sibling poked their head into the world. Our childhood included endless games of hide-and-seek, searching for salamanders in nearby creeks, hanging out at Grandma's river camp, and exploring the woods behind our house. As we became teenagers, our interests changed. My mom, sister, and I were drawn to endless hours at the river camp, while my dad and the boys pursued hunting and fishing. Even with different interests, our lives were intertwined. When Mike died, everything changed. Our world was turned upside down and thrown into an agony that my family had yet to experience. Torment, heartbreak, loss. It didn't matter that Mike was a capable adult. First and foremost, he was my little brother. Losing him felt like I lost a piece of my heart, a part of my history, a part of who I am. The pain was tangible, like my heart had been ripped from my chest and twisted into a knot. Mike's loss not only shattered my heart, it changed me. What once seemed important suddenly seemed trivial, giving me a whole new perspective on life. Rick and I recognized our mortality for what it was. Each of us is here on Earth for a finite amount of time, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 20 years. Every single day is a gift not to be taken for granted. It must be lived with joy, love, purpose, and wonder, just like Mike had always done. Rick and I put off our desire to travel to Africa for years. It was never the right time. Jobs, money, family obligations. There were lots of excuses. Losing my brother made us realize that you can't just wait for the right time. You have to create the right time. It means making sacrifices. We sold our pack mules, ATV, camper, and other items to make our dreams come true. 18 months later, we found ourselves on a Tanzanian safari with 2 Mikes and a staff of 21 Africans. Call me crazy, but I had no doubt that my brother Mike was riding shotgun. After all, you never truly lose a person you love. They remain forever a part of your memories, heart and soul. Even so, the tangible reminders of him during our excursions brought me peace, joy, and knowing. His death sparked the action leading us to Masimba Camp, and finally the safari was ready to begin. The anticipation in the air was palpable. With our gear loaded and everyone situated, we puttered away from the bustle of camp. As calm washed over the vehicle, we took notice of everyone's garb. Most of our crew were wearing multiple layers, heavier coats, knit scarves, caps, gloves. At only 6 a.m., the sun was still just a promise. It may have been a tad chilly by some standards, but it certainly didn't seem cold enough to warrant so much clothing. We were definitely baffled. Before we could explore it further, 2 humongous blurred shapes materialized in the murkiness of the pre-dawn light, only 20 yards in front of us. Elephants! 2 mystical, seemingly floating colossal forms. Then a second later they were gone, a mirage that disappeared into the early morning haze as quickly as it had appeared. Seeing, or kind of seeing, elephants only 500 yards from camp caught us totally off guard. The resident elephants, Raphael calmly informed us. Apparently the two hulking giants were regular visitors of the temporary cluster of grass huts and tents making up Masimba Camp. Quickly, we learned that the roads, or so-called roads, could hardly be classified as such. They were bumpy, pitted, and filled with craters, elephant craters. During the rainy season, the waterlogged soil becomes as malleable as a fresh can of Play-Doh, creating cookie-cutter-like imprints from 6-ton pachyderms and other brawny beasts. When the dry season hits, the soppy mess dries into a network of oven-baked craters, making our gravel driveway in Idaho feel like a freeway. We bounced, bobbed, and lurched like a can of paint in Home Depot's mixing machine. When there were fewer crusted-over cavities, we were able to reach the dizzying speed of 15 miles per hour. It became abundantly clear. No one goes anywhere fast in the bush. With bodies pitching to and fro, the morning haze faded, replaced by the orangish-pink hues of sunrise, highlighted by the stunning silhouettes of umbrella acacia trees. Skirting the dried-up riverbed, the terrain held a ribbon of more densely forested terrain compared to the sparser route we'd traveled from the airport. Soon, the ghost-like elephants faded from our thoughts as a host of other animals took center stage. Each sighting brought a whole new round of excitement as Raphael pointed in one direction or the other, softly stating, "Waterbuck, warthog, vervet monkey, dik-dik." After a few miles, he tapped on the window, signaling Mike to turn from the riverbed onto another track of slightly rolling terrain scattered with trees, open savannas, and mounds of rocks jutting randomly from the soil. Some of the boulders were the size of pickup trucks, others the size of houses, and still others as vast as an apartment building. When placed against the ground's relative flatness, the arbitrary displays somehow looked out of place, leaving me wondering what geological events had created such erratic displays. A couple of miles later, Magogo lurched forward, tapping Raphael on the shoulder, immediately spurring Raphael to rap on the cab window telling Mike to stop. The two men jumped off, ran a dozen yards, and peered at the ground amidst a parley of Swahili. Rick and I watched eagerly, trying to decipher the gist of the conversation. A minute later, Raphael came back and whispered, "Fresh Nyati tracks heading towards the riverbed. Alone. A Dugaboy." Dugaboy, I wondered. Raphael explained that younger, stronger Cape Buffalo bulls drive the old males from the safety of the herd, often in brutal displays of dominance. These old buffaloes tend to enjoy wallowing in the mud, or dugga, a fact that often leaves them encased in a muddy suit of armor, hence the name Dugaboy. Unfortunately for the companionless bovine, buffalo steak is one of Simba's favorite meals. A single bull with up to a ton of brute strength will put up a savage defense against a lion. When outnumbered by a pride, however, the lone buffalo's chances dwindle. Dugaboys, therefore, often band together in a bachelor group to help even out the odds. While it seems harsh, Lillian explained that forcing old bulls from the herd is nature's way of ensuring that the genes of the biggest and strongest buffalo are passed to the next generation, furthering the health of the species overall. The often resulting premature death of the Dugaboy leaves more grasses and territory for the younger generation, completing the cycle of life by becoming food for the lion, leopard, hyena, jackals, vultures, and a host of other scavengers. Even with Mother Nature doing her part, habitats, even ones as vast as Africa, can become stressed from overgrazing. It is no secret that many of Africa's four-legged inhabitants are big, really big. These supersized creatures require colossal amounts of food and huge chunks of real estate. Wildlife management is crucial everywhere, but in Africa, a continent of developing nations where local people and their livestock are competing for the same resources, it is even more important. That I understood. It also helped that the Nyati is ultimately a member of the bovine family, fierce deadly versions, but still relatives of the cattle grazing in our pastures at home. Right or wrong, it was easier for me to wrap my head around harvesting an animal similar to domestic livestock whose meat filled our freezers at home. It also helped that they lacked the endearing qualities that we equate with so many African species. Raphael estimated the Dugaboy track to be less than an hour old. The hunt was on. Single file, we headed into the bush like a serpentine column of withering old men, backs hunched, shoulders rounded, and heads slumped, a position that made us look smaller and less human-like. We crept along, mirroring the crouched person in front of us while stepping almost exactly in each carefully placed footstep, avoiding kicking rocks and breaking twigs that will give us away. Mike was the only crew member that stayed behind. His job, as the driver, was to remain with the vehicle in the event of curious elephants or other destructive visitors. There was also a precise order to the snake-like formation. When tracking dangerous game, Magogo always stayed in the front, intent on reading each piece of displaced dirt, snapped twig, crushed blade of grass, or partial hoofprint, while Raphael followed close behind with his rifle ready. The Dugaboy could be concealed behind any mound of dirt, thicket, or stand of grass, bursting out at any time. Cradling his rifle as well, Rick followed behind Raphael. I followed in Rick's footsteps with Abdallah behind me. Lillian and her automatic weapon always brought up the rear. Since a firearm in the hands of an untrained person is more deadly than any buffalo, everyone was safer without me carrying a rifle. Trackers, too, never carried a weapon. This could have been for a host of reasons. Possibly it hindered their movements and ability to do their jobs. Maybe they weren't trained or didn't have access to a gun. Possibly too many rifles in the field were just as dangerous as too few. Whatever the reason, the firepower rested squarely on the shoulders of Raphael, Rick, and Lillian. Stealthily, we weaved through the brush, open areas, and stands of towering grass, often reaching 10 foot tall. Sneaking through the thick walls of vegetation kept me on pins and needles. Since my fear of Nyati had yet to manifest, my unease centered on the multitude of deadly snakes that could be lurking in the dense, sometimes trampled and matted network of dried foliage. Tanzania is home to 4 kinds of spitting cobra alone, all of which are plenty deadly. Everyone is familiar with these serpents with their unique expandable hoods flaring out in warning. In fact, I'd go as far as to say spitting cobras, with their throats inflated and hissing in their full intimidating glory, are even more sinister-looking than the black mamba. Second on my most feared list was the puff adder. It is a short serpent, 3 to 4 feet long, with a stout chevron-patterned body that blends perfectly with the environment. While this snake's venom isn't as deadly as the black mamba's, it is responsible for up to 90% of all snake bites in Africa, killing more people than any other snake. There were several reasons the puff adder holds this honor. They are widespread across most of Africa. They are often found near settlements since rodents, their favorite food, are found there in abundance. And they are sluggish nocturnal snakes who ambush their prey by sitting motionless for hours. Its lazy attitude is countered by utter swiftness when it strikes. Unfortunately, for all too many rural Africans, the slothful snake doesn't flee when unsuspecting, often barefoot, villagers travel the same well-worn trails that the snake's prey uses. If stepped on or threatened, the puff adder strikes quickly in retaliation. As I crept through the savannah, stepping in the footsteps of those in front of me, I convinced myself that being fourth in line meant I would not be the first to encounter one of the short, fat, lazy reptiles. Surely Raphael or Magogo would spot it first. Also, it was nocturnal, and we were hunting in broad daylight. Certainly Mr. Puff Adder was hiding from the blazing sun, holed up in some cool, dark place. The black mamba was a different story. As I mentioned, the lethal, slithering giant was the object of my nightmares. Their extreme length allows them to rear several feet off the ground, peering above the grasses like a telescope on a submarine. Because of this ability, they often strike victims in the head, face, and neck, another factor making them so deadly. Knowing my fear, Raphael assured me that black mambas are shy. Their acute senses would feel our approach and be long gone before we got anywhere near them. This deadly snake supposedly only becomes a threat if it is cornered or threatened, both of which I had no intention of doing. Rick likes to refer to me as a bull in a china shop. While that trait may not have been great for slinking noiselessly through the savannah, it may have worked in my favor when it came to alerting any snakes en route. Still, I took no chances. With each footstep, I alternated between scouring the ground and scanning for steely black eyes peering above the grasses. This hushed and meticulous game of follow the leader continued as we weaved through game trails, sparsely vegetated clearings, burnt-out sections of scrubland, and tall grass thickets. I breathed a sigh of relief each time we exited one of the jungle-like enclaves. No one spoke. The only sound was fabric rubbing against the grasses or the slight scuff of a boot against the ground. Quiet obedience kept us stepping one foot in front of the other as we blindly followed Magogo and Raphael through the bush in the wake of the Dugaboy. Though skulking through the terrain with an abundance of death-dealing creatures was unnerving to say the least, I soon found myself transitioning from fearfulness to fascination as I watched Magogo and Raphael's every move, trying to determine what narrative they were reading in the dirt. It was utterly riveting. After almost 2 hours of this intense version of a childhood game, they unexpectedly straightened from their withered old men impression and began speaking openly. Confused, we looked at Raphael. "The Dugaboy crossed into the national park," he explained. It was only then that we realized we were standing in a dried-up riverbed. In fact, it was the Masimba River, the same dehydrated waterway that bordered our camp. It turns out that the river was the border between Ruaha National Park and the Rungwa West Game Reserve. The Dugaboy had chosen his route well. The second his hooves touched that sand, he was off limits. Hunting in the park was prohibited. Just like that, the hunt was over, ended by the magical invisible line. Score 1 for Nyati, 0 for us. As most hunters would say, that is why they call it hunting and not killing. At the time, we were clueless that our little nest at Masimba Camp was butted up against the national park's boundary, another great reason that foreign hunters aren't set loose in Africa on their own. The PH does know such crucial information. We had been so intent on tracking that we barely noticed transitioning from the savannah into the strip of sand and rocks. Initially, we were slightly dumbfounded by the turn of events, and of course a little disappointed. But as the excitement dissipated, another realization washed over us. My gosh, we had just followed in the tracks of a Cape buffalo in Tanzania, Africa. How blessed were we to have such an amazing, visceral experience. The fact that we had spotted neither hide nor hair of the old boy in our 2-hour quest was irrelevant. The pursuit itself was the reward. Watching Magogo and Raphael expertly read the buffalo's almost imperceptible spoor or track was the absolute cherry on top, a true privilege. With the hunt over, we wormed our way back to the Land Cruiser and continued. Heading away from the waterway, we entered open savannas with a spattering of decrepit-looking trees. With the change in the terrain came an increasing number and variety of antelopes, keeping me in constant state of delight. You never knew what would make an appearance around the next bend. Herds of grazing zebras, impalas, and hartebeests, warthog families dashing for their burrows, oribes and dik-diks darting about, or giraffes browsing the treetops in the distance before erupting into flight, their long legs giving the illusion that they were running in slow motion. Raphael didn't miss a beat. Noticing my fascination for the tall browsers, he signaled Mike to stop each time we spotted Twiga, the Swahili name for giraffe, so we could enjoy their presence as long as possible. Soon he did the same thing with warthogs. Those hideous-looking creatures cracked me up every time. Since we were in a game reserve and not a national park, the wild residents rarely stuck around to pose for pictures. Not being used to an endless train of tourist vehicles parading by, they hoofed it whenever our vehicle approached. While animals habituated to humans would have been great for photos, it would have made them sitting ducks for a rifle. Ethical hunting requires that the rules of fair chase are followed. That entails a whole list of rules and lifestyle choices to live by. Obey all laws and regulations. Respect the land and customs of the locals. Only shoot when a quick, precise kill is possible. And pursue game in a respectable manner. That means no motorized chases, confinement to small enclosures, or trapped, drugged, or helpless prey. These are just a few of the guidelines followed by principled hunters. There are plenty more, varying a bit for each hunter and each form of hunting. Each time anyone spotted a species that Rick was hunting, Raphael would either have Mike stop immediately or signal him to drive further along, depending on the situation and the distance between us. Magogo could spot the ear of a kudu poking out of the brush at 300 yards. No joke. Often Rick and I were left peering in bewilderment at a cluster of trees or brush in the distance, while Raphael and Magogo scrutinized whatever hind leg, tail section, or piece of horn protruded from the concealment. A hushed burst of Swahili decided the next plan of action. If a harvestable male was spotted, we would quietly exit the vehicle and form our serpentine-style formation to begin a stalk. Stalking is different from tracking. The desired quarry is already in sight. The trick then becomes getting within 20 to 50 yards for dangerous game, or within 200 yards for others. It doesn't matter how much experience or accuracy a hunter exhibits. Long-distance shooting in Africa is highly frowned upon. Africa's game is unbelievably tough with a strong sense of self-preservation. Therefore, it is critical to get as close as possible to allow for a precise shot, preferably killing instantly and painlessly. If the target is wounded, it is followed up as quickly as possible to mitigate any suffering. No ethical hunter wishes to prolong a living creature's death. Yet, no one is perfect. Even the most diligent, well-trained hunters do make mistakes from time to time. A few years back, Rick injured an elk that we were never able to find, even after hours and hours of searching. The bull fled up the mountain, no easy feat in Idaho's steep, rugged terrain. A critically injured bull would typically take the easier route, fleeing downward. Also, there was very little blood trail. For these reasons, Rick felt sure the bullet passed through the muscle cleanly, causing minimal damage. Even so, without finding the elk, there was no way to be sure. He had one tag, and as far as he was concerned, he had used it, even though, by Idaho law, he legally could have continued to hunt. Typically, whether hunting or not, Rick loves being in the woods. Despite that, he was so disgusted with himself that the next morning we tore down camp, packed the mules, and headed home. That hunt is burnt into his memory, a memory that fills him with loathing, regret, and sorrow. Most ethical hunters who've made similar blunders carry that burden forever. Having said that, it is the weight of that mistake that causes them to take the steps necessary to lessen the chance of it ever happening again. In Africa, another factor comes into play: money. For example, when you buy a license in Tanzania, it has a list of specified animals on it that are available for harvest, with each species assigned a monetary value or trophy fee. Each country's government determines these figures based on population statistics, scientific conservation data, and other factors. If you wound any game, it is considered harvested whether you retrieve it or not. That also means you pay the trophy fee and your tag is filled. Fundamentally, this is a great system. After all, with deadly carnivores lurking about, a wounded creature typically doesn't survive long. Also, for the few hunters who don't factor in the ethical equation of a difficult shot, hopefully the sizable price tag of a misplaced bullet will. Most people save for years for the experience. Dishing out thousands of dollars for an inaccurate shot while simultaneously ending the hunt for that particular species is disheartening. In Africa, every bullet counts. In sparse terrain offering little cover, getting close to wild game is no easy feat. While we assumed the same hunkered-down position as we did when trekking, stalking was quite different. Instead of moving slowly and methodically, we scrambled quickly from cover to cover in a linear grouping with Raphael always in the lead. Rick, Magogo, me, Abdallah, and Lillian followed, always in that order. Our line moved as one unit, moving perpendicular to the target to create one single blob instead of a fanned-out pack of two-legged predators. The smaller we could appear, the better. On Raphael's cue, all 5 of us darted to hide behind an acacia tree. Next, he'd aim for a 6-inch scrub tree. In unison, we dashed behind him, zigging from one tree, zagging to another. Finally, the whole huddled mass would end up behind one itsy-bitsy Charlie Brown tree. It was a bizarre combination of follow the leader and hide and seek, while imitating the hunchback of Notre Dame. No matter how ridiculously skilled we became at the kooky version of childhood games, more often than not, the targets won. Aside from tracking the Duggaboy, we stalked a group of roans, 2 groups of zebras, and a group of impalas, all before early afternoon. Yet all we succeeded in getting was tired, hot, and hungry. Dashing about under Africa's unrelenting sun, then bobbing along mercilessly on elephant-potholed roads, wiped me out. By the time we pulled under a large shade tree to stop for lunch, I was toast, literally. During these hours, we also discovered the reason for all the layers of clothing that had stumped us earlier. Tsetse flies, of course. Not all the time, but enough. The crew's extra layers of clothing were not to combat the morning chill, as we had assumed. They were to shield against the angry little devils, as Lillian referred to them. The Masai blankets that I had instinctually tossed into our packs also came in quite handy. Draped across our shoulders or legs, they added another layer of protection. Those lifesavers, along with the rest of our arsenal of Ndurabo weapons, were a definite improvement over the ride from the airport. Lillian and Mike suffered the most. With no air conditioning and their windows down to keep from having a heat stroke, the cab acted like a wasp trap. The flies got in, but they couldn't get out. In their entrapment, they attacked, inflicting untold pain on the confined humans. Mike, with both hands wrestling the steering wheel, couldn't even swat them off. Lillian, with her hands free and dressed for an Antarctic expedition, fared slightly better. We couldn't figure out rhyme or reason for the flies' appearance. One minute we'd be fighting the stifling heat with sweat dripping down our back, and the next we'd be battling a battalion of those little devils. Then, mysteriously, they'd be gone. The minute we pulled under the spreading crown of a massive green-leaf tree, it became abundantly clear why lunch had been delayed until that very moment. Dense, luxurious shade and no tsetse flies. The lucky bean tree, as Raphael referred to it, was a mini refuge of sorts, a haven tucked away in Tanzania's harsh countryside. Resembling wet noodles, Rick and I melted into the 2 folding chairs that Raphael produced from the cargo hold. Since the tsetse flies were gone, we even risked taking off our hats and rolling up our sleeves and pant legs to expose as much flesh as possible, hoping to feel a little relief from the debilitating heat. Quite frankly, we were miserable. We barely slept a wink thanks to Simba's chilling serenade, endured hours of abuse jostling about in the land cruiser, trekked miles through the bush, and suffered multiple bouts with a Ndurabo, all under a sun hot enough to cook a goose. Our first few hours on safari had been thrilling, but also grueling. Sitting under that shade tree, soggy, whipped, and heavy-eyed, it seemed impossible to survive another 21 days. While we licked our wounds, Raphael brought us an Americanized lunch, some type of game meat burrito, chips, a piece of fruit, and even a candy bar that somehow survived in the cooler without turning into a puddle. Slumped in our chairs, the crew left us to wallow in our misery alone. It took a few moments before we realized that the crew hadn't been given chairs or even a bagged lunch, nor were they relaxing. They were busy with some activity behind a tree about 10 yards away. As dog-tired as I was, I couldn't stand it. Curiosity trumped exhaustion. I wolfed down my quickly melting chocolate and slogged over to see what all the fuss was about. Mike and Magogo had built a small fire against a large rock and were cooking mealie meal, or ugali, a type of coarse cornmeal porridge cooked in water until it reached a stiff, dough-like consistency. After removing it, they cooked some vegetables in broth using the same pan. When the stew was finished, a portion of the mixture was pulled off the mound, rolled into an oblong chunk, and used kind of like a spoon to scoop up the cooked vegetables. According to Lillian, ugali is the staple food of Africa and is eaten in one form or another at almost every single meal, especially in the villages. The porridge-type mixture reminded me of extremely thick grits, minus the butter, salt, cheese, and milk. It can also be eaten with milk, beans, and when protein is available, stewed meats. Lillian was nice enough to instruct Rick and me on the rolling and scooping technique for us to try some. Alone, the concoction was very bland, but when dipped in a vegetable relish, it was quite yummy. After eating, Raphael taught us about the lucky bean tree. Aside from its umbrella-like canopy, the highly beneficial tree offered a little something for everybody. Bees and birds love the nectar from the spring flowers. Vervet monkeys eat the flower buds. Kudu, klipspringer, and baboons graze on the leaves. Elephants and rhinos eat the bark. Bush pigs like the roots. Insect-eating birds feed on the insects sheltered in its canopy. Snakes curl in their branches, waiting for their next meal. The thick foliage provides sanctuary and nesting areas for all kinds of small critters. People use the wood to make canoes, roof shingles, and other building materials. Also, hanging from the tree are copious amounts of cylindrical pods containing clusters of large, black, bean-like seeds. After the flowering is over, the pods dry and burst open, scattering the kernels all over the ground to be enjoyed by a whole host of herbivores, especially kudu. As you might suspect from such a valuable specimen, parts of the tree also have medicinal qualities. With all these attributes, it is no wonder that many indigenous people believe that the lucky bean tree has magical properties. Raphael gathered some of the seeds, presenting them to us for good luck. Not opposed to a little magic, we carried our lucky beans everywhere as tokens of luck. Much too soon, lunch and our little stint in heaven were over. Many of Tanzania's four-legged inhabitants were smarter than we were. They did their best to stay out of the mid-afternoon sun's scorching rays. Not us. We continued to jerk, dip, and bob over the rough roads, scanning for anything of interest. While many animals were bedded down in the shade, we still spotted impala, hartebeest, oribi, duiker, steinbok, and dik-dik. We even played another game of hide-and-seek with a herd of zebras, or pundamilias. Apparently, the magic of our lucky beans hadn't kicked in yet. The striped equines outmaneuvered us again. By late afternoon, I looked and felt like a worn-out rag doll. I spent the last 2 hours of our first day on safari sound asleep, sitting up. 1 minute I was draped against Rick's shoulder, and the next pitch of the vehicle would send me flopping onto Raphael's. If he minded, he never let on. Friendships are cemented pretty quickly when you've spent from sunrise to sunset bouncing off of each other, especially with a man as quiet, competent, and kind-hearted as Raphael. My jiggling slumber ended with the sounds of Masimba Camp greeting us as we pulled under the thatched parking pavilion just as darkness set in. It was a bit after 7 p.m., completing a 13-hour excursion that felt like 13 days. The camp came alive. The staff scurried like ants out of an anthill, dropping whatever task they were doing, and again greeted us like we were celebrities. Rod and Sue and their crew pulled in shortly before us. We learned that Sue had astonishingly harvested a zebra soon after daylight, while we had chased them all day with no success. While I was happy for her success, my emotional attachment to zebras made it hard to accept the idea of harvesting the species, causing more than a few heated discussions between Rick and me. With mixed emotions, I listened to Sue's account of the stock, mentally preparing myself to view the lifeless animal. But it was all for naught. The pundamilia was long gone. Hours earlier, it had been transformed into slabs of meat and its hide placed in a bed of salt to preserve it for later use. If you count success by the harvesting of game, then you could say their safari was more successful than ours. Yet in a million years, you couldn't convince me that our day had been any less wonderful. Grueling, yes. Priceless, absolutely. We dragged our spent bodies into our neat-as-a-pin tent. Not one speck of sand or dust marred the immaculate canvas floor. Each of our wooden beds had been turned down like the beds of a cruise ship. The only thing missing was the folded towel monkeys. Instead, there was a stack of ironed and perfectly folded clothes, our outfits from the previous day. Even my underwear was pressed and folded into a tiny square. I was mortified and guilt-ridden. Ironing is barely a part of my realm. For crying out loud, that's why they make wrinkle-free fabrics. My hiking pants had never seen a crease in their life. As far as skivvies go, crumpled up and stashed in a drawer worked just fine. We had little choice. Aside from our travel clothes, we had specifically been instructed to bring only 3 outfits, 2 safari outfits and 1 set of camp clothes. I did cheat a bit, but I certainly didn't waste that cheat on gobs of underwear. After seeing my pressed undies displayed like beacons atop my freshly laundered clothes, I wish I'd reconsidered that decision. Although our first day on safari left me depleted and feeling like I'd gone a few rounds in a washing machine, I was lucid enough to grasp the enormous effort it had taken to present our tent amid a dust-entrenched wilderness as the finest room in a 5-star resort. After recovering from the shock of our pristine sleeping quarters, we luxuriated in the bath hut's makeshift shower. Yes, I was still in awe that no PTA bath, pits, tits, and ASS would be necessary. We were uptown, living high on the hog for sure. In Idaho's backcountry, we rarely rigged up a shower. Filling a solar shower bag, finding a suitable place to hang it, and standing in the cold air letting lukewarm water drizzle over your body was just too cold and too much effort for this chickadee. Instead, I heated water on the wood stove, also warming the tent, and washed my vitals with a washcloth, hence the nickname PTA, Pits, Tits, and ASS. So, if you ever find yourself talking to a rural Idahoan and they mention a PTA, you can be sure they aren't talking about a parent-teacher association meeting. Having a real shower with warm water to wash away the day's grime felt like heaven itself, another thing very much appreciated and not taken for granted. With the shower's intoxicating effect and the stink gone, we went to the dining hut to see the glorious sight of ice cubes piled high in our glasses. Never could I have imagined that simple chunks of frozen water could look so magnificent. A few hours in Africa will cause you to gain a new respect for that simple luxury. I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I couldn't help wondering how this amazing feat was possible amid the wilderness and off the grid. Recognizing our delight, Joel proudly introduced us to a tiny ice machine nestled in the corner of the messy. Each day, to cater to clients, a generator was turned on long enough to fill the belly of the little dream machine with those glorious ice cubes, making just enough for a few chilled drinks every evening at dinner. Dinner was scrumptious. Thanks to the previous clients, eland steak was the main course. It was the leek soup, however, that really had me in seventh heaven. Normally, I'm not a soup lover, but the concoctions that Moses prepared each evening were my favorite part of every meal. Even more fabulous than the food was the camaraderie. Joel, our host, was full of energy and anecdotes that kept us in stitches. Hillary was just plain full of it. I say this with deep affection. He was always instigating, teasing, or recounting captivating tales from when he himself was a PH. Rob was also a jokester who kept the banter going, and even Rick, my normally reserved husband, was lively in the conversation. Sue, not the prankster like her husband, still had plenty of stories to add to the pot. Raphael and Paul were much quieter and more matter-of-fact than the rest of us, adding stories of pissed-off buffaloes, charging hippos, elephant poachers, and horrific hyena accounts. We also got to relive our own adventures in its retelling while sharing in Rod and Sue's escapades as well. Some stories prompted laughter, others filled us with awe, more than a few blurred our eyes with emotion, and many scared the living crap out of us. The tales, along with the melting cultures and personalities, created an enchanting evening every single night. As if all of this wasn't enough, Michael and Joel waited on us like Rod, Sue, Rick, and I were the kings and queens of Sheba. Heck, just trying to pour our own glass of water caused a wild sprint across the room, grabbing the pitcher from our hands. As a past waitress and already perceiving the staff as friends, it was hard to control my instincts to jump up and clear the dishes. After dinner, Rod, Sue, Rick, and I moved to a small fire built in the center of the patio area overlooking the dry riverbed. After all, no camp is complete without a campfire, or cowboy TV as it is known in Idaho. With full bellies, we gazed at the flames. No matter where you are in the world, campfires are the same everywhere. A place to gather, mesmerizing, comforting, warm. Then, plop. A second later, another plop. And another. Could it really be raining during the dry season, we wondered? We surveyed the sky in confusion. Soon we noticed supersized bats with long pointy ears darting for insects in the branches above our heads. Another plop, this time in Rod's drink. Plop, now Rick's shoulder. Another plop, my arm. We studied the whitish, pasty drops with puzzled expressions for a few moments before realization dawned on us. It wasn't raindrops, it was bat poop. In our defense of such sluggish awareness, our lights weren't burning too bright at that point. The exhausting day had taken its toll. That was it. Being pelted by the feces of flying mammals was our limit. We cleaned off the white goo, said our good nights, and ambled off to our respective tents. As I fell into bed, the African symphony had already begun its ghostly composition. We could hear the hyenas' howls and ghastly giggles, the hippos' throaty bellow, and other squeals, squeaks, chirps, whistles, and cries that are impossible to put into words. Simba was still quiet, at least at the moment. In many ways, the day had been punishing. Many long, arduous hours of hunting but no harvesting. We had tracked a dugaboy, stalked multiple zebra, eaten lunch under the canopy of a lucky bean tree, and were exposed to countless new experiences, wildlife, and lands. Heck, we'd even been showered with feces from giant-sized bats. I couldn't remember ever having a day as exhausting, sweltering, grueling, and sometimes frustrating. Yet unbelievably, I couldn't wait to do it all over again. One thing is for certain. Our first day on safari had been crazy. Batshit crazy. Literally. Chapter 4. Horns Curling to the Heavens. Tendala, Magogo stated as he leaned forward, pointing towards a thicket of trees in the distance. Following his fingers, Rick and I peered towards the supposed flicker of an ear hiding in scrub trees 300 yards away. Zip, zilch, nada. We saw absolutely nothing. Yet on day 2, we already had total faith in our crew's seemingly superhuman senses. They could hear an ant peeing on cotton or spy a toothpick in a bale of hay. At least that's how Rick's grandma would have put it. If Magogo said a kudu was hiding in the brush, you can bet your bottom dollar a kudu was hiding in the brush. Kudu bulls have very long, distinctive, corkscrew-like horns, making them quite possibly the most well-known antelope in all of Africa. With the average male weighing about 550 pounds, they are slightly smaller than a bull elk. Like elk, the females have no horns. Thus, it doesn't take much between the ears to determine the beautiful silhouette of a kudu bull. What is challenging is knowing its approximate age and therefore if it is harvestable or not. As with most African quarry, having horns on their head doesn't automatically make them fair game. The goal being to harvest animals towards the end of their lifespan and no longer spreading their genes puts a whole new spin on things. In America, it works a little differently. Each species, of course, has its requirements, but typically regulations are more relaxed. For instance, in most cases, it is perfectly legal for a hunter to harvest a 3x3 mule deer buck or a spike elk, animals still in the prime of their life. In general, this would be highly frowned upon or illegal in most African countries, unless culling, the need to control overpopulation en masse, or some other factor comes into play. Rick and I may know what a mature elk looks like, but a mature kudu, or any African species for that matter, is a different kettle of fish. That, my friend, is why a pH is so critically important. They do know how to read the minute details that are a dead giveaway of an animal's maturity. Rick and I most certainly did not. Making these comparisons between African antelopes and our deer species, whose protein is a regular part of our Idaho diet, is probably what allowed me to accept the idea of harvesting these types of animals while questioning the ethics of hunting others, specifically the exotic and endearing ones that I had adored since childhood. Unlike America's ungulates who have adapted to feed on grasses and browsing material, kudus don't have that luxury. They are purely browsers that depend on high-growing vegetation for food, as well as cover, so they are much more likely to be found in scrubland habitats rather than wide-open savannas. Their grayish coat has 6 to 10 white torso stripes, which help them blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Their suspicious and secretive nature adds to their camouflage. At the first sign of danger, they simply melt into the landscape without a sound, hoping their disguise will offer all the protection they need. For this reason, they are often referred to as the gray ghost of Africa. Only when eye contact is made, a sure sign their gig is up, will they burst forth, fleeing from danger. The elusive antelopes include two species, the lesser kudu and the greater kudu, with numerous subspecies, each varying slightly in looks and preferred habitat. The greater kudu is widespread throughout the woodland areas of southern Africa and therefore the kind we saw in this part of Tanzania. According to the International Union for Conservation, the greater kudu is listed as least concern, and the lesser kudu is listed as near threatened. Even with fairly secure populations, these antelopes still face a host of threats. Like most wildlife, they are losing habitat to agriculture and the destruction of woodlands as more people need wood for fueling their fires or charcoal, an essential fuel source in sub-Saharan African countries. Unlike some species that adapt more easily, the gray ghosts do not survive well in open fields or farmland. The antelope's meat is also a preferred source of bushmeat, causing many to fall victim to the snares of poachers. Kudus are also vulnerable to cattle-borne diseases. In the 1890s, the Great Rinderpest epidemic, a deadly virus affecting ruminants, especially cattle, swept through Africa. Soon the devastating disease spread from domestic stock to the hoofed wild species living close to them. The Rinderpest epidemic, coupled with pleural pneumonia, didn't discriminate. Domestic or wild, it mattered not. According to Africa Geographic, hoofed animals suffered nearly a 90% mortality rate during the outbreak, effectively gutting the Tandala population of East and Southern Africa. Since then, populations have largely recovered, but as humans expand into wilderness areas, so does the number of livestock, and therefore the potential carriers of the disease. Fortunately, by being located on the 540 square miles of Hillary's hunting grounds, the animals we saw were safeguarded from the threat of human encroachment and all that follows. Our eyes were constantly scanning for their magnificent spiral horns, not an easy task as they tend to seek wooded thickets during the midday heat. Moments after Magogo spotted the ear, we were in our serpentine formation slinking from scrub tree to scrub tree until we were facing the grove where the elegant antelope was hidden 150 yards away. Peeking through the branches, we could see the bull's entire body in all its splendor, along with his horns that seemingly curled to the heavens. While Raphael peered through his binoculars, Magogo placed the shooting sticks in position. This tripod arrangement creates a rest for the rifle's forearm while allowing its legs to be adjusted wider or narrower, thereby varying its height. The simple piece of equipment helps with stability and therefore accuracy. As an extra precaution, I took position slightly behind Rick, allowing him to rest his shooting elbow on my left shoulder for even more stability. Rick, Rod, and Sue had sighted in their rifles within hours of our arrival, a standard procedure in Africa. Not only were the weapons checked for accuracy, it also allowed the PHs to judge their client's abilities, all necessary to ensure an accurate shot, causing the animal the least amount of suffering possible. With Rick dead focused on the target and me holding my breath so as not to screw up his shot, we waited anxiously for Raphael to give the okay. A few seconds ticked by. Nothing. We didn't budge. A few more seconds. Still nothing. 5 more seconds, which felt like minutes. We remained rooted to the spot, our eyes glued to the quarry. Then, unexpectedly, Raphael lowered his binoculars and shook his head. No, he is not old enough. Just like that, the hunt was over. Rick and I looked at each other in confusion. Apparently the horns, while absolutely dazzling, were only 48 inches long, a couple inches shy of what Raphael considered to be a legal bull. Believe me, when deer and elk antlers make up your wheelhouse, the sight of 4-foot-long horns spiraling into the sky will take your breath away. In our book, that was honking huge. Yet, come to find out, mature kudu can grow horns reaching well over 50 inches long. Thus, that bull still had a few years before he was past his prime. It still boggles my mind that Raphael, through binoculars from 150 yards away, could determine an almost exact measurement, Apparently, it takes 6 years to complete 2 full twists of the turns. In addition, males have a small beard that turns darker with age. As the saying goes, close but no cigar. You may think we were bummed, but the exact opposite was true. It was proof, bar none, that only aged bulls were targeted. The welfare of the species was put above a client's desire. That is the key to resource management. It was also a testament to the importance of the pH. No amount of studying African game, as Rick had done in preparation, can replace a lifetime of experience. Stepping from America into the African bush felt like we had entered another world. There were different customs, laws, political systems, languages, foods, wildlife, and dangers. While all of these things are what makes the experience so amazing, it is also why we depended on Raphael's wisdom and guidance to usher us through this altered universe. Hopefully, it was a universe that would offer up another opportunity for the gray ghost of Africa, one whose spiral silhouette curled just a bit further into the heavens. Chapter 5. The Widowmaker. Racing through the mixed savanna scrublands, I dodged acacia trees and thorn-covered bushes, trying desperately to stay on Magogo's heels. Raphael and Rick were somewhere ahead of us. Whether it was 10 feet or 10 yards was lost on me. Keeping my eyes glued to the ground, I was looking for snakes while trying to stay upright and keeping my peripheral vision locked on my human lifeline. Although I couldn't see Abdallah or Lillian, the rustle of parched grasses told me that they were trailing close behind. The previous day's slow, deliberate games of follow the leader were gone, replaced without warning by an urgent, speedy version. Running has never been my thing. Ever, ever, ever. Short legs on a 5'3" frame are not the best asset for sprinting the 100-yard dash. My body was ill-equipped to keep up a blood-pumping, air-sucking pace for any length of time. Luckily, adrenaline and fright provided a little extra oomph. There was such urgency, but I was clueless as to why. Everything had happened so fast. Only 20 minutes earlier, amid the typical fanfare of parting encouragement, we pulled away from Masimba Camp and settled in for another jarring drive through pitted countryside. Not only was the morning's breakfast still parked in my stomach like a freight train, but I was combating another relatively sleepless night. We had again been haunted by the hyenas' eerie vocals and Simba's blood-curdling serenades. Restless nights in the bush seemed to be par for the course. My food-induced, sleep-deprived stupor was shattered when Raphael and Magogo pointed excitedly, rattling something off in Swahili, and pounded on the cab window. As soon as Mike stopped, everyone erupted from the vehicle like it was about to explode. Adrenaline permeated the air as Raphael, Rick, and Lillian grabbed their rifles and Magogo seized the shooting sticks. Gawking in confusion, I followed suit and scrambled to the ground. Yet I had seen nothing. Before I could make sense of anything, we were dashing through the brush. The steady, carefully placed steps of the previous day's pursuits had given me a sense of security, especially when it came to avoiding snakes. At this reckless pace, however, thoughts of the sluggish puff adders or black mambas unable to make a speedy exit filled my head and provided an incentive to stay on Magogo's heels. Just when I was about to keel over, we caught up to Raphael and Rick. They were crouching behind a cluster of trees, peering through a hole in the branches. Following their gaze, I saw them, hundreds of them, Cape buffalo in a long, strung-out formation barreling across the savannah only a few hundred yards in front of us. It was like a scene from a cowboy movie. Instead of familiar-looking cattle, the charging bovines resembled fiercer versions of Black Angus bulls, only with massive, terrifying horns. Hundreds of hooves kicked up clouds of dust as the ground trembled under our feet. Grunts, bawls, and bleats rose above the thunderous roar. Somehow, during the mad dash, this clamor had escaped me. After a moment, we returned to the previous day's slower, more meticulous game of follow the leader, advancing tree to tree, 10 to 20 yards at a time. Adrenaline, disbelief, and blind obedience worked together, propelling me forward, still on Magogo's heels. As the distance dwindled, stories of the Cape buffalo's ferocity and cunning came flooding back to me. Cape buffalo, a.k.a. Nyati, Mabogo, Nari, Inyati, Dugaboy, Black Death, or Widowmaker, earned its designation as dangerous game and was placed among the Big Five by living up to the requirements of that exclusive club. Responsible for killing an estimated 200 people a year, these black brutes are every bit as deadly as lions, leopards, rhinos, and elephants. Nyati has few weak points. They are masses of pure muscle, weighing close to a ton, with tank-like chests, barrel-sized necks, and stout, powerful legs, equipped with sharp hooves. This burly animal is capable of pulverizing any critter unlucky enough to fall under its wrath. In addition, their massive curved horns fuse in the center of their foreheads, forming a rock-hard shield, referred to as a boss, creating an excellent ramming instrument. From the boss, each horn dips down, then curls into a half circle on each side. Both the boss and the tips make excellent weapons, one for crushing an adversary, the other for disemboweling them, whatever strikes their fancy. The buffalo's brawn and sturdy horns don't hinder its speed or maneuverability as one might think. They are also fast and athletic. Unlike many species, the buffalo is also blessed with a trifecta of outstanding senses: hearing, sight, and smell. Left to their own devices, Cape buffalo are peaceful enough, but once annoyed, they are the quintessential example of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Their tendency to flip from a calm grazing animal to a relentless, cunning, bad-tempered opponent with high preservationist instincts is probably even more lethal than their arsenal of weapons. This inclination to defend themselves extends to the rest of the herd as well. One bleat from a calf in danger will have the entire herd running to its defense and forming an impenetrable barrier of angry, black-horned bovines. YouTube is a great place to witness this phenomenon. I once watched as 4 lionesses pounced on a calf, rolling it into a river. As the little guy struggled frantically in the water against the attackers, the calf's mother vanished from the screen. The calf was then grabbed by 2 large crocodiles, initiating a tug-of-war between predators. Still, no sign of the calf's mama. Then, in a united burst of effort, the lions pulled the calf from the croc's mouths, dragging the poor thing back onto dry land. Still, no mama. The bleeding calf seemed doomed. Then, lo and behold, an entire mob of buffalo materialized from the side of the video. Pressing their tank-like chests shoulder to shoulder, forming a wall of black, they advanced on their adversaries and attacked. The lions were forced into defense, dodging the massive horns and pounding hooves. While distracted, the calf floundered to its feet and scrambled into the safety of the herd. In admiration, dread, and sometimes tears, I watched as mobs of bulk returned time and time again to take on whole prides of lions to rescue one of their own. A lion's blunder could cause them to be gored, trampled, or crushed by the Nyati's extensive weaponry. The Cape buffalo's solidarity, courage, and chivalrous behavior isn't restricted to 4-legged predators. Its tendency to rescue or counterattack applies to 2-legged carnivores as well. In 2018, Claude Kleinhans, a professional hunter in South Africa, was killed when he was loading the carcass of a buffalo that had just been harvested. Without warning, another Dugaboy burst from the bush, rammed the unsuspecting hunter in the groin, and gouged his femoral artery, killing the PH. Normally, Cape buffalo will try to avoid people. When surprised or in a compromised position, however, the horned bulldozers would rather fight than flee, like most prey animals, especially lone Dugaboys who are lacking the security of the herd. Essentially, they charge first and ask questions later. Cape buffalo are deadly under normal circumstances. When wounded, they are an even more terrifying force to reckon with. Injured and enraged, their strong survival instincts kick into overdrive, providing enough adrenaline to sink a small battleship. A maimed Nyati will fight until the bitter end, often counterattacking in planned assaults. This tendency to seek revenge, along with its resistance to dying, is what sparks so much anxiety and fear over injured buffalo. It is also why PHs take great pains to position hunters, allowing for a clean shot the first time. It is their responsibility to terminate an injured animal, not only to end its suffering, but to eliminate its threat to the hunting party, as well as any locals who cross its path. Even taking precautions, the adrenaline and anxiety of hunting big game can cause the most seasoned hunter to misplace a shot, a mistake that many PHs have paid the ultimate price for. In one such incident, a PH had tracked an injured bull for 3 days. On the 3rd day, the Nyati charged from the undergrowth, catching the PH unaware. Using his horns, the bull first launched him in the air and then pummeled him to death. Andrew, one of Hillary's PHs, experienced a Cape buffalo's cunning and revenge-seeking mission firsthand. After one of his clients wounded a bull, Andrew sent the hunter and his daughter back to the safety of the vehicle. While tracking the tormented bovine, he expected it to hide in the thick brush and burst forth, a typical scenario. Instead, the bull circled, hid behind a massive termite mound, and in one last-ditch effort stormed at him from behind. Thankfully, Andrew's quick reaction ended its rage before it reached him. This attack is the best defense strategy, along with their brute strength, is why Cape buffalo earned their nicknames, Black Death and Widowmaker. While species such as hippos, crocodiles, lions, and elephants kill more people each year overall, Cape buffalo kill more hunters. Locals say buffalo will kill you twice just to make certain. Another mantra is, buffalo never forgive, they will find you. In the book Horn of the Hunter, Robert Rourke famously writes, they look at you like you owe them money. He goes on to say, the reason, my friend, Mbogo is generally rated as the toughest piece of all the African furniture is that he is a single-minded type. You got to kill him to discourage him. In another passage, Rourke advises that the buffalo delights to dance on your carcass until there is nothing much around but spatters of blood and tatters of flesh. Paradoxically, the very qualities that make these notorious beasts so deadly are also what prompts them to be one of the most revered, esteemed, and admired species of Africa. How can anyone not respect and appreciate a being whose survival instincts are so powerful for itself and its herd that it will fight with every ounce of its vitality, whether taking on an entire pride of lions or two-legged predators with rifles? This reverence for the Cape buffalo must also be accompanied by a healthy dose of fear. As hundreds of forceful strides battered the earth just 200 yards away, stories of the buffalo's ferocity flooded my brain. Dread filled my innards as the distance between us shrank. The fear, a primal ancient fear, was unlike any from our civilized world. My lizard brain, that part of me responsible for survival instincts, kicked in, driving me forward. At my core, I knew that the safest place for me to be was in the shadows of the men and women I was with. I trusted the calm, cool strength of my husband, and even after such a short time, I had complete faith in the skills of Raphael and Magogo. Lillian, too, was close behind with her AK-47, a rifle meant for poachers, but nonetheless capable of other uses. After darting forward a few more times, Raphael suddenly stopped. Magogo set up the shooting sticks. Rick rested his gun in the cradle of the tripod, placed his arm on my shoulder for stability, peered through the scope of the rifle, and put his finger lightly on the trigger. At 140 yards, we were further than the preferred shooting distance. Apparently, Raphael felt comfortable with Rick's accuracy at that range. By the time Rick was out on the shooting sticks and we were in position, nearly 3/4 of the herd had passed by. The flurry of pursuit was replaced by a waiting game. For the first time since exploding out of the vehicle, I stood utterly motionless, gazing in wonderment as the mesmerizing scene played out in front of me. Buffalo after buffalo pounded by. Some were in bunches, some scattered, some hugging the fringes of the herd, with calves seemingly nestled in the middle. The irregular ribbon of supersized bovine spread out for hundreds of yards across the savanna. Except for the calves, they all looked like carbon copies of each other. Huge black brutes with massive curled horns that from an untrained eye all looked the same. I couldn't tell a cow from a bull, a young bull from an old bull. Like the kudu, Rick didn't have the skill to judge African species. It was totally up to Raphael to find a mature, shootable bull amid this hornet's nest of galloping Nyati. As they continued to stream by, over and over I thought to myself, what's wrong with that one? Or, how about this guy? You must remember, we sacrificed a lot to pay for our trip. The previous day's 13 hours of dodging elephant potholes, tracking the old Duggaboy, and stalking multiple species with no success were in the back of my mind. Although those experiences had been worth every penny, I knew the opportunity to hunt Cape buffalo had been Rick's dream since picking up his first safari magazine at 8 years old. Loving someone means that their dreams also become your dreams. And so even as a non-hunter with reservations about hunting certain species in Africa, I desperately wanted Rick to fulfill his long-awaited quest. Another tank-like blurb stormed by, then another, and another. As the tail end of the stampeding buffalo herd came into view, the conversation inside my brain switched from subdued questioning of each buffalo's merits to urgently screaming, "What's wrong with that one?" Then finally my unspoken shriek was answered when Raphael pointed to the very last bull, a straggler 15 yards behind the moving mass of blackness. "That one," he whispered. Unexpectedly, another thought entered my brain. What if I flinched as Rick was ready to pull the trigger? With his elbow resting on my shoulder, I would screw up his shot. Instantly, I squeezed my eyes shut. I figured if I couldn't see, I wouldn't react instinctively, possibly sabotaging the shot. On too many occasions in the past, calm has eluded me. While living in Alaska, where Rick and I met, each of our hikes included trailhead postings warning, "Stay calm during a bear encounter. Do not run." Detailed instructions followed, primarily urging hikers to play dead if attacked by a brown bear and fight like hell if attacked by a black bear. Brown bears normally leave after the perceived threat is over, but a black bear will eat you. Well, believe me, even with these tidbits of information firmly implanted in my brain, remaining calm is easier said than done. When spotting a bear from a distance, no problem, but flash a blackish blob 20 feet from me and I sprint. Fortunately, my 100-yard dashes were typically the result of friendly black labs rounding a corner, not bears. Anyway, I certainly did not want my instincts to be responsible for wounding any animal, let alone one nicknamed Widowmaker and Black Death. Also, as much as I hate to admit it, the thought of a $3,000 trigger pull crossed my mind. Wounding a nyati, whether it was recovered or not, would mean dishing out the Cape buffalo's trophy fee and Rick losing the chance to harvest that species. Consequently, keeping my eyes shut seemed to be the best course of action. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, the targeted buffalo spotted us, pivoted, and charged in our direction. I was therefore blissfully unaware that almost 1,500 pounds of disgruntled muscle was barreling straight at us. Suddenly, I heard Raphael yell, "Shoot! Now!" An instant later, the boom reverberated through my entire being. My eyes impulsively opened to see a cloud of dust and the blur of thrashing horns turning towards the receding herd. A second later, we were all running across the savanna in pursuit. I had no idea if Rick had hit the buffalo or not. 60 yards later, everyone slowed. There he was, Nyati, lying motionless and sprawled out on the ground in front of us. Tension and vigilance pervaded the air as Raphael gestured for us to stop. Although the buffalo appeared lifeless, he instructed Rick to fire one more bullet into its spine, an insurance shot. This preventative measure was common practice for buffalo because of their reputation for retribution and refusal to die. Even after the insurance shot, Raphael signaled for everyone to stay back while he approached the motionless mass as if it might explode at any minute. Using the long shooting sticks, he gently prodded the bull for any signs of life. Satisfied, he finally relaxed. Our whole entourage breathed a sigh of relief as worry and caution were replaced by excitement and awe. Gazing at the magnificent buffalo laying on the grass, Rick and I clung to each other as tears streamed down my face. Rick's eyes, too, were glistening with sentiment. Tears are peculiar. They convey a whole host of emotions. There were, of course, tears of joy. After over 40 years of dreaming about it, Rick had hunted a Cape buffalo in the wilds of Tanzania. But the tears entailed other things as well. Remorse, regret, sorrow, thankfulness, awe, excitement, relief, wonder, and loss. Even disappointment that the hunt was over. While these conflicting sentiments are a part of any successful hunt, there was a whole other dimension to our emotions in Africa. Rick was, after all, harvesting species that we had both loved and idolized for decades. The logical part of my brain may understand the significance of well-managed hunting. but my heart still grieves for the sacrifice of any once vibrant animal. As a little girl, it was difficult to get through even one Lassie episode without tears streaming down my face, giving my brothers plenty of opportunities for teasing. The boys were always acting tough, just like little boys do, but they weren't as hard-hearted as they pretended to be. I found this out at my grandma's river camp. As kids, we loved to fish, but instead of eating them, we preferred putting them in our kiddie pool to watch them swim. Then before leaving, Dad would toss them back into the river to go about their business. When I was about 8 years old, we were staying overnight and decided the fish might enjoy a sleepover as well. It was a bad idea. We woke up to find our water sanctuary startlingly void of catfish. Instead, scads of raccoon prints marked the ground. Unwittingly, we had created an easy feast for multiple black-eyed bandits. To this day, I can picture us standing in a circle around that empty pool, shocked and devastated. My brothers didn't lose it as I did, but for once they were dead silent. They too felt wretched. I'll never forget that day. Maybe because it was my first experience with death, maybe because I felt responsible, maybe because I was so struck by the sorrow in the faces of my normally macho, rambunctious brothers, the soon-to-be hunters. While I, of course, can't speak for all hunters, most of the ones I know love, respect, and admire the very animals that are sacrificed. That is hunting's great paradox. For although a hunter is proud, happy, and relieved to fulfill their quest, they are also deeply saddened by their prey's death. Rick, like me, is torn with conflicting emotions when the bullet hits its mark. Rick explains, "It is the hunting that I love, not the killing." Rick had seen enough death in the Army. As a captain of the Cobra helicopter gunship, he flew many missions in Somalia in the 1990s when America was battling the warlords and the infamous Black Hawk Down incident occurred. He was a part of all that. It wasn't just buildings that his weapons annihilated. While killing is absolutely part of the hunting process, he has no desire to kill just for the sake of killing. This odd mixture of feelings isn't unique to Rick. If asked, most ethical hunters admit to the same type of sentiment. They kill to have hunted, not hunted to kill. That may be difficult for many people to understand, but there is a huge difference. In a podcast with Joe Rogan, Corey Knowlton put it this way: "If I just wanted to kill things, I would work at a chicken plant where I could kill thousands of animals a day." Hunting, that primal urge to test one's abilities, provide for one's family, and to spend time in the wilderness, was ingrained in Rick from the time he was a little tyke growing up on his family's ranch. His granddad Verl taught him to hunt deer to put meat on their table. His grandma Alice lit up each time he presented her with a steelhead he'd caught in the river below their house. At age 12, he and his sister raised rabbits for food and sold their meat to the local food co-op. At about the same time, he learned how to hunt small vermin and trap coyotes, lessening the predation of newborn cattle. Their small ranch was like many small spreads throughout the country, land rich and money poor. Those activities weren't just done for the fun of it. The meat, income, and predator control helped sustain life in their little piece of the world. Although Rick is a principled hunter, that's not to say he didn't have transgressions along the way. It's all a part of learning. At age 5, he shot one of their cattle in the backside with his BB gun. His grandpa Verl never raised his voice. He simply forced Rick to watch as he methodically dug each pellet from the cow, while lamenting about the pain the poor old gal was experiencing. Rick worshipped his granddad. He insists he'd rather have been beaten by a 2x4 than listen to the disappointment in his granddad's voice. That lesson is as ingrained in Rick as those BBs were in that cow's rump. Never again did he shoot at a living thing just for the fun of it. Growing up on the ranch offers exposure to death that most of us can't comprehend, including me. Regularly, calves and other livestock are lost at birth, to disease, or as a result of predators. My first time on the ranch, it was calving season. Rick's sister Bobby and I were riding the upper pasture checking the cattle. We found a mama cow down in a draw with her entire backside ripped open from a coyote or mountain lion. The dead calf was lying on the ground beside her. Knowing we had to get the cow to the barn for doctoring, Bobby decided we'd use the dead calf to lure the grieving mama. Not all horses are fond of carrying dead animals on their backs. As a novice, I'd been given Baron, a ranch-savvy, trustworthy mountain horse. It was therefore decided that the calf had to go with me. We draped the tiny bovine across Baron's neck in front of my saddle and headed out of the canyon, carrying that limp, lifeless calf essentially on my lap while its mutilated mama slogged behind in mourning pierced my heart. By the time we got to the barn, tears were streaming down my face. Betty, Rick's mom, came darting toward us shouting, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Through sniffles and tears, I sniveled, The calf is dead." Instantly, Betty relaxed. She wasn't used to having a tender-hearted newcomer around. That didn't mean that she didn't care about the calf or the injured cow. The cattle were not just their livelihood. They were precious animals. Each had a name. They knew which ones were good mothers and might adopt an orphan calf. They knew which ones were ornery and therefore to be wary when doctoring their newborns. They knew each cow's history, past ailments, and age. Yet the loss of life on a ranch is a brutal reality. Some deaths, even on a ranch, are more tragic than others. Some are never forgotten. Rick wasn't even a teenager when learning that lesson. While riding horses to move cattle on the steep bluffs above the Salmon River, one of the horses stumbled on the narrow trail, lost its balance, and rolled hundreds of feet down the almost vertical canyon. With 3 legs broken, they could do nothing for the gelding but put it out of its misery. At 12 years old, Rick was the only one agile enough to maneuver down the steep slope to get to the horse. Equipped with only a knife, he had to cut the jugular vein of an animal he loved. Horses aren't simply livestock or beasts of burden for Rick's family. They are cherished members of their family. Having to put down that horse was a gruesome task that still haunts him. Death isn't easy, but sometimes it is necessary. It is the same for hunting. These conflicting emotions associated with hunting may be hard to fathom for people who aren't familiar with it, but hunters, and people like me who understand its place in our society, desperately want the animals to flourish, remain wild, and survive in their natural environments. After Rick and I gained our composure from his harvest of the Cape buffalo, hugs and congratulations were offered all around. We knelt next to the massive, now lifeless Nyati in admiration and wonder as we whispered our thanks for his sacrifice. We did this not in any type of official or organized way, just a heartfelt thank you to an incredible creature for its sacrifice. The crew did the same, each in their own way, depending on their tribal or religious customs. Rick's first bullet hit the old buffalo and a frontal shot to the heart as it charged towards us. Adrenaline alone had allowed the magnificent bull with 43-inch horns to cover the 60 yards to where he laid. While absorbed in our thoughts, the rest of our party was already busy. Our location had been radioed to Mike, and soon the vehicle came zigzagging through the trees and creeping over the savanna floor to rest beside the buffalo. While it is customary not to take vehicles off-road to hunt, you are allowed to use them for retrieving a harvest. Only minutes later, Hillary and more staff members showed up in another Land Cruiser. Being only a few miles from camp, Raphael had radioed them so they too could join in on the celebration, as well as the work. In the retelling, amid another round of hugs and congratulations, I mentioned that I had shut my eyes and therefore had no idea the bull had charged. Raphael looked at me intensely, then implored in his calm, serious manner, "Sue, please keep your eyes open." The look on his face spoke much louder than any words could have. Lesson learned, my eyes would stay open. The good-natured banter also led to an answer regarding the earlier all-consuming question, "What's wrong with that one?" Although the Cape buffalo all looked the same to me, there were subtle differences in their huge beasts if you knew what to look for. Both sexes do have horns, but only the males fuse on their foreheads, creating the boss, or ramming instrument, as I mentioned earlier. Their horns are also much larger than the females. Therefore, picking out the males was easy. Well, easy for Tanzanians. Distinguishing the old males from the younger males was where it got dicey. The bosses of the older bulls were larger, bone-hard, and had a dullness to them. The younger bulls had bosses that were slightly smaller, shinier, and not completely solidified yet. The fact that anyone could distinguish these slight variations from over 100 yards while they were in a stampede mode was dumbfounding. Even so, the primary reason that Raphael made Rick wait and wait and wait until most of the herd had gone by was that the oldest and therefore the lowest-ranking bulls are typically located at the back of the herd. Cape buffalo have a strong hierarchy. The low-ranking bulls that are no longer breeding or contributing to the gene pool are forced to bring up the rear until they are kicked out of the herd altogether to become duggaboys. Animals forced to the rear of such a mob not only get inferior grazing, but they are also more at risk from predators. The high-ranking dominant breeding bulls, on the other hand, travel front and center, essentially the safest spot, while also having access to unsullied premium grasses. Finally, I knew the answer to what's wrong with that one. The next hour was a flurry of activity. Magogo took the lead with most of the staff working alongside him to process the buffalo. Typically, we would jump in to help, but it was obvious that the staff didn't need newbies getting in the way, especially since Hillary had brought the extra men. In addition, we were still familiarizing ourselves with the whole alien world and our place in it, so to speak. Lillian, too, was still gauging her place among the staff. The Tanzanian game scouts are employees of the government, not of any particular outfitting business. Along with ensuring all hunts are legal, their duties include recording each harvested animal's age, size, health, and location where they are killed. Lillian and Nico, the game scout assigned to Rod and Sue, arrived at the camp the same day we did. Like us, they knew no one. I'm assuming this is by design. It makes sense that wildlife officials shouldn't get too cozy with the outfitters they are monitoring. Standing around like a bump on a log is not really in my nature, so I gravitated towards Lillian, who also seemed a little lost. We immediately clicked. On top of being a warm, intelligent young woman with a great sense of humor, her free-flowing command of the English language allowed for easy conversations, a blessing that I will treasure forever. Nico, who accompanied Rod and Sue, also spoke English along with his native tongue and Swahili. His English, however, was less fluent than Lillian's, making conversations more difficult. As far as I was concerned, we hit the mega lottery when Lillian was assigned to us. Not only did we become fast friends, but she also became my private tutor. Teaching, even informally, is in Lillian's blood. While saving money for college, she taught younger children at a local school. Once she had enough funds, she attended the College of African Wildlife Management, also known as Mwiki College, where she attained her Wildlife Management Technician certificate. After completing that, she spent a year and a half as a volunteer at the Malihai Clubs of Tanzania, an organization that trains and educates the community in nature, wildlife, and environmental conservation. Though she wanted to continue her education in wildlife management and become a lecturer, money became an issue, forcing her back into the workforce. The Tanzanian government requires all game scouts to have some college education, and therefore this job was a perfect fit for her skill sets. Being exposed to such a vastly altered world opened my 54-year-old eyes to the zillions of things that I didn't know. Fortunately, Lillian jumped on the Educate Sue bandwagon, and I soon was learning all kinds of stuff, including snippets of Swahili. As the only female who was not a client, Lillian was definitely immersed in a man's world. Being a woman outnumbered by men wasn't an issue in itself. That I was used to. Aside from growing up in a male-dominated household, I'd spent 10 years working in a Pennsylvania steel mill where at least 95% of the employees were men. In the 80s, many people considered that gutsy, but I had no trouble relating to the mostly male workforce. Work hard, you earn their respect, period. What I could not begin to relate to were the actual tasks required of Lillian. No way. While in the mill, I'd had lots of safety gear to keep me fairly insulated from harm. A hard hat, steel-toed boots, geeky safety glasses, steel mesh wristlets, etc. As long as you follow safety procedures, the days of being lassoed and mutilated in a spool of razor-sharp scrap metal was mostly gone. Working in a grungy, mechanical, potentially hazardous world that repelled most women instilled a certain amount of pride in me. But geez, my accomplishments in a masculine world were nothing compared to Lillian's. Lillian was toting a machine gun, chasing down poachers, crossing flooded rivers in the rainy season, battling tsetse flies daily, and ending each grueling day by bathing from a bucket of murky water and crawling into a bedroll tossed onto the hard ground with only tent fabric to shield her from the things that go bump in the night. Her courage at 23 years old was beyond me. At the time, I didn't appreciate the full extent of it. Without getting too deep, let's just say that in large parts of Africa, women do not enjoy the same basic human rights or privileges, including education and work opportunities, that many of us take for granted. None of that was apparent at Masimba Camp. It wasn't until recently, when talking to a filmmaker of African documentaries, that I learned how exceptional it was to have a female game scout. While I was visiting with Lillian, the crew sliced the buffalo carcass in two, front quarters and hind quarters. 6-foot tree limbs were positioned on the ground, and each half of the meat was placed on top. Standing on both sides, the men then used the branches to hoist the 700-pound slabs into the cargo hold. The entire buffalo, amid plenty of grunts and a lot of finesse, was somehow crammed into an area the size of a small kitchen table. Even the entrails were taken. Tripe, the stomach's muscle lining, was considered a delicacy among the staff. Once there was nothing left of the nyati lying on the ground, it was time to part ways. Our crew took off in the direction we had headed almost 2 hours earlier. Hillary and his crew took the land cruiser, slumping with the burden of 1,400 pounds of buffalo, back to Masimba Camp, where Emilian, Hillary's brother, would perform his magic. As a skinner, it was his job to meticulously remove the skin and transform the carcass into usable meat. Rick and I marveled at the efficiency in loading the cumbersome beast. While their efforts may not seem like a big deal to those unfamiliar with hunting, believe me when I say it was a big honking deal. In Idaho, most hunting is done in steep, rugged wilderness, where access to vehicles of any kind is few and far between. Typically, an elk has to be gutted, quartered, and packed out in a pack frame, or if you're lucky, on the back of a horse or mule. Without stock animals, or several strong backs, that involves multiple trips. It is a tedious, labor-intensive process taking many hours, depending on the elk's location, weather conditions, distance from the road, helping hands, mode of transport, and umpteen other factors. Any hunter will tell you that the real work begins after the shot is fired. Although part of me had been fascinated with the staff's competent preparation and loading of the buffalo, it was great having Lillian as a distraction. Dressing a harvested animal is part of the process. In fact, it is the most fundamental reason for the kill. That doesn't mean it isn't heartrending to watch an animal being transformed from a magnificent, spirited creature into a form of nourishment. I accept it, but I will never get used to it. Growing up in a hunting family as I did, our freezer was full of deer burgers, deer jerky hung in the root cellar, and the deer's backstrap, similar to filet mignon, sautéed in butter and onion, was considered a special treat. Heck, until I moved out of the house, I doubt I ever ate spaghetti sauce made with anything other than deer meat. During spring and fall, life in our house largely revolved around hunting and fishing seasons. That hasn't changed. My family's passion for hunting grew as my brothers became fathers themselves, sharing their love of hunting and the outdoors with their children. Typically, hunting is a family affair, a tradition passed down from generation to generation. Even my dad, who had both legs amputated above the knees in his 70s, still hunted almost until the end. At 85 years old and legless, his version varied from most hunters. Still, he took it seriously. Just ask the neighbors. Dad was a take-charge kind of guy who took it upon himself to eliminate the groundhogs wreaking havoc upon their gardens. He would go barreling through their backyards in his electric wheelchair with his rifle laying across his lap. Knowing my dad, he never even asked permission. He just assumed the neighbors wanted those pesky groundhogs gone. Apparently, he was right, because an abundance of fresh vegetables showed up on Mom and Dad's porch almost every day in the summer months. Even the young in our family are die-hard outdoorsmen. When visiting my parents a few years back, my nephew was staying with us for a week. Mysteriously, the TV remote control kept disappearing with the TV conveniently stuck on the hunting channel. At only 8 years old, that little turd was already obsessed with hunting. When we figured out that Cooper was hiding the remote, Dad's all-bark and no-bite thunderous voice put an end to his little scheme. 2 days later, he was desperate to go hunting with his BB gun, but all my brothers were busy. Not only was I not a hunter, but it was also a nasty, cold, drizzly day. For hours I distracted him with games and movies. In the late afternoon, just when I thought I was in the clear, his sweet little voice pleaded, "Aunt Susie, isn't it time to go hunting yet?" I caved. We layered on clothes, donned the raincoats, and took off with his BB gun into the neighbor's cornfield. For Cooper, walking through 6-foot-high corn stalks was like traversing a jungle. I wasn't worried about bumping into the prey. Walking noiselessly through a tangle of maize isn't easy. Any critters hanging around were long gone. Still, we stealthily weaved in and out of that cold, dripping wet sea of green for over an hour, scanning for hoofprints or any sign of wildlife. Eventually, he was satisfied with the hunt and agreed to give it up for the day. Certainly, hunting is a tradition in our family as well as our community, but it goes much deeper. Unlike some of us, hunters are drawn to that primal instinct to hunt, an instinct that has been embedded in mankind since primitive times and generally passed down from generation to generation. Although hunting permeated my entire life growing up, I never went with Dad and the boys. Therefore, I was never present for the kill or the initial processing. Not only did I not want to be a part of all that, but I also had no desire to wake up at 4 a.m., tromp miles through the nasty weather, or sit motionless for hours in bone-chilling tree stands. By the time I saw the deer, their essence was gone. Seeing them as carcasses or slabs of meat waiting to be cut up and wrapped was easier than seeing them as once living, breathing, beautiful creatures. The meat was an understandable necessity of life. With much of the emotion taken out of it, it was much easier for me to accept. Once I met Rick, everything changed. When my first marriage ended, so did my career at the steel mill. Needing a change, I quit my job and moved to Anchorage with my sister. Lo and behold, I got my dream job as a flight attendant for a small Alaskan airline. My hard hat, safety glasses, and the grimy insides of a steel mill were traded in for a uniform, a set of wings, and views of snow-covered mountains, rugged shorelines, and the northern lights. After Rick's 8 years as an Army Cobra helicopter pilot, he too had moved to Alaska to pursue a career flying fixed-wing aircraft. Although we worked for the same airline, he was stationed in the remote village of Bethel as a bush pilot. Ultimately, our paths crossed. The rest is pretty much history. Within a few months of dating, our hiking and outdoor adventures expanded to me going with him on hunts as well. Although I originally wasn't thrilled about it, my resistance ultimately melted. Rick was pretty handsome after all. Besides, it gave me the chance to experience parts of Alaska that I would never have seen on my own. Our first hunt together is a vivid memory that neither of us will ever forget. Rick had drawn a Kenai Peninsula caribou tag. For months I had been taunted by a beautiful alpine hike to an abandoned gold mine in Hope, Alaska, where, according to my hiking book, the elusive Kenai caribou herd could often be spotted. Jumping at the opportunity, I showed the hike description to Rick, who decided it was a good place to start. After a 2-hour drive, we turned onto a bumpy dirt road leading 10 slow miles up the valley. As we gained elevation, the road morphed into essentially a goat trail until we could go no further. From our spot at the head of the basin, we could see the whole sweeping vista below us, with mountains surrounding us on all 3 sides. It was the perfect place to set up camp and start the hike in the morning. Or so we thought. The basin created a wind tunnel that made putting up a tent an exercise in futility, but we tried. The wind whipped the tent uncontrollably, with me trying to hold it as it wrapped around my body. Rick drove stakes into the ground. During this whirlwind of activity, Rick suddenly stopped. He yelled above the sound of the fabric slapping in the wind while pointing to the valley below. Caribou! The very valley we had just driven through, that elusive Kenai caribou herd was grazing its way right to us. All the work on the tent halted. We watched the herd gain ground and close the miles between us. Sticking out like a sore thumb was a bull limping on an injured leg. His struggle broke my heart. If a caribou had to be sacrificed, it should be him. Although Rick worried that the wounded animal's meat would be infected or compromised, he agreed it must be put out of its misery. A few minutes later, Rick shot the injured bull. The rest of the herd milled around in confusion for a few moments while I bawled like a baby, sobbing and sobbing. Not only had it been the first kill I ever witnessed, but I had also been an accomplice. The caribou died within moments. Rick eliminated the long, torturous death of a wounded animal. Being present for the harvest is different than seeing it hanging lifeless as a slab of meat or on a plate as a grilled steak. My sobbing eased into silent tears as Rick processed the caribou and divided it into quarters that we could carry. It's not a pretty process. Gutting, slicing, skinning, sawing through bone with a bone saw. With tears trickling down my cheeks, I mechanically performed each small task that Rick asked of me. Hold this leg, grab my knife, pull here. After seeing plenty of deer carcasses over the years in Pennsylvania, that was the first time I was present for the arduous and gruesome task that accompanies a successful hunt. It was a devastating process to watch, especially for the first time. With the carcass and its entrails less than 50 yards from our partially set-up tent, nestled smack dab in the middle of brown bear country, I insisted that we pull up stakes and head home. Alaskan brown bears are essentially grizzlies, but much brawnier versions. Since they live along Alaska's coastlines feeding on plenty of salmon, they tend to get much bigger than their inland relatives. Alaska's brown bears are notorious for identifying rifle shots as a call to dinner. Not wanting to become the evening meal, we tore down our partially completed camp, loaded the caribou carcass, and wormed our way back down the mountain in the dead of night. Again, contradictions come into play. As traumatic as that first hunt was, it was also wondrous. Battling the whirling winds of a high alpine meadow and the spectacular mountain peaks of the Kenai Peninsula just hours before dusk, we'd been blessed with watching a whole herd of caribou in their natural environment meandering their way up the valley. A sight I'd have been far less likely to witness on a fair-weather afternoon hike. Rick also had spared an injured bull a gruesome death, filled our freezer with meat, and helped manage the herd's population. In addition, the fee for the caribou tag went towards wildlife conservation, while we indulged in the uncertainty and intrigue of the wilderness. Like Rick, I did not like the actual kill, but somehow I found myself reveling in the overall experience. That elusive Kenai caribou came drifting back to me as we jostled through the African savanna. For a moment, I was transported to another time and place. My actions and feelings have changed significantly since then. I still shed tears each time a bullet hits its mark, but I don't bawl like a baby anymore, or at least not normally. The truth is, some deaths hit me harder than others. I'm not sure why. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it is the type of animal, the situation, or how it was killed. One thing that is certain, the conflicting emotions are always present. A few minutes later, I was roused from my reverie when Raphael spotted a sable in the distance. Off we went on another stalk. Only that time it was slow and steady in the familiar follow-the-leader lineal formation. Before long, the sable got the slip on us. An hour later, Magogo spotted a roan's horn protruding from a thicket a mile away. Okay, so I'm exaggerating a bit. Anyway, after another short excursion, Mr. Roan also eluded us. A bit later, Raphael spotted a mature oribi bedded down under a lone shade tree. Oribis are small antelopes standing fewer than 26 inches high at the shoulder and weighing less than 50 pounds. It has delicate features with a long neck and limbs. Their yellowish-brown coat contains touches of white, allowing them to blend perfectly with the scorched grasses of the savanna. The little guy was smart enough to seek cover from the afternoon's sun's merciless assault, something we should have been clever enough to do. We'd already seen quite a few oribi, but typically they darted off, offering little more than a view of their rumps. Those little buggers are fast. Typically, they travel in small herds of 4 members or less. Since only males possess horns, it was obviously a male. Still, we had to get close enough for Raphael to determine if he was old enough to harvest. The wind worked for us as we crept forward in our normal fashion, hiding behind high grasses and eventually one of the ginormous termite mounds dotting the landscape. Upon getting a good view of the oribi's straight, narrow horns, Raphael gave the go-ahead. At about 120 yards, Rick and I simulated the same shooting position that we had used for the Nyati. This time, I kept my eyes open. The beautiful compact antelope never moved. Abruptly, it was over. Our crew was exceptionally excited. As far as oribis go, he was a really old buck with horns over 6 inches long. Even though I had complete faith in their expertise, it was difficult to reconcile the fact that the fawn-sized creature was an aged male. My subconscious screamed in torment that he was just a baby starting his life, not an animal at the end of its lifespan whose sacrifice would help the species overall. It's amazing how our entrenched notions can play havoc on common sense, no matter what the facts are. After offering our thanks to the oribi, the small antelope was easily picked up and gently placed in the cargo hold, a far cry from loading the Cape buffalo. Raphael then took inspiration from the oribi, deciding that shade was a good idea. After another few miles in the relentless sun, we found shelter among a cluster of trees and set up for lunch. For us, it was pretty much a repeat of the day before, only we took a cue from Rod and Sue and placed a tarp on the ground for a nap. While I wasn't quite the walking zombie as the day before, it still felt like heaven to sprawl out, luxuriating in the magnificent shade. As we lounged, the staff busied themselves preparing lunch. At first, I assumed they were making mealie meal like they did the day before. Soon I recognized something was different. Curiosity again got the best of me. Peeling my sweaty body off of our makeshift bed, I went to investigate. The oribi, or parts of him, were roasting on an improvised spit over open flames. No ugali for lunch that day. Although they offered us some of the skewered meat, I passed, partly because I'd already gobbled up our Americanized lunch, and partly because I was still picturing the oribi as Bambi. Even with reservations about eating the critter myself, it was oddly comforting to see the cycle of life put into play almost immediately. The oribi's sacrifice was not in vain. After lunch and a little siesta, we tackled the blazing sun for another 5 hours while adding 4 more rounds to our tally of zebra stalking. Finally, at dusk, we arrived back at camp to the normal fanfare of greetings and excitement that accompanied each day's return. Sue had harvested a beautiful mature sable, the primary species she sought, so spirits were high. Rod, too, had harvested an oribi about the same age as Rick's. Although we had expected our dinner might include the Cape buffalo that Rick harvested in the morning, we were at a loss for words when it arrived. Amid the broth in our soup was a large chunk of buffalo tail. Tidbits of meat were nestled between a framework of bones. Who knew that tails had bones? I sure didn't. We looked at each other wide-eyed, then dipped our spoons in the broth and hesitantly took a sip. Gaping in complete astonishment, all 4 of us dove in wholeheartedly. The soup was utter bliss. After our bowls were practically licked clean, Sue's sable made it to the table in the form of lean and delicious grilled steaks. After our meal, I shucked the whole lot of them, thanks to Lillian's tutoring, when I casually, but a little awkwardly, stated, "Asante kwa tamu chakula." Thank you for the delicious food. The enthusiastic reaction and beaming smiles of our Tanzanian hosts were even yummier than the buffalo tail soup. After dinner, Rod, Sue, Rick, and I took another chance sitting by the fire on the makeshift patio. We were pleased to find that the bats were dining in a different restaurant that evening. Not having to dodge plunging excrement allowed me to reflect a bit. What a day it had been! Watching a herd of stampeding Cape buffalo, Rick fulfilling one of his lifelong dreams, a nap under the shade trees as fresh oribi was barbecued on a spit, Swahili lessons, stalking multiple animals, and a fabulous dinner with lively conversation. Last but not least, who could forget a huge chunk of buffalo tail creating a mouth-watering soup? The entire day was unforgettable. Splat, plop, the bats were back. Apparently, the main course was over, and dessert was being served under the canopy of the patio tree. It seemed the perfect time to call it a day. Who knew what the next day would bring? Lala salama. Sleep well. Chapter 6. The Dark Side. Where there had been flatlands for miles upon miles, a blip in the distance jutted above the landscape. Fascinated, I watched as chewy rock grew into a mountainous tower of stone. The fused together boulders, probably 100 feet high by 300 feet long, protruded above the savanna like a skyscraper sitting amidst the cornfields of Iowa. Its perimeter was fringed with piles of rock splintered off from the main structure eons ago, creating oodles of nooks and crannies, the perfect hiding spots for leopards, the rock's namesake. Chewy Rock's monstrous size was not only a feast for the eyes, but its shade also offered a luxurious break from the scorching sun as we skirted its base. As soon as we left the shadowy wonder, however, we were again struck by the sun's brutal assault, as well as reminded of the darker side of Africa. Less than 100 feet away, massive sun-bleached bones dotted the ground. Stopping to investigate, we needed no explanation for which species they belonged to. Only an elephant had such Jurassic-sized bones. Time had allowed critters to carry off or consume everything but large chunks of Tembo's skeletal remains. Though any evidence of the pachyderm's cause of death was long gone, the lack of tusks was as telling as any words. Jangilis, Raphael stated, poachers. Masimba Camp had ended the previous hunting season with no bones littering the base of Chewy Rock. Therefore, sometime during the off-season, the elephant lost its life. Although the thoughts of any animal dying at the hands of poachers shook me to the core, the bones opened a dialogue, one which opened my eyes, making me aware of all facets of poaching, not just the ones making the headlines in the news and social media. Before our trip, my concept of poaching, Ujangili, revolved mainly around elephants slaughtered for their tusks or rhinos mutilated for their horns, then sold on the black market by evil crime syndicates for megabucks. While that type of poaching is a horrible reality, I soon learned that killing prized species for their money parts is just the tip of the iceberg. Wood poaching caught me totally off guard. Rural Africans cook largely over open flames, requiring firewood as fuel. In addition, charcoal, because of its convenient format and reasonable price, is the main source of fuel in urban areas throughout sub-Saharan Africa. Yet much of the firewood and wood for making charcoal is harvested illegally by hundreds of thousands of separate small-scale producers. There are large-scale operators as well. Armed loggers enter the forest at night, cut both protected and non-protected species, and transfer the profits to organized crime syndicates. Logging, both legal and illegal, is occurring at unsustainable rates. Typically, large-scale illegal loggers are armed, making it extremely hard for local unarmed forest rangers to confront them. Only wildlife rangers, game scouts like Lillian, have permits to carry guns, and unfortunately, they are not always available to help the local rangers. Sometimes only a handful of enforcers, with limited access to vehicles, are responsible for the protection of vast forests. With resources spread so thin, illegal logging goes on largely unchallenged. It is perfectly legal to harvest wood, subject to restrictions, if a permit is obtained. Getting permits takes time and money, both of which poverty-stricken people don't have or aren't willing to part with. Estimates suggest that 80% of all charcoal production is done illegally and is ultimately responsible for about 40 to 60% of Tanzania's deforestation. With the country's rapidly growing population, the strain on forests will only continue to increase unless other methods are found to fuel local households. Honey poaching is another illegal activity that wouldn't have crossed my mind in a million years. Again, just like wood, harvesting the golden treat is legal, if a permit is obtained and sustainable methods are used. But again, permits take time and money that many villagers can't afford or won't pay. You might wonder, as I did, what does it hurt to take a little honey? It's renewable, right? Well, it turns out that trees are often damaged or destroyed in the process. Poachers must get in and out quickly so as not to get caught. That sometimes means cutting down trees, even those vital to the ecosystem. The baobab tree, also known as the tree of life, is a prime example. The magnificent, life-sustaining specimens can be thousands of years old, which filled me with awe each time we saw one. Imagine my horror when Lillian explained that honeybees often nest in their crevices, sometimes making them collateral damage of honey poaching. Bushmeat poaching is another type of illegal killing that I never knew existed. Bushmeat is a catch-all phrase for the meat of wild animals, most often referring to African species. Although the phrase was new to me, the concept itself was not. The African people have long hunted bats, monkeys, rats, snakes, antelopes, and other wild creatures for food. The meat provided a valuable source of protein for people in rural communities where raising domesticated livestock is too expensive or impractical. In the past, Africa's vast animal resources could sustain subsistence hunting. Now, however, it has risen to unsustainable levels, due in part to expanding human populations, increased demand for protein, new roads for logging and mining making wild country easier to access, and a growing demand for bushmeat in urban markets. According to the 2019 National Geographic article, What is Bushmeat? By Janie Hall, conservation experts claim that bushmeat poaching is considered one of the most immediate threats to African wildlife. Poaching for bushmeat not only destroys the prey species, but the predators that depend on them as well. Especially concerning is the large-scale commercial hunting of slower-breeding animals like apes and monkeys who can't recover as quickly as faster-producing ones. Nowadays, there are two distinct types of bushmeat poachers: those who kill to put food on the table and those who kill for profit. In many parts of Africa, locals are protein deprived, which leads to small-scale subsistence poaching. But the more nefarious brand of poaching stems from a huge demand for the commercial bushmeat trade, most of which is sold at bustling rural markets, far removed from the watchful eye of government authorities. Honey, wood, charcoal, and bushmeat poaching may seem fairly harmless since they don't directly involve the iconic species that people tend to get emotionally attached to. But that thinking is dead wrong. Wood and honey poaching is wreaking havoc on wild habitats, and the thriving bushmeat trade is destroying prey that carnivores feed on. Anything that alters or destroys balanced ecosystems ultimately is far deadlier than any rifle, snare, or poison. We also mustn't overlook the money factor. The government loses millions of dollars each year from fees that could be generated from well-managed legal activities, while at the same time having to spend millions on anti-poaching efforts. Just as significant is the inhumane way in which many victims of bushmeat poaching die. Few rural Africans can afford or even have access to guns, but when they do, they are typically substandard models using crude, handmade bullets. Low-quality weapons and inferior ammunition are much more prone to injuring animals rather than killing them quickly and mercifully. For those having no access to firearms, the killing of animals typically involves the use of primitive snares made from easily accessible wire. They are cheap, effective, and work while the poacher is away. The simple handmade snares used predominantly in Africa can be brutal, often causing deaths that are long drawn-out affairs. Victims lucky enough to be ensnared by the neck may die fairly quickly of asphyxiation. Others caught by a leg may be forced to endure hours or even days of trauma. The bushmeat poachers' snares and traps also maim and destroy indiscriminately. Any species, young or old, male or female, nursing, raising young, or pregnant. They don't kill only a few allotted males past their breeding age, no longer spreading their genes. The loops of wire are equal opportunity death traps, killing whatever creatures chance upon them with no regard for healthy quotas, species protection, or the law. To heighten the tragedy of such deaths, most small-scale poachers operate on foot or bicycles, allowing them to carry only what fits in their packs, mainly prime cuts of meat or valuable parts. Often the rest is left to rot on the savanna. Illegal killers also sometimes fail to retrieve a carcass altogether, or don't recover it promptly. While a rotting carcass may be good for the scavengers, it does nothing to help feed hungry people. It must be noted that all trapping should not be thrown under the bus. Trapping in other parts of the world, like hunting, has evolved over the years. Legalized and well-managed trapping is intended to maintain and enhance wildlife, and therefore follows strict regulations, quotas, and humane perimeters. Simply put, tightly controlled trapping can be the solution to wildlife management problems, not the problem. Lillian's knowledge of poachers shot down another stereotype of mine. All poachers are dangerous, evil, criminal types. As you've probably figured out by now, that is not the case at all. Many poachers are ill-trained, poverty-stricken, food-deficient villagers desperate to feed their families. Sadly, it makes perfect sense that food-deprived people would turn to whatever wild creatures are available for money and food to feed their families. In addition, rural people often kill dangerous, destructive beasts just to be rid of them, without selling anything. Human-wildlife conflict is a huge issue in rural areas. Predators and supersized herbivores can be deadly, unpredictable, and ruinous. Lions, leopards, and other carnivores kill livestock, while elephants frequently destroy crops, water systems, and infrastructure, all of which the people need to survive. Neither are humans home free. Hundreds of people die each year while trying to protect their livelihoods, or simply by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Therefore, killing such injurious species is done strictly in retribution for previous losses and to prevent future deaths and damage. When animals are eliminated for these reasons, poison is often the method of choice. In fact, according to Lillian, poison is probably the most common tactic, especially for lions and leopards. It is by far the easiest, cheapest, and safest method to destroy dangerous carnivores. Simply place toxins in a hunk of meat and let the predators feast. Easy peasy. Predators are no longer killing livestock or threatening native people. While any illegal slaughter is dreadful, poison is the gift that keeps on giving, or rather, keeps on taking. Toxins kill and keep on killing. Anything and everything eating the tainted food will die, including secondary species, mammals, birds, reptiles, and insects who feed upon any beings killed by the poison. Thinking of the piles of bones on the ground near Chewy Rock, my thoughts return to elephants. They too are sometimes killed with poisons. After all, elephant poaching has little to do with the thousands of pounds of protein their bodies could offer a poor community. It is done almost exclusively for their magnificent ivory tusks. The chunks of white gold are worth close to $1,500 a pound. With each tusk weighing from 10 to 100 pounds, that is a lot of incentive. Again, poachers don't just target old males with large tusks. Any elephant sporting ivory is fair game. 1/3 of an elephant's tusks are hidden from view, embedded deep in its head. Therefore, simply cutting off the exposed ivory is not enough. Poachers must hack deep into the elephants' faces, using primitive machetes or axes to remove the entire prize. Once that is accomplished, the rest of the pachyderm is typically left to rot. Depending on the method of extermination, snare, or poison, the carcass can either be a smorgasbord for the scavengers or a mass slaughter, while again doing nothing to help food-deprived people. One can only hope that elephant victims are dead before the mutilation begins. The last couple of decades has been brutal on the colossal beasts. Most scientists believe the crisis began in 2005 with the booming Chinese economy, which produced significant growth in the number of middle-class Asian citizens, a society that has long treasured carved ivory. The two things together were a recipe for disaster. The illegal slaughter peaked in 2011 when 10% of all elephants fell to poaching. By 2014, the continental population of elephants had dropped by almost 1/3. Tanzania was hit hard too. Between 2009 and 2014, their elephant population dropped by 60% during a wave of well-organized, large-scale commercial poaching. In response, Tanzania developed a strategy of intelligence-led investigations, including a national task force on anti-poaching geared at identifying, arresting, and prosecuting major players to disrupt the trafficking networks. It has also strengthened wildlife laws and sentences, along with enlisting approximately 2,000 rangers like Lillian and another 2,000 unarmed forest rangers. Fortunately, the number of elephants falling to poaching has decreased significantly since then. Aside from anti-poaching efforts, many conservation groups credit the Chinese government's 2017 ban on the ivory trade for the decline. Others say that the ivory ban created a catch-22, so to speak. Prohibiting trade also drove the value of ivory up. Typical for all commodities, legal or illegal, supply and demand factors in. Placing a higher value on ivory just provides more incentive for illegal harvesting of the prized material. Many scientists and conservationists fear that the large decline in elephant poaching may be due more to China's economic slowdown than to the ban itself. With Lillian as our game scout, I was privy to understanding some of the challenges and hardships the wildlife rangers face. In Tanzania, for instance, law enforcement officers are tasked with protecting areas so vast that it would make your head spin. Confronted with large expanses of wilderness while tackling so many different types of poaching, resources are stretched to the max. In addition, resources that many law enforcement agencies take for granted are very limited, including even the most basic of tools: GPS, maps, radios, and sufficient ammunition. Higher-priced items are even in shorter supply. For example, many patrols are performed on foot due to an insufficient number of off-road vehicles. Wildlife rangers must also spend significant amounts of time away from their families. Poaching patrols are typically 15 days long. Not only do they leave their loved ones behind, but they must also tackle all the harshness that bush Africa can muster. Heat, insects, mud, rough terrain, deadly reptiles, unpredictable beasts, sleeping on the ground or in a tent, no facilities, no cushy comforts. Masimba Camp, by comparison, was a paradise. Aside from the basic dangers, inconveniences, and discomfort, one must not forget about the poachers themselves. While the majority of non-commercial poachers rarely have access to guns, the high-stake poachers do. Elephant, rhino, and commercial bushmeat poachers are typically backed by crime syndicates, giving them access to weaponry. While many are untrained and don't put up much of a fight, others are more deadly. Nearly 600 African rangers were gunned down between 2009 and 2016. Rhino poaching is another high-dollar target that is prone to having skilled, well-armed poachers, complements of the kingpins and criminal masterminds running the illegal wildlife trafficking trade. Unless you live under a rock, you are well aware that the rhino's unique horns are coveted by some Asian cultures for their supposed medicinal qualities. Yet this is just a fallacy. They have no proven medicinal qualities whatsoever. The so-called horns are not even true horns. They are keratin, the substance of our human hair and fingernails. In other words, chewing on your fingernails would be just as effective for curing cancer. Unfortunately, changing over 3,000 years of widespread, deep-rooted beliefs is no easy task. There are only 2 species of the prehistoric-looking pachyderms living in Africa today, the white rhino and the black rhino, both having the coveted distinctive duo horns. The white rhino stands up to 6 feet tall, weighing up to 4,000 pounds. These big guys are actually much calmer and more sociable than their smaller relatives, and therefore typically live in small territorial groups. Through conservation efforts, largely driven by South Africa's vibrant trophy hunting market, the white rhino population has grown to approximately 18,000 individuals, allowing the IUCN to upgrade their conservation status to near threatened. While that in itself sounds depressing, it helps when you understand that until 1895, they were thought to be extinct. Then, miraculously, 100 individuals were discovered in a remote part of South Africa, allowing a new start. Although black rhinos are smaller than their bulkier relatives, they are still no slouches. Nevertheless, they do seem to have a small man complex. Black rhinos, weighing in closer to 3,000 pounds, are much more aggressive as well as solitary. Rarely are they found with other rhinos, other than their calves or for breeding purposes. Between the 1970s and 1995, black rhino populations declined from 70,000 animals to only 2,410. Thanks to persistent conservation efforts across Africa, their numbers have risen to approximately 5,500 individuals. Just as importantly, their geographic range has increased to include areas where they previously roamed. Still, the IUCN lists the black rhino as critically endangered. Similar to elephant poaching, the current rhino crisis began in the mid-2000s when Asian communities began to thrive. When the middle class grew, so too did the demand for rhino horns. The basic laws of supply and demand entered the arena. The more it was sought after, the pricier it became, making it more valuable than its weight in gold. In fact, 2 or 3 times its weight in gold. To make matters worse, its high price soon made it attractive as a status symbol and a cocaine-like party drug by wealthy individuals. With such astronomical value attached to it, criminal syndicates became involved, causing poaching to skyrocket. Watching African wildlife and anti-poaching television programs will leave you stunned with horrific scenes of grotesquely distorted creatures entangled in primitive snares. Yet little compares to the hollow, mutilated face of a rhino who has had its horns ruthlessly hacked off, oftentimes while it is still very much alive. Even poachers with access to bullets use as few as possible. The sound of a gunshot is distinctive and telling. The first one will get your attention, alerting any nearby authorities or law-abiding hunters. The second shot will give a pretty good indication of where it is coming from. The poachers cannot have that. In addition, ammunition is a precious commodity to the local people who are typically hired for these boots-on-the-ground atrocities. High-quality ammunition can be extremely expensive on the black market. One bullet may disable a huge animal, but it doesn't always end life instantly. Therefore, to lessen the risk of being caught and to save the price of a cartridge, poachers will remove the horn while the wounded beast is still thrashing. At a seminar I attended, a mutilated rhino, with a gaping bloody hole where its horns had been, was displayed on the screen in what I thought was a photo. While the scene sickened me, it's sad to say that I wasn't shocked by the gruesome picture. During my research, I'd seen the mangled, dehorned images of dead rhinos before. While focusing on the rhino, its mutilated head suddenly swung back and forth. It was not a picture. It was a video of a hacked-up rhinoceros struggling in agony, still very much alive. The shocking scene caused me to gasp out loud, as did most everyone in the room. Through tear-clouded eyes, I could barely make out the next parts of the presentation. Fighting rhino poaching is extremely expensive. The national parks, private landowners, or countries that have the money are using helicopters, dogs, and even high-tech mediums like artificial intelligence, drones, and surveillance platforms. Protecting rhinos on private land is now very expensive for the landowners since it is not covered by governments, charitable organizations, or park income. This is troubling because the largest percentage of rhinos live on private ranches, putting many rhinos in serious peril. Recently, I watched Carter's War, Wild Animal Response episode entitled At All Costs, in which a small rancher, relatively speaking, lacked the funds and resources to protect the 19 rhinos living on his property. He made the difficult decision to send them to a large game farm that had the funds available to protect rhinos around the clock with armed guards. The small rancher hated giving up his beloved charges, but he recognized that it was their best chance of survival. The transfer of the 4,000-pound pachyderms was quite an undertaking. Each was rounded up, darted with a tranquilizer, attended to by veterinarians, and transported over 600 miles to their new refuge. The operation was not only a logistical nightmare, but it was also a high-risk endeavor kept as secretive as a special ops mission. The rhino convoy made the trek in the dead of night accompanied by the staff, veterinarians, wildlife officials, and a mass of armed escorts. That an animal, because of the horns on its head, had to be guarded like it was a convoy of gold bullion is reprehensible. Some sanctuaries have resorted to cutting the rhino's horns back to the nubs to make them less valuable to poachers. While the process is painless for the rhino, being that the horn is nothing more than fingernail-like material, it is an expensive and risky undertaking. Any time an animal, especially such a massive one, is tranquilized in the wild, there is a medical threat to its life. Plus, the horn, which regenerates itself like fingernails, has to be removed about every 18 months. In addition, since part of the rhino's horn is buried in the skull, dehorned ones are still at risk. Many traditional Chinese medicine experts have joined the fight by offering alternative medical treatments, such as ground buffalo horn. China also removed rhino horn as an ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine, as well as officially banned the international rhinoceros trade in 1993. Still, altering such long-entrenched views is a difficult task. Due to anti-poaching and dehorning strategies, as well as other factors, rhino poaching has decreased slightly since its peak in 2015. Even so, estimates suggest that 2.5 rhinos are poached every single day. Even with those losses, the global rhino population is increasing, but only minimally. While this is encouraging, many conservationists are afraid to get too relaxed. These individuals feel that the decrease in poaching is more a result of the slowdown in Asian economies, not so much to the strategies listed above. They fear that when the Chinese and Vietnamese economies rebound, so too will the demand for rhino horns. Others feel that the reduction in rhino poaching can be attributed to having fewer rhinos in general, thereby making them harder to find and more difficult to poach. Either way, it is no time to breathe a sigh of relief. Interestingly, even though selling rhino horn is illegal, it is not illegal to cut off a rhino's horn as long as you have a permit. Every couple of years, many South African, Namibian, and Zimbabwean ranchers painlessly cut their rhinos' horns back, storing them in bank vaults, hoping that someday it will become legal to sell the horn again. Many conservationists even advocate for legalizing the trade in rhino horn, being that it is a sustainable resource. These people believe that legal, well-documented, replenishable horn will flood the market, thereby driving its value down like any supply and demand market. The rhino horn would then be less valuable and less tempting to poach. Others argue that legalizing the trade will just make matters worse. Like most legislation regarding wildlife industry, rhino horn is a controversial topic. Hopefully, well-informed wildlife industry and government experts will be allowed to make the difficult decisions based on scientific evidence, facts, and statistics, not emotion. One thing is very clear. It will take a mix of strategies to solve the rhino poaching problem. Well-trained, well-equipped rangers, secure habitat, rhino monitoring, education about their lack of medicinal qualities, education for locals, and management to maintain genetic diversity. According to Save the Rhino International, the well-being of the African people also cannot be excluded. Quote, making sure that the communities living near rhino habitats see and feel the benefits of conservation as another critical factor in preventing people from turning to poaching or encroaching on rhino habitat. Unquote. This brings us back to the human condition. You can bet your bottom dollar that the head honchos in the crime syndicates aren't the ones hiking through the blistering, tsetse fly-infested savannah, risking life, limb, and imprisonment. They hire desperate local people and sometimes game department officials to do their bidding while operating the black market from afar. It is the local destitute people who are typically arrested, leaving the masterminds and their networks safe to operate again. The small-time accomplices who were caught and interviewed oftentimes had no idea of the true value of the rhino's horns, or even that rhinos were an endangered species. In their tiny corner of the world, it was all about putting food on the table and surviving. Newspaper headlines, the market for rhino horn, or the rhino's IUCN status were irrelevant to them. The money they were paid was huge by African standards, but tiny when compared to the horn's worth on the black market. The famous line, "It takes a village," comes into play. The struggling cattle farmer might as well talk to the man on the moon as to find an affluent buyer across the world. The ivory from a slaughtered elephant or rhino does not transform into a carved figurine or presumed medicine with a simple swipe of a magic wand. It takes people, plenty of people. Once an animal is poached, it must be processed, stored, transported, and sold multiple times. In areas as vast and remote as Africa, that is not easy, especially when much of the contraband is supersized. Poaching, quite simply, cannot be done in isolation. It takes just one person not turning a blind eye to stop poaching in its tracks. Still, turning friends and relatives in is not easy, especially when the local people and their existence have been largely disregarded when it comes to policy making. That is why so many conservationists who truly understand the problem recognize that improving the lives of local people and providing a benefit to them for protecting wildlife is the best defense against illegal activities. Plain and simple. They are the people who must often suffer from the costs, physically, emotionally, and financially, from living with such large, dangerous animals. Yet they receive little, if any, advantage from the coexistence. Living with lions, leopards, elephants, hyenas in your backyard is a far cry from squirrels, raccoons, bats, and coyotes. Severin Hohenstein, a biologist from Germany's University of Freiburg, discovered this as well. He had assumed that elephant poaching would be worse the further it was from anti-poaching posts. After crunching the data, however, he and his colleagues were surprised to find no correlation whatsoever. This led them to compare economic, social, and political factors instead. In the 2019 National Geographic article, "Where Humans Suffer, So Do Elephants," he asserts that poverty and corruption, in that order, had the biggest impact on high poaching rates, both of which typically go hand in hand. Adequate law enforcement came in third. Therefore, while anti-poaching enforcement is important, it is even more critical to focus on elevating the human condition. According to the article, there are many strategies and projects in place to alleviate poverty. The problem is, many of these tactics create a rock-in-a-hard-place situation, which sometimes sabotages conservation goals. For instance, if you place water, education, or health services right next to wilderness areas, It leads to pressure on the wild habitat. If you build capacity for livestock and agriculture, you increase the risk of human-wildlife conflict. Other areas, of course, include tourism, both through photographic safari and through tightly managed big game hunting. The correlation between hunting tourism and diminished poaching is supported by Marina Lampfort, a Namibian writer, conservationist, public speaker, and owner of Hunters Namibia Safaris, who was kind enough to speak with me after one of her seminars. With the meat provided by their clients, they provide a protein-rich meal daily to over 260 local school children. For many students, it is their only protein for the entire day. Because of the connections and benefits provided to the local people, she insisted that poaching on their 80 square miles of privately owned land was virtually non-existent. She says, quote, "Not a single footprint on our property goes by without me being notified. Poachers simply will not attempt to operate on our land because the locals would report them." Unquote. Sharing the meat of harvest game with local people is a central component of legalized hunting throughout Africa. Unlike in the States, it is impossible to process the meat and get it into a freezer in a timely fashion. Therefore, rarely is any brought home. Instead, it is used to feed villagers, thereby providing a direct benefit to the people who must live with the animals. The practice was already evident at Masimba Camp. With the nearest village 4 hours away and no refrigeration, Sioux zebra had been cut into strips to hang like bright red socks on a clothesline. The sun's rays soon turned the rows of suspended meat into dried jerky, easily stored for later use. In our many discussions about poaching, Lillian also informed me of something else that I had never considered. Legalized hunting greatly curtails poaching. Poaching in hunting concessions is just too risky. As noted, all foreign hunters must be accompanied by professional hunters and government game scouts when on government-owned land. Not only are such men and women armed, but they also travel on safari vehicles crisscrossing vast amounts of terrain daily, whereas most small-time bushmeat poachers are on foot and unarmed. If I were a poacher, you can bet your sweet bippy I'd think twice before operating in areas where so many stewards of wildlife were cruising. While exploring the bleached elephant bones at Chui Rock was distressing, it set the stage for understanding. Like many aspects of Africa, the soaring landmark stirred conflicting emotions. In one sense, it became like an old familiar friend, a presence to seek in the skyline as we meandered through the reserve. Yet it also served as a vivid reminder of the complexities of wildlife preservation in a harsh land, a bitter reminder of greed, ugliness, and cruelty. But you can't acknowledge such grim deeds without also recognizing the face of poverty, food insecurity, danger, frustration, anger, misery, desperation, and hopelessness. Ultimately, Chui Rock, the poached elephant bones, and all that I learned as a result of them led me to see well-managed hunting in a different light. Hunting's success is statistically well documented. Even so, my emotions regarding the hunting of prized species overrode those truths. Gradually, my heart began to understand. Using animals as a renewable resource helps provide money, food, and jobs for local people, thereby elevating the human condition. Tourism, non-consumptive and consumptive, is critical to the African people, wildlife preservation, and anti-poaching efforts. Attacking poaching without attacking its underlying causes is a losing battle, one that Africa's wild creatures cannot afford for us to lose. Chapter 7. Angry Little Devils. Whack! Magogo struck me across the back with a leafed branch. Seconds later, Abdallah, using a bow of his own, swatted my right shoulder. Next, one of them hit me across the left side. On the bench seat across from me, Rick was receiving a similar walloping. Over and over, our trackers slapped us with the foliage they had snagged from a passing tree. The whipping initially caught us off guard. Quickly, however, we welcomed it. The swats kept the miniature vampires from latching onto our backs while we waged our battle from the front. 1 second we had been motoring along rather comfortably, the next we were swarmed by an army of the blood-sucking tsetse flies. Angry little devils, as Lillian liked to call them, didn't do them justice on that occasion. The Ndorobo were at war. Up until that point, the day had been pretty normal. We'd enjoyed multiple animal sightings, stalked a sable before losing him in the long grass, and tracked a waterbuck until he crossed into the national park. As far as tsetse flies go, most of the day had been pretty uneventful, just a few minor skirmishes. Definitely nothing to get our panties in a twist about. Then, just before dusk, all hell broke loose. Each of us was fighting with all we had, slapping, swatting, shaking, jerking, stomping. One glance into the Land Cruiser's cab told me that Mike and Lillian hadn't escaped the assault. The flies appeared so swiftly that they had no time to roll up the windows. It was a repeat of day one. Again, there was no such thing as each man or woman for themselves. Everyone took it upon themselves to defend each other, even if that meant pummeling clients with branches. Clearly, the honeymoon period of our new friendship was over. Otherwise, whacking guests willy-nilly might not have been such a grand idea. Unlike our first experience with a Ndorobo, we were outfitted in tsetse fly armor from head to toe. It was not enough. Any single layer of fabric was pierced like a hot knife slicing through butter. The Maasai blankets Hillary gifted us that first day, folded in quarters, provided a barrier too thick for the little devils to penetrate, offering at least some relief for our legs. With 7 sets of extremities thrashing erratically, we looked like spasmodic crazy people. Or better yet, like Elaine from the sitcom Seinfeld, performing her deranged dance moves. Legs kicking, arms thrashing, heads jerking. Suddenly, Rick and I simultaneously burst into laughter. The entire scene was hysterical. Apparently, the bloodsuckers didn't like being laughed at. Within minutes, they vanished. Like a steak in a dog pound, they were completely and utterly gone. In reality, their retreat probably had more to do with the time of day. Unlike most demons, which tend to lurk at night, tsetse flies are just the opposite. Sunset brings relief. Like magic, the little tormentors evaporate into thin air. The attack was by far the worst we'd experienced during our entire Tanzanian stay. Far more wicked than the first day when we were caught unprepared and ill-equipped. Rick and I therefore dubbed the assault the Day of the Ndorobo. The bayonet-equipped insects, 31 varieties to be exact, are a part of life in the bush of Tanzania. Since each species has a slightly different preference in acquiring their daily quota of plasma, each day and each battle was a whole new ballgame. Although they supposedly prefer woodlands and brushy areas, the attacks seemed random to us, happening at any time in any habitat. Sometimes we were hit by a small squad, other times by a few platoons. Once in a while, a battalion of the piercing soldiers would be on the rampage. Although the nasty insects are related to the common housefly, their piercing instruments make them 100 times nastier. People aren't their only victims. Animals, domestic and wild, are also targets. Female tsetse flies live up to 4 months while males live only 1 to 3 weeks. The difference in lifespans may seem inconsequential until you learn that they also have different feeding preferences. Females prefer larger 4-legged victims, while their counterparts prefer humans. Lillian believes that the male's shorter lifespan is no coincidence. God allowed this so that her people wouldn't be tortured for a longer period of time. Ndorobo are not only bloodthirsty insects, they are the carriers of the deadly disease African trypanosomiasis, known as sleeping sickness. It isn't as well known as malaria, yellow fever, and the West Nile virus, which are carried by mosquitoes, but it is just as deadly. The flies carry the microscopic parasite from infected animals to non-infected ones. Within a few weeks, the victim displays signs of fatigue, headaches, muscle aches, and high fever. Over time, the parasite attacks the central nervous system, resulting in sleep disorders, psychiatric conditions, seizures, comas, and eventually death. Fortunately, only 6 varieties of tsetse flies transmit the sleeping sickness to people. Knowing the fly's potential puts the fight against the tormentors in a whole new context. It's one thing to suffer the pain, but a different matter entirely to realize a deadly disease can be a part of the bargain. Trypanosomiasis has no vaccine. The only way to escape the possibility of getting the disease is to avoid getting bitten in the first place. From what we experienced, if you are in a tsetse fly zone, there is about a snowball's chance in hell of that happening. We were already following the obvious recommendations. We wore medium-weight, long-sleeve shirts and pants supposedly too thick to bite through. We carried leather gloves and mosquito nets for when they attacked. We fought with an arsenal of insect repellents, and our clothes were neutral tones since they are drawn to bright, dark, and metallic colors. It's no accident this is one of the reasons safari guides wear khaki. Our efforts seemed about as effective as herding cats. The little buggers were persistent and superb at pinpointing any weak points in the armor. For some reason, tsetse flies are especially attracted to moving vehicles. The Center for Disease Control recommends thoroughly checking a vehicle before entering to make sure there are no miniature hitchhikers. If it wasn't such a deadly disease, that tidbit of information would almost be laughable. Most safaris are geared around wide-open vehicles. Plus, Mike and Lillian, without open windows in a sun-baked, non-air-conditioned cab, would have been roasted alive. Other recommendations suggest scheduling walking safaris in the early mornings or late afternoons when the flies are less active, as well as sleeping in air-conditioned rooms with the windows closed. Again, none of which was plausible at Masimba Camp. Over the years, many methods have been used in attempts to wipe out the Ndurabo. Woodlands were cleared, the brush was periodically burned, and wild game was systematically destroyed. Yes, you heard correctly. In the past, mass slaughter of wildlife was used as a primary method to control the fly. Kill the food source, kill the fly. Thankfully, that school of thought has been replaced by more modern approaches. Before anyone crosses Africa off their bucket list, don't worry, it's not as bad as it sounds. Tsetse flies no longer exist throughout the whole of Africa. This century's control measures have eradicated them in many places, including national parks, while bringing the disease largely under control. Plus, even when bitten, there is less than a 0.01% chance of getting the disease. In 2018, for instance, there were only 977 new cases reported. Even though there are still no vaccinations, there are now better ways to diagnose the sickness and treat it successfully. Most general tourists truly have little to fear. Rural farmers, herdsmen, hunters, and fishermen having long-term exposure to tsetse fly zones are the people most at risk. Although sleeping sickness in humans is largely contained, that is not the case with animal trypanosomiasis. The sleeping sickness has a devastating effect on livestock, especially cattle and horses. Medicines are expensive and often don't work anyway. Consequently, raising cattle and other farm animals in tsetse fly-infected regions is next to impossible. Those willing to try are plagued by sickness and death, losing approximately 3 million cattle each year throughout Africa. The flies are prevalent in 36 sub-Saharan countries, spanning an area approximately 10 million square kilometers. That is a massive expanse of land rendered useless for raising domestic stock or growing crops where stock animals are needed to plow fields. The tsetse flies are considered one of the most influential creatures in the entire African continent. In fact, the presence of the disease-carrying insect is one of the primary causes of poverty in Africa. Of the 36 countries affected, 30 are ranked as low-income, food-deprived nations. Historically, the widespread presence of tsetse flies largely inhibited human settlement throughout parts of Africa. With eradication techniques, many areas have been open for settlement or resettlement, and livestock production and agriculture have been initiated. Undoubtedly, this is a good thing for the rural people living in poverty-stricken and malnourished nations. Unfortunately, the successful extermination of the disease-ridden insect is a double-edged sword. The tsetse fly's existence and the devastating effect it has on farm animals is ultimately the reason such large tracts of wild habitat remain in Africa. Without the bloodsuckers and the disease they carry, more wildlands would already have been converted to growing crops and domestic ranching. Although wild game is susceptible to the disease, they are far less vulnerable than cattle and horses. The tsetse fly-infested areas are the last stronghold for much of Africa's wildlife. Learning of the tsetse fly's role in keeping large tracts of wilderness intact, I find myself again burdened with conflicting emotions. My heart goes out to the people of Africa whose lives are adversely affected by them. Yet I am also grateful that their existence preserved habitat for the continent's fauna. It is simply frightening to think of what Africa would look like today if the tsetse fly, with all its nastiness, never existed. Would it be like America, mainly a patchwork of fenced pastures and cultivated strips of land? What would be left of the majestic species, elephants, lions, zebras, Cape buffalo, and so many others? I have no idea. Doubtfully anyone does. Even so, one thing cannot be contested. A tsetse fly-free Africa would not be the Africa we know today. As a battalion of blood-sucking soldiers assaulted us that afternoon, all I knew was that tsetse flies caused incredible pain. I knew nothing of the sleeping sickness. All our gear was aimed at preventing discomfort, not disease prevention. Other than resembling an oversized pincushion when the afternoon was over, we survived basically unscathed. The next morning, we were barely out of camp when the relentless critters struck again. Thankfully, after a brief battle, we passed through the infested area. After distancing ourselves from the skirmish, Raphael suddenly directed Mike to stop. Along the pitted track, he had spotted a huge pile of dried elephant dung. A short burst of Swahili sent Magogo jumping down to gather the remnants of the elephant's dinner, place it in a tin bowl, and light the dehydrated plant remains on fire, allowing it to smolder. Soon the pungent smell of plant-based manure was wafting through the air. As we watched in fascination, Magogo brought the slightly odorous, simmering mixture aboard the vehicle. Lo and behold, smoking elephant dung makes a natural, non-polluting mosquito and tsetse fly repellent. We were dumbfounded. The question burning in my brain became, why on earth did they wait so long to pull that rabbit out of the hat? When asked, Raphael explained that not all clients were thrilled to be doused with smoldering excrement. For sure, not everyone would welcome that weapon, but it was definitely right up our alley. On a ranch, manure is just a part of daily life. For Pete's sake, it's basically just plant matter. Well, mostly. Heck, I would have rolled in the stuff if it meant keeping those bloodsuckers off of me. From that day forward, burning clumps of elephant muck became a regular part of our tsetse fly arsenal. There was no shortage of the stuff. Amazingly, adult elephants can let loose up to 300 pounds of dung every day. Now that is a pile of poop. The simmering doo-doo didn't keep the itty-bitty carnivores completely at bay, but it most definitely helped. Thankfully, the day of the Ndurabo was never repeated on the remainder of this safari. Even though the torment of the angry little devils will never be forgotten, I now recognize their contribution to preserving large tracts of wilderness and therefore look at them with new eyes. No longer do I see them only as instruments of pain. Instead, they are miniature warriors doing battle to preserve the wild creatures of the continent. In my extremely biased opinion, Africa and its dazzling array of species is God's masterpiece. Maybe the tsetse fly was put on Earth as one of the Creator's tiny defense mechanisms. I, for one, am willing to take my 0.01% chance of contracting the disease if it means preserving wildlife habitat. I make this profound statement while narrating this book, plopped on my cushioned chair in my secure tsetse fly-free home, one that has a refrigerator full of food, with cattle grazing just outside in pastures that are free from Africa's sleeping sickness. Pretty egotistical, for sure. Chapter 8. Never Say Never. Barely had the orange hues of sunrise disappeared before I found myself in another intense game of follow the leader. The first few hours after daybreak, before the sun's rays are hot enough to scald a lizard, was prime time for wildlife to be on the move. My get-up-and-go, however, had yet to kick in before a herd of our striped nemesis had once more been spotted. As I darted from tree to tree, I couldn't help thinking, zebras? Again for the umpteenth time? More specifically, how could a horse-like animal be so difficult to hunt? Zebras, with their dazzling black and white stripes, are glorious fixtures of the African landscape, celebrated the world over for their striking appearance and horse-like figures. Rungwa West was no different. It was jam-packed with herds of the equines. Spotting them was a cinch. Even from a distance, their vibrant, contrasting colors caught our eyes immediately. That did not make them easy to get close to. Who could have imagined that an exotic species related to horses could dodge us time and time again? Certainly not me. Horses are, after all, an integral part of ranch life. Idaho's steep, brushy terrain make horses crucial for checking cattle, driving them to different pastures, and various other ranch duties. Once chores are complete, Rick's family jumps into their saddles for local competitions, trail riding, and hunting in the backcountry. Horses are not just work animals, they are beloved pets. You can imagine my shock when learning that Rick wanted to hunt zebras. It was simply impossible to wrap my head around. Zebras were just too similar to the horses on the ranch. Remove a zebra's stripes and they could be Dreamer, Sugar, Cowboy, or Butterscotch. It just didn't seem right. It was also hard to visualize fair chase coming into play. Surely harvesting a zebra would not offer much of a challenge. How would that be hunting? Rick countered my opposition with assurances that zebra are wild game, not pets. They need to be managed just like all wild species. Zebras are voracious eaters whose long teeth allow them to eat the coarse, long grasses. Their overpopulation can wipe out food sources for wildlife who depend on the same type of feed. Also, as grass eaters, they compete directly with livestock. As I dashed from scrub tree to scrub tree for the 100th time, I began to rethink my original opinion of zebras. Truly, they were as wild as any creatures we had seen in Tanzania. At the mere glimpse of our vehicle, they turned tail, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. Spotting them from a distance was crucial so that the Land Cruiser could be hidden behind trees or a termite mound. We'd then scramble out of the vehicle to begin our synchronized follow the leader in the hopes of getting within range of the wary beasts. Hartebeests, or Kongoni in Swahili, also greatly hampered our efforts. These medium-sized antelopes, weighing about 350 pounds, have a symbiotic relationship with a zebra. Other than having beautiful reddish-brown hides, they are short in the looks department. Both sexes of the Liechtenstein hartebeest have long rectangular heads, pointed ears, and curved ringed horns. The combination of odd-looking horns sprouting from odd-looking heads creates a face that only a mother could love. Their body, too, is rather ungainly, consisting of a short neck, hump on their back, and unusually long legs. Every single species of antelope I experienced in Tanzania, whether it weighed 20 pounds or 1,600 pounds, was graceful, beautiful, and elegant-looking. The hartebeest, looking like he was made from a bag of mismatched parts, was the exception to the rule. What the Kongoni lacked in good looks, they made up for in eyesight and intelligence. Because of their elongated faces, their eyes are positioned high on their heads, allowing them to survey their surroundings while grazing. From the bag of mismatched parts, the hartebeest also scored a highly developed brain, making them remarkably alert, cautious, and savvy enough to use their vision to the best advantage. A sentry is always posted at an elevated position, often on a jumbo termite mound, playing king of the hill, so to speak. This lookout allows the sentinel to continually scan for danger while the rest of the herd grazes peacefully. At any sign of a threat, the appointed guard lets out a sneeze-like snort, alerting the herd to make like dust in the wind. Along with excellent eyesight and intelligence, the Kongoni has a superior sense of smell, but its hearing is slightly lacking. The zebra, on the other hand, is blessed with a trifecta of great senses: hearing, smell, and sight. Like horses, they can rotate their ears to pinpoint and decipher sounds. Yet the zebra's ears are rounder and much larger, allowing them even better hearing. Zebras also have keen eyesight, both day and night. Also, while most animals are colorblind, zebras are not. With eyes on the side of their heads like most prey animals, they have a wide field of vision for spotting intruders. At any sign of danger, a loud bray sends the herd bolting. Pundamilia, the Swahili name, at 35 miles an hour aren't as fast as their domestic relatives, but they have much more stamina, allowing them to run for long distances. They also tend to run in zigzag patterns to outmaneuver predators. Their vivid stripes aren't simply visual treats. They also work as weapons against predators. When the herd is in motion, often referred to as motion dazzle, the confusing mass of shifting black and white makes it extremely difficult for a predator to pick out just one individual target. Owing to their distinctive stripes and this unique phenomenon, a group of zebras is often called a dazzle. In Africa, the buddy system is a great strategy. With the hartebeest and zebra hanging out together, they can use the strengths of both species while also having additional sets of eyes, ears, and noses. Just as significantly, it benefits their bellies. As noted, zebras tend to eat the longer grasses. Hartebeests, on the other hand, prefer shorter, cropped grasses. This arrangement allows both to feed without being in direct competition with each other. A win-win for both species. For us, not so much. The partnership was a definite pitfall. The hartebeest's posted sentries, alert, cautious nature, and additional sets of eyes made it twice as hard to get near zebras, especially when 6 people were dashing from one feeble tree to the next. Once either group of animals sounded the alarm, it was game over. Zebra, as well as all prey on the savanna, were also greatly aided by birds, specifically the guinea fowl. You've probably seen a version of them throughout America. The speckled chicken-sized bird is highly prized for eating ticks, lots of them. At least, that's the case in western Pennsylvania, where deer ticks carry Lyme disease in epidemic proportions. There are tons of the birds pecking around my brother's neighborhood, constantly scrounging for ticks and other insects. Imagine my shock upon seeing the familiar bird on safari. It had never occurred to me that the birds were native to Africa. Thanks to grazers' bodily functions, guinea fowl also have a symbiotic relationship with the species. What goes in one end eventually comes out the other. The resulting piles of dung attract a host of insects, creating the perfect place for the noisy tattletales to feed. The clucking, chattering, feathered friends aren't so friendly. With posses of up to 50 birds, their eyes constantly dart around, strategically providing them with a 360-degree view. We'd just get close enough for Raphael to pull out his binoculars, and voila, a flock of the high-pitched squawkers would sound their deafening alarm. If they were in the vicinity, the gig was up. Sue had somehow overcome all these clacking birds and vigilant four-legged informants on the very first day. But our experience was much different. We had already stalked zebra 7 times. Each time ended with another story to tell and thousands of steps on my Fitbit. Sometimes the Pundamelia got a whiff of us. Other times the hartebeest spotted us. More than once the noisy cluckers sounded the alarm. A few times our jaunt ended with the discovery that the zebra herd was an untouchable harem. A harem is a group of mares, their foals, and a dominant male. Harvesting that breeding stallion, however, is off limits. Since hunters must target older, post-reproductive males, they can only hunt males who are on their own or within a bachelor group. A bachelor herd, as the name suggests, is a group of males either too young, too old, or too timid to gather a harem of their own. Having said that, distinguishing a bachelor herd from a harem from a distance was a bit tricky. Pursuing the exasperating equines so many times filled me with newfound awareness. The horses we are familiar with today have been altered quite a bit during their 5,000 years of domestication and selective breeding. They have been the friends and workhorses of man, pulling carts, plowing fields, and carrying us on their backs in war, leisure, and competition. Horses have therefore become more attached to man and the comforts they can provide. Pundamelia have no such inclination. Domesticating zebras has been attempted multiple times, especially in the late 1800s and early 1900s when European powers were vying for control of the African territories. Horses, the main way of transporting people and supplies before vehicles, were essentially useless in large parts of Africa thanks to the ever-present tsetse fly and the deadly disease it carries. As mentioned previously, trypanosomiasis, or tripes, is especially deadly to horses. Therefore, they are not an option for use in the fly zones. This fact greatly curtailed European conquest, dominance, influence, and development of the continent. The efforts to tame zebras never amounted to anything sustainable. Time and time again, their extremely aggressive nature proved that domestication was simply not in the cards. Zebras evolved in a place where large carnivores are their main predators. Their acute senses and alertness enable them to flee when danger exists. Along with their flight response is a powerful fight response. A zebra doesn't just kick randomly. It looks between its legs, aims precisely at its target, and kicks violently with both hind legs. A powerful, well-placed blow to the head can kill a lion instantly or break its jaw, causing a slow death by starvation. Zebras are also savage biters. Their long teeth, perfect for grazing the savannas, double as lethal weapons. Their lack of trainability doesn't end there. There is a strict hierarchy that is strongly enforced. The dominant female assumes the best grazing rights. In other words, the position at the front of the herd. Subsequent mares follow behind according to their ranking in the pecking order. Their offspring follow the position of their mothers, with some exceptions to tag along with other foals. Breaking the entrenched ranking can lead to the lower-ranking animals being ferociously attacked. The stallion leads the chain of command and can go wherever he wants. Usually, he brings up the rear or patrols the flanks on the lookout for predators or males wishing to steal his ladies. Horses, too, have a definite hierarchy using these same methods. Yet their response has been tempered by thousands of years of domestication. The savage, seemingly barbaric pecking order within zebra populations makes domestication extra hazardous. Once in the 1980s, officials were attempting to relocate a herd of zebras to Zimbabwe. 16 individuals were loaded into a truck. Upon arrival at their destination, only one zebra remained alive. With their hierarchy askew, they had viciously battled, effectively kicking and biting each other to death. Zebras are also known to participate in infanticide. This occurs potentially when a new male assumes control of a harem. Killing the competitor's offspring will force the mares into estrus, thereby allowing the newcomer to sire his offspring. For the same reason, a new stallion may also repeatedly mount a pregnant female, causing her to abort the opponent's unborn foal. It's difficult to accept such fierce, savage-like behavior in a cherished species that we equate with our beloved horses. Seeing the distressing reality play out on YouTube will offer a new perspective. Tourists got more than they bargained for when they videoed a stallion attempting to drown a foal. Clasping the baby's neck in his mouth, the male held it underwater while kneeling on its torso, pinning it to the ground. When the colt's mama saw her offspring struggling desperately to break free, she darted over to challenge the stallion. With the stallion distracted temporarily, the foal gasped a breath of air. A few seconds later, the stallion again grabbed the foal's head, holding it underwater. The female again distracted the male, allowing the baby to leap up and tear across the savanna. With the stallion hot on its heels, both disappeared from the screen before the video cut off. Although the baby's fate will never be known, the optimistic part of me chose to believe that it survived. How can you not root for the underdog? It's hard to accept that such beautiful, peaceful-looking animals are capable of such cruelty, even to their own kind. But one must recognize that this practice is nature's way of ensuring the overall survival of the species, brutal or not. Our 8th zebra pursuit came to a sudden stop behind a small outcropping of trees. In front of us was a clear view of the herd. Finally, no hartebeest on patrol, and no guinea fowl policing the premises. The wind was in our favor, keeping the zebra from catching a whiff of us. Most importantly, it was a bachelor herd. With the probability of an old male being in the mix, we slowly stalked forward until we reached a bush 200 yards from the zebra. To me, the zebras all looked pretty much the same. Raphael and even Rick, from so many years around horses, could read the minute differences. Old stallions have a very pronounced rounded bottom jaw. In Africa, where brutal fights for dominance are ongoing, scars are another great indication of age. Rick and I assumed our usual position on the shooting sticks, waiting for Raphael to point out the targeted male. Seconds later, it was over. The Pundamelia slumped to the ground as the rest of the herd bolted across the grasslands. There was no suffering, no slow wasting away of flesh, no getting eaten alive by Simba or Fisi as the old boy weakened. His part of the cycle of life had been fulfilled. As I looked down at the lifeless zebra, the gamut of emotions materialized. Surprisingly, however, it did not hit me with the impact I had expected. Tears glistened in my eyes, but its death did not bring me to the level of heartache and emotional turmoil that I had anticipated, no more so than any other creature. My reaction, or lack of reaction, confused me. When trying to make sense of it, I concluded that I had come to appreciate the zebra's true wildness. They aren't horses, nor are they pets. They are wild animals and therefore need to be managed as such. I also came to recognize that my emotional attachment to zebras didn't make them any different or more special than other species. Rick had tried to convince me of all of this, but no amount of persuasion could have convinced me more than experiencing their untamed spirit firsthand. Not only did I oppose hunting zebras because of their horse-like qualities, but I felt hunting one would be like taking candy from a baby. I was wrong on both accounts. I was used to Rick's elk hunts. Most often, they were grueling affairs that pushed our bodies to extremes. When all of the sore muscles, exhaustion, and exposure to the elements paid off, it wasn't just Rick who felt relief and accomplishment. I felt it as well. It may have been his bullet or arrow that hit its mark, but I was a part of the journey, one that helped me to understand the lore of hunting beyond the meat and its benefits to conservation. While the zebra hunt was nowhere near as punishing as those elk hunts, the same concept applied. It therefore seemed no accident that the zebra became our greatest nemesis. It was utterly clear to me that forces were set in motion, on 8 separate stalks, to open my eyes to the reality of zebras, not the myth nor my predisposed emotionally motivated perspective. While expressing our thanks to the stallion, each of us in our own way, Mike brought the vehicle to our location and backed it within feet of the zebra. In bewilderment, I watched as Magogo and Abdallah dug holes almost a foot deep behind each rear tire. Mike then backed up the vehicle, allowing the back tires to slide into the pits, effectively lowering the cargo hold just off the ground. As they cut a sturdy branch from a tree, the light bulb finally went off in my head. The entire zebra would be loaded whole. No processing, no halving, no quartering. Plain zebras can weigh between 500 to 800 pounds. Since the zebra was a male, I'm assuming he was at the higher end of that range. That's a huge hunk of flesh to lift in one piece. Like the buffalo, the branch was placed under the zebra's body so the ends could be used to lift. Everyone pitched in, 2 people lifting from the vehicle while the rest lifted from below. Within minutes, the full-grown zebra was in the cargo hold. We had yet to get over the novelty of loading such extremely large game whole, without the need for quartering, backpacks, pack saddles, multiple trips, aching legs, and hours of back-breaking effort. As soon as we reached Masimba Camp, the Pundamilia would fall into the skilled hands of Emilian and his helpers, transforming the lifeless form into usable protein and eliminating another aspect of our typical Idaho hunts. Not having to participate in the arduous but necessary task while in Africa was a huge treat. As we pulled into Masimba Camp amid the typical fanfare of greetings, the sight of the skinning shed caused the gears in my head to start turning. Dinner each night included meat from a harvested animal. Did that mean zebra for dinner? The realization slapped me across the face. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to guess that my initial opposition to shooting a zebra extended to the idea of eating one. Even recognizing the value of the zebra's sacrifice, the thoughts of putting horse flesh in my mouth made me want to gag. Do not fear, sanity prevailed. With a protein bar in my bag and evening meals that always included Moses' soup, there was zero chance I'd starve. While waiting for dinner, Rod, Sue, Rick, and I decided to try a new strategy to combat the nightly bombardment of bat feces. Having a few cocktails on the patio before dinner instead of after dinner might avoid a shower from the flying mammals. Weren't we the clever ones? It only took us 3 days to figure that out. While enjoying the lack of bat droppings in our drinks, Joel showed up with a plate of skewered pundamilia roasted over open flames. I'm not sure if it was the joy of not having to dodge bats, the fact that I was famished, or if I had had one too many guana-free cocktails that prompted me to taste. Whatever the reason, I was hooked at first bite. Each charbroiled piece of zebra was a mouth-watering burst of flavor, so tender it practically melted in my mouth. Unbelievably, Zebra was my favorite protein of our entire Africa trip, hands down. If I hadn't tasted it for myself, I would have never believed it. Another lesson learned. Never say never. My opinion on hunting zebras evolved over a few days. Then my taste buds joined the revolution. You know the saying, "I'm so hungry I could eat a horse"? Well, I did. Chapter 9. My eyes are open. After a few days in the bush, eating lunch without having to shoo tsetse flies away or having sweat dripping down my back felt like absolute heaven. Even during midday, the Messie's cozy structure maintained a temperature that was almost comfortable, thanks to the seemingly unending breeze. Granted, it was still hot, just not sweat-lathering, debilitating hot. Escaping the jouncing broiler pit on wheels during the sizzling part of the day was a welcome change, one that Hillary thought we needed. Every day up until that point, we had pounded the bush from sunrise to sunset, leaving little time or energy to explore camp. After our long days, our primary focus had been shower, food, bed. How these luxuries were possible in the bush of Tanzania had barely crossed our minds. That ended abruptly after our relaxing, blissfully oblivious lunchtime when Joel and Michael proudly took us on an official tour of Masimba Camp. Since water, maji, as it's called in Swahili, is the life and blood of any encampment, we were first escorted to the camp's water supply. In the dried-up riverbed 30 yards behind our tent was a crater about the size of a wash tub filled with murky liquid. I'm not sure what I was expected as a water source in such a parched land, but it was not the mud hole of my youth. Essentially, the entire camp's non-drinking water came from a pit resembling the one I'd spent hours making mud pies in as a kid. Upon closer inspection, I was relieved to find that the sandy riverbed made the water cloudy but still relatively clean. Water was scooped out of the hole with a small container and then dumped into 5-gallon buckets. As the water was removed, moisture from below the ground surface seeped up to the surface to replace it. Although the water exceeded the cleanliness of our childhood mud bog, I was pleased to learn that our drinking water came from bottled water instead of the pit in front of me. Which maji was used for cooking, I didn't think to ask. Who knows, maybe sand-filtered water was the secret ingredient of the famous soups we slurped down each night. We were stunned to learn that all the water for our toilet, sink, and shower came from that one tiny water hole. Behind each of our bath huts was a 10-foot-high scaffold with a water cistern on top. Musa, Thomas, and others had to carry buckets of water, scooped one coffee can at a time, up a crude ladder to dump it into those storage tanks. The miracle of gravity then allowed flushing toilets and running water. Although I had noticed the scaffolding previously, my mind was on sensory overload. Shamefully, it had never occurred to me how water managed to find its way into those tanks. If the labor involved in furnishing a flushing toilet wasn't enough to put the guilt trip on a person, there was more. No hot water fairy swished a magic wand, allowing us to have hot, steamy showers. Water, scooped one small container at a time, had to be carried 30 yards, heated in a cauldron over a wood fire until piping hot, put back into buckets, toted to the scaffolding, lugged up the precarious-looking ladder, and dumped into the reservoir. Ta-da! Hot showers. Let me tell you, having our eyes opened to the effort and logistics required for something we utterly took for granted in the States made me rethink things a bit. One of those things was our elimination habits. We adopted the concept, when it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. Surprisingly, this concept was not new to us. When Rick transitioned from Army helicopter pilot to civilian fixed-wing aircraft, his job with Era Aviation took him to Bethel, Alaska, the hub for flying to remote native villages along the Bering Sea. It was a great place to accrue tons of flight hours while learning to fly in butt-puckering weather conditions. Landing on unpaved, icy runways with major crosswinds, often lighted by an ATV's headlights, creates a great pilot. But living there was dismal. Bethel, nicknamed the Armpit of America by the pilots, was a dreary, blustery, and frigid place in the middle of the tundra. Because of the permafrost, all dwellings and infrastructure including water and sewage, had to be positioned on stilts, keeping them off the permanently frozen ground. Rick shared a house with 8 other struggling young pilots with a 1,000-gallon water tank of water to last an entire week. That was for showers, dishes, cooking, and toilets. Such strong water rationing meant toilets were flushed only when necessary. Hence, when it's yellow, let it mellow. Since I visited the flop house from time to time, I was privy to the practice. We adopted the same rules for Masimba Camp. It was ludicrous to make anyone climb up that scaffold any more than necessary. Even after learning about the effort that it took us to have a shower, we just couldn't resort to the PTA baths of our elk camps. Already they had us spoiled with flowing water to wash away the day's sweat and filth, making it hard to go back to a washcloth and a pail of water. We did revert to Rick's Bethel days. Showers became short and sweet, not long drawn-out luxurious affairs. We also limited ourselves to 1 shower a day, max. No morning wake-up showers, no afternoon cooling showers, just 1 quick shower before dinner to remove the day's accumulation of grunge. The laundry room was next on the tour. Michael, our tent attendant, had a small area set up under a shade tree near the waterhole with several tubs placed on the ground, 1 for washing, 1 for rinsing, and 1 for him to sit on. Each day he sat atop that chunk of plastic to hand wash our safari clothes, then strung them on a clothesline to dry, including our underwear, as mortifying as it was. While still cringing at the thought of him washing our skivvies by hand, we moved the tour to his ironing board located near the cooking area. A piece of wood was elevated off the ground and covered with a blanket. The iron was a heavy, antique-looking affair filled with hot coals from the fire. Seeing the labor that it took for such an unnecessary task made me want to shudder, but no amount of persuasion could convince Michael to skip the ironing. Come hell or high water, we were going to look spiffy as we dodged elephant potholes and crept through the clusters of long grass. I've already mentioned the care Michael gave to our tents. How in sandy terrain he kept every speck of dirt out of our sleeping quarters is a mystery in itself. Even better than the cleanliness was the lack of bugs. Never once, in 21 days, did we spot even 1 creepy crawly in our hema. No ants, no tsetse flies, no spiders. It was an absolute miracle in a world containing a bajillion insects, many of which are poisonous. Aside from his daily chores, Michael went above and beyond. One evening I came back to find an extra blanket neatly folded and placed on my pillow. Before breakfast, I had told Rick that I was a bit chilly during the night. I only mentioned it because, after being hot all day, it surprised me. Michael must have overheard. Either that or his skills included mind reading. Anyway, that night the extra blanket mysteriously showed up on my bed. This may seem a trivial thing, but such genuine kindness and attention to detail touched my heart. Next on the tour was where the edible magic happened. At least it seemed like magic. The quality of food that Moses and Kayumba produced in a kitchen with no electricity, no fancy gadgets, and limited ingredients was simply mystifying. In reality, the kitchen was open sky with a nearby thatched shade shelter. The center of the space contained a huge rectangular home-fashioned barbecue pit with partitions, allowing items to be boiled or charbroiled at different temperatures. There was even a version of an oven, a covered pot nestled in a bed of hot coals with more glowing embers piled on top. This Dutch oven-like setup produced fresh bread, pies, cobblers, and even cake. A 7-foot-tall thatched fence surrounded the perimeter of the area to deter critters from easy access. A few yards away from the fires was a partially enclosed grass hut for storing all the produce and foodstuff that Hillary had purchased while in Arusha. No gardens were grown at Masimba Camp to tempt four-legged opportunists. The storage shelter also served as sleeping quarters for our chefs, providing another deterrent for fur-covered, uninvited guests. Cooking has never been my thing. The thought of coordinating and preparing dinner on wood-fired heat for 21 days without the use of hamburger helper and instant scalloped potatoes made my heart skip a few beats. Even the idea of making the grocery list made my head spin. It's not like you could just scoot down to the corner store for a gallon of milk. Although they had the use of a tiny refrigerator, thanks to the generator for a few hours each day, vegetables had to be used strategically. More perishable ones were used first, and hardier ones were saved for the end of the 3 weeks. After our eyes were opened to the planning, skill, and work it took to keep us fat and sassy, we headed off to the skinning shed, where Emilian was an expert at a whole different kind of magic. The skin of the once beautiful animal had to be meticulously detached and preserved in a bed of salt, skulls placed in vats of boiling water to eliminate flesh, horns stowed on a scaffold to deter predators, and meat processed into usable forms. The skinning shed was built a little differently than the other huts. The walls were made of logs laced together instead of grasses, forming a mostly impenetrable enclosure. I say mostly because the resident elephants could have easily shattered the log walls into toothpicks if they wanted to. It wasn't those behemoths who longed for the booty inside. It was the lions, hyenas, and other carnivores who would relish a chance at a free meal. What predator wouldn't prefer already sliced and diced chow, rather than risking life and limb to tackle Mr. Nyati's thrashing horns or a zebra's lethal kick? The log barrier made entering a little more challenging. One thing we learned quickly: there was no labor union at Masimba Camp. In my steel mill days, you got dirty looks if you even tried to do a task not assigned to you. Not there. Each staff member had multiple talents and pitched in wherever and whenever help was needed. It shouldn't have surprised me to see Magogo and a few others elbow deep in the zebra Rick had killed a few hours earlier. Just because we had a 3-hour lunch break didn't mean they did. By the time we arrived at the skinning shed's shade shelter, Moses had already taken the zebra meat needed for upcoming meals. Unable to refrigerate the rest, it was cut into strips and strung up to dry, resembling red socks hanging on a network of clotheslines. It didn't occur to me to ask how the meat was divvied up at the end of the season. Maybe it was split evenly among everyone. Maybe each individual was responsible for their own. Maybe it was sent to villages. Since Magogo had 2 wives, 4 children, and a small farm waiting for him to return, I had little doubt that much of Rick's Pundamilia would be feeding his family in the months ahead. To deter lions, hyenas, and leopards, the area was kept as clean as possible with the fire burning all night long. The final hindrance was a 7-foot-high grass fence, like the kitchens, built around part of the outside perimeter. With meat draped everywhere, it was easy to see why so many precautions were taken to deter carnivores. Even so, there were plenty of creatures lurking around. One night, the camp's game camera captured 24 lions. This number is hard to fathom until you realize that Ruaha National Park contains 10% of the entire world's lion population. Still, I was hoping that number was a large exaggeration, or just one lion caught on camera many times, especially since our tent was only 100 yards away. Joel was nice enough to point out a large pile of lion scat 20 feet behind our tent earlier in the tour. A tidbit of information I could have done without. 20 yards from the skinning shed, we stepped into a little shelter that was Anton's domain. He was in charge of the 2 sets of solar panels, one that powered the radio transmitters and another for the solar lights, as well as the ever-important generator. Without him, the miracle ice machine wouldn't have been spitting out those wonderful chunks of ice every day. Not far from the generator was a larger shade pavilion where the staff hung out during any downtime. This was also where they cooked their meals, closely resembling what we'd seen them eating in the bush, mealy meal accompanying with some sort of meat or vegetable stew. That day, Zephaniah and Ema were grilling a special treat, the stomach lining from Rick's zebra. While tripe may be a delicacy to the staff, we were happy to live without that treat. Thank you, but no thank you. Most staff slept in little bunks in their respective areas. For instance, Joel and Michael slept in beds in a partition attached to the dining hut. Moses and Kayumba slept in the cooking area. Emilian had his bunk in the skinning shed. The extra staff, as well as Lillian and Nico, pitched their tents in the small clearing near the staff's shade shelter. The sleeping arrangements came as a shock to me. Until the end of our tour, I had assumed the staff stayed in shelters similar to ours. Come to find out, only Hillary, the PHs, and clients had the swanky zippered tents with bath facilities attached. The rest of the workers had no showers, flushing toilets, bug-free interiors, or screened windows allowing a breeze. But the thing that rattled me most was that the tent was so close to the skinning shed. Call me crazy, but sleeping within yards of a meat buffet with so many predators lurking about didn't seem like a grand plan. The staff lived like this at Masimba Camp for 6 to 7 months, serving one set of clients after another until hunting season was over. When returning home to their families, the living arrangements for many weren't much different. Water was still in short supply, retrieved from man-made wells or rivers. Few people had indoor plumbing. Electricity, too, was scarce. Only about 1/3 of the Tanzanian population has access to electricity. Grasping the staff's less than cushy and semi-vulnerable sleeping arrangements, as well as the back-breaking effort it took to keep 4 Americans happy, I felt overwhelmed with guilt. Upon arrival, we had been skeptical about the need for so many staff members. After all, we considered ourselves seasoned campers, not inexperienced and uninitiated people who couldn't squat in the bush or live with a little dirt under our fingernails. Even so, we took the most basic conveniences utterly for granted. Camping for us back home was a fun respite from busy lives and the trappings of civilization. Our PTA baths and squatting over a hole in the ground were something to endure for a week and joke about later. In much of Africa, it was not a vacation, it was a way of life. Now imagine this. You go on a camp tour, you see all the huts, grass fences, pavilions, and solar power stations that were built to accommodate you. You finally understand the effort involved in having clean clothes, showers, flushing toilets, and delicious meals. Then, just when all of this sinks into your brain, you learn that the day after you leave, it will all be destroyed. Kaput, vamoose, totally gone. All the grass, scaffolding, huts, and anything burnable would be dragged to the riverbed and set aflame. Toilets, sinks, showers, bedding, pots and pans, the ice machine, solar panels, electric lines, the generator, and anything man-made would be hauled to Magogo's village to be safely stored for the next hunting season. Masimba Camp, our little slice of heaven, would revert to wildlands. The long-awaited rainy season would fill the rivers with hordes of crocodiles and loads of hippos. The rocky creek beds we crossed daily would be impassable, filled with torrents of water, and the parched, cracked earth would be alive with green growth and mired in mud. The thoughts of destroying Masimba Camp left me dumbfounded, pleading to know why. "Poachers," Joel solemnly answered. "Oh, they bad. They move in if camp isn't destroyed." He went on to explain that Masimba Camp, sitting on the border of Ruaha National Park, is the perfect staging area to kill animals in the park, as well as in the game reserve in which we hunted legally. It turns out that it is no accident that many national parks are bordered by hunting concessions. Hunting camps and the huge swath of land they encompass are laced with PHs, Tanzanian game scouts, trackers, plenty of staff, and tons of activity. All of this provides a sort of buffer zone between poachers and the wildlife in the park systems, creating a literal human shield of legal activity, making poaching far riskier. The practice may seem contradictory, but it saves an untold amount of wildlife from slow, torturous deaths. Hunters and outfitters despise poachers and their inhumane, unselective practices. In turn, poachers fear hunters, encampments, and the law that accompanies them. Lillian, as a law enforcement officer, was required to carry that heavy machine gun at all times for a reason. Such a gun might not easily do the trick against an attacking animal, but its purpose was geared towards poachers, not wildlife. A few years ago, Rod and Sue were hunting in Tanzania and poachers were spotted in the distance. As the men fled into the bush, they could see that at least one had a gun. The entire hunting party, minus Rod and Sue, dashed after them in pursuit. Ultimately, the poachers got away when they disappeared into dense brush, making it too dangerous to follow them. It was a prime example of why poachers do not want to be anywhere near legalized hunting activities. While Rod and Sue were asked to join the chase, they refused. Loathing poachers and shooting them are two different balls of wax. Some countries have tried, or still have, a controversial shoot-to-kill policy when it comes to poachers. According to Lillian, Tanzanian game scouts are directed to arrest poachers to give them their day in court. They are to shoot only those who intend harm, have weapons, or if the situation makes it necessary. Upon learning of the dismantling of our little piece of paradise and why, my eyes watered with emotion. Don't worry, Joe assured me. As soon as the rainy season ends, the camp will be here again. He explained that it would take 30 villagers approximately 30 days to rebuild the remote little paradise. All the supplies would be brought back, grasses would be cut and lashed together to make new roofs, walls, bunks, and fences. The mesa, bath shelters, kitchen area, skinning shed, and multiple shade shelters would be rebuilt. Solar panels would be set up and electric wires restrung. In 30 days, the camp would be alive again, new and refreshed, ready for the next season. Operating camp, dismantling camp, rebuilding camp. Such time and effort from so many people for us to enjoy Tanzania's remote magnificence and the relative luxury that we, as Americans, have come to expect. It was truly humbling. The more I learned, the larger my guilty conscience grew. Just as the guilt felt like an elephant on my back, Joel continued, don't worry, it is a very good thing. Rebuilding the camp each year creates many jobs for villagers who, otherwise, had few employment opportunities. Plus, those working at camp during the hunting season enjoyed coveted, well-paying jobs, relatively speaking, for many months of the year. In fact, most of the staff returned year after year. Jobs in the villages were few and far between, with little earning potential. The workers at Masimba Camp made more money than most factory employees and day laborers in the cities. It's worth noting that in 2020, 80% of the total Tanzanian population lived on less than $3.20 a day. The employment created by building and running this camp was just a tiny piece of the puzzle. Joel reminded us of the incidentals, the food and supplies purchased in Arusha, the airplane chartered to fly into the bush, the small airport that handled the charter, us, and supplies, the international airport with its dozens of workers, the hotels at each end of our stay, and the various drivers to shuffle us between destinations. You also can't visit such an amazing place without taking home mementos, souvenirs, and gifts. Then there were the animals to consider. Hides and horns to be taken to Arusha, where they would be treated with solvents and insecticides and prepared for shipment to the States. This all involved various shipping companies, government officials, and customs agents. Until Joel pointed all of this out to us, I had never considered the trickle-down effect of our 23 days in the country and how it provided income for so many people. At the tail end of our tour, while I was still processing Joel's information, Hillary showed up and chimed in. Quote, "You must understand, while your being here has provided money and jobs for many people, you have done something even more important than that. You have made the remote lands of Rungwa West very valuable. Lands that most non-hunting tourists will not pay to see." Unquote. Seeing my rather clueless expression, he went on to explain that most non-hunting tourists want to see gobs of wildlife in a relatively small area, with sweeping vistas and majestic scenery as a bonus. In addition, most travelers want their destinations to be reasonably priced and easy to get to while offering plenty of hotels, restaurants, and other tourist activities along the way. They also don't want to deal with tsetse flies. The wheels in my brain started turning. It was true. Rungwa West had none of that. The remote section of Tanzania that we traveled to was spectacular because it was Africa, but its scenery, animal concentrations, and lodgings were humble compared to other well-known tourist destinations. The dry flat scrublands that carpet the terrain during the dry summer months changed into an almost impenetrable waterlogged landscape during the wet season, evident from the multitude of water-gouged ravines, oven-baked elephant potholes, and pictures Lillian shared of hazardous creek crossings during anti-poaching operations. We bobbed along rough trails exposed to the elements for sometimes 12 hours a day, crisscrossing the 540 square miles of Rungwa West Game Reserve. Some days were enough to suck the life out of you. Even so, I came to appreciate the bobblehead safaris as part of the adventure. Not all people would agree with my line of thinking. Since we were in a hunting concession, not a national park, animals rarely stuck around to pose for the camera. The wildlife in such isolated areas wasn't accustomed to an endless parade of tourists driving by. We enjoyed most species in fleeting moments or from a distance. My pictures, typically snapshots of hindquarters melting into the bush or dots on the horizon, attest to that fact. Even a 6-ton elephant, amazingly, can somehow vanish within moments. Also, to take pictures of animals, even the ones willing to stand still, one must be able to see them. Period. Not all of Africa is a wide-open savanna, allowing animals to be easily visible. Large parts are forested, have dense brush, or involve terrain that can't be navigated in a safari vehicle. Plus, not all areas have the favored species that people expect to see when they travel across the globe. Sleeping arrangements were also something that tourists must consider. The idea of sleeping on a cot behind a piece of fabric with lions roaring just outside is not for everyone. It had taken me only one night to fall in love with the ghostly compositions of the African Symphony, as I came to call it. Yet it would be a lie to say it wasn't also bone-chilling. One must remember that comfort, and everything for that matter, is relative. Rick and I viewed Masimba Camp as a literal haven compared to our typical elk camp. I can't tell you how pampered I felt by the simple joy of a flushing toilet instead of an outhouse, a makeshift shower instead of a pan of hot water, and a zippered tent that small varmints couldn't slink into. There are many people like me who would love this arrangement. Still, many others would view our little oasis as primitive and intolerable. Not everyone would be on board with standing on a dirt floor after stepping from the shower, scanning for snakes in the rafters while relieving yourself, sleeping behind anything other than solid, secure walls, and having no choice of menu. They might prefer air conditioning, swimming pools, afternoon massages, hairdressers, tourist activities, and access to a hospital. One also cannot overlook the money factor. If it hadn't been for Rick's desire to hunt, we would never have justified the money for a chartered flight or their alternative, 16 punishing hours perched atop a pitching Land Cruiser. No way. Not when there are 5 national parks within 3 hours of Arusha, including the famous Ngorongoro Crater and Kilimanjaro National Park. Even the world-renowned Serengeti National Park is only 8 hours from Arusha. For anyone on a budget wanting easy access, cushy lodgings, and breathtaking scenery with oodles of animals unafraid of people, those are great destinations. They were exactly where I would have gone if I wasn't with hunters. Rungo West is not alone. There are huge chunks of Africa that simply cannot offer the checklist items that parks can offer. Realizing all of this, clarity overcame me. That is where well-managed hunting comes in. Hunters do not need, or even want, any of that. In fact, they want the exact opposite. They want remote, unaltered wilderness where game remains wild. Heck, most hunters would sleep on a bed of nails in the middle of Timbuktu if they had to. Hunting, by making wildlife valuable as a renewable resource, makes land that is unsuitable for general tourism extremely valuable. That in turn offers an incentive to keep the habitat in its natural state, ultimately protecting that habitat from human-related growth. Africa's human population is booming. Estimates expect the continent's population to double by the year 2050. That means more and more stress will be put on the continent's limited resources as humans and their ways of life expand into areas once inhabited primarily by wild species. Wild habitat is being transformed into grazing lands, agricultural areas, mines, logging sites, wood for cooking fires, and infrastructure. Also, water critical to wildlife populations is being diverted for livestock, human households, crop irrigation, and other human-related endeavors. Population growth, and all that it entails, also leads to habitat fragmentation. Land is being carved up and split into smaller pieces, thus reducing ranges and restricting movements for natural migrations. Not only does this affect genetic diversity, it often prevents animals from accessing water sources needed during droughts. Habitat loss, due to human expansion, is therefore the most critical threat to all African species. Period. End of story. Everything clicked, and I had my aha moment, so to speak. Hunting offered many benefits, but above all else, it protected vast chunks of habitat that non-hunting tourism had little interest in. Hunting made less impressive lands valuable and worth saving without transforming them in any way. The proof was in the pudding. smack dab in front of my face all along. This realization did not come to me from blindly believing everything that our hosts had shared with us during the camp tour. It was because the words made perfect sense. My mind knew it to be true. More than that, I could feel it to be true, not just in my heart, but deep down in my bones, not just figuratively, but literally. Bouncing over pocked terrain through a nondescript, sun-scorched landscape with sweat running down my back, watching the fur-covered butts disappear into the bush as tsetse flies have their way with me, offered a kind of clarity that can't be read in a book. Joe and Hillary hadn't been exaggerating the importance of hunting to their economy. Maybe they didn't even realize the full extent of it. Lillian later emailed me a paper written by Priya Miller in 2017 entitled The Economic Significance of Hunting Tourism in Tanzania. Miller writes an in-depth study of the monetary value between hunting industry and the tourism industry. Although she found that hunting industry has room for improvement, she discovered that it essentially took 29 phototourists to generate what one hunter produces. Another study led by the University of Zimbabwe researcher Peter Lindsay found that hunters spend 14 times more than ecotourists in Tanzania and 30 times more in Zimbabwe. In addition, the money spent by phototourists is highly localized. Much of their money goes directly to the business owners and a handful of businesses clustered around national parks, where money spent on trophy fees goes directly to concession holders and local communities. Also, since hunting concessions are widely dispersed throughout the country, the money is spread throughout multiple communities. The study also found that many booking agents for ecotourism are based outside of Africa. Consequently, a large portion of the money from those enterprises never even makes it to the country. On the other hand, nearly 93% of the hunting operations are based in Africa, so the money stays in Africa. In a privately owned protected area adjacent to Kruger National Park in South Africa, the difference in income was staggering. According to the 2020 African Sustainable Conservation News article, Sustainability and the Funding of the Timbavati Private Nature Reserve, it took 24,000 tourists in 2016 to create less than a third of the income earned from the 46 hunters who visited during the same period. That translates to 1,600 photo tourists to replace the income generated by one hunter. That number is mind-blowing. Numbers, of course, vary greatly from country to country and area to area, but there is little dispute that it takes far fewer hunters to generate the same income as scores of non-hunting tourists. There are many reasons that hunting is more lucrative. The money paid to hunting outfitters is significantly larger than that of general tourism. A much larger staff is needed, like that of Masimba Camp's 21 people. The average stay for hunters is much longer than photo tourists, and there are multiple layers of legislative fees the government requires for hunters that don't exist for non-hunters. Still, the trophy fees associated with hunting are ultimately what makes hunting so much more profitable than other forms of tourism. Part of these payments goes to the outfitter, and part to the government to fund conservation projects and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. The environmental imprint of each type of tourism must also be considered. It takes fewer resources to accommodate one hunter compared to the equivalent of ecotourists. To house, feed, and transport hundreds of tourists requires a huge number of supplies and raw materials. More lodges and hotels, often with fancy pools and plush amenities that the general tourists prefer, must be built. Ones like I pictured in my original dream of Africa. Also, ecotourists stay an average of 1 or 2 days at a place before moving on, thereby requiring new bedding each time they leave. The majority of hunters, on the other hand, prefer more rustic lodging, do not bounce from lodge to lodge, and stay much longer. Ecotourists usually book 1 or 2 game drives a day and expect to see a large amount of wildlife in a fairly short amount of time. This is not always sustainable in a natural environment. To accommodate the phototourists, more roads and infrastructure must be constructed. Food and water must be supplied in a place that is lacking both. There is also waste material that must be dealt with. All of these needs and activities destroy wildlife habitat and create a larger carbon footprint on the land, instead of keeping it intact as hunting does. It should also be recognized that studies have found that any lands where ecotourism can work are already being utilized. Please don't misunderstand me. I am not criticizing general tourism or non-consumptive tourism, as it is often referred to. It is critical for the economic well-being of the African people and the protection of huge tracts of animal habitat. It safeguards entirely different segments of land while offering a huge array of economic opportunities throughout the continent. I am just pointing out that no type of tourism doesn't consume valuable resources of some kind, whether land, water, minerals, or wildlife. There are debates over which type of tourism is best for Africa. Some claim that the money brought in by ecotourism is greater overall. Others claim that the revenue brought in by each hunter through hunting tourism or consumptive tourism is much higher, with much less impact on the environment. The thing is, both are largely true. The real question we must ask is, why does one have to be exclusive of the other? Tanzania and many other countries simply cannot afford to sacrifice the money generated by hunting tourism and the large tracts of habitat that it protects. They also can't afford the loss of money generated by ecotourism or the loss of habitat that national parks protect. Africa 100% needs both, without sacrificing one for the other. Conservation efforts are best served when both forms of tourism coexist peacefully and work together to preserve as much habitat as possible. Knowing that Masimba Camp would be dismantled upon our departure still made me a little sad. On the flip side, I was happy that our little sanctuary would be returning to the resident elephants and many other creatures who added their beastly cries to the nightly symphony. No permanent structures had been built, no habitat had been destroyed. Our safari provided jobs for local Tanzanians as well as others in the cities. Masimba Camp might not be a paradise to everyone, but for Rick and me, it was already priceless. We were in the African bush after all, a place where the cries of lions, hippos, and hyenas filled the nights with foreboding and dread, but also with wonder and intrigue. A place that allowed us to immerse ourselves in nature along with incredible beasts who remained wild and unfettered by fences. Hunting also enabled us to build relationships with the local people, which would have been much more difficult from the seat of a safari vehicle packed with people, moving from lodge to lodge every few days. Even after just a short time, I became attached to the staff. Not only did they readily share their culture and knowledge, but they also accepted us as friends. From their most grandiose deeds down to the most minute details, I was humbled by their efforts. These bonds of friendship not only facilitated a comfortable, safe, once-in-a-lifetime experience in the Tanzanian bush, but they also opened my eyes to so many things, offering me a completely new perspective, another level of knowing, a whole different way of being, one that allowed me to see the big picture, so to speak, when it came to hunting. The successful harvest of any animal would still bring about conflicting emotions. That would never go away. Even so, all my doubts about hunting's value in Africa completely vanished. There simply aren't enough words to convey my gratitude and appreciation to our Tanzanian counterparts for opening their hearts to us and making the life-changing experience so remarkable. Asante sana, Rafikas. Thank you, my friends. Chapter 10. Perception versus Reality. Lying wide-eyed with grilled zebra digesting in my stomach, I couldn't help realizing that I was a bit of a hypocrite. Rick's zebra hunt and the challenge it presented blew my perception of the horse-like animal. Then I had the aha moment during the camp tour that made it utterly clear why hunting is so important in Africa. The weird thing is, I already recognized the merits of hunting in America. I knew our pay-for-play system of conservation worked. In fact, it not only worked, but it also excelled. Yet I had come to Africa with resistance to hunting, largely based on preconceived notions. The words of Theodore Roosevelt, our 26th president, came to me. Wildlife and its habitat cannot speak, so we must and we will. These simple words essentially led to the preserved places of America that we know today, a place with wilderness areas, public lands, and ample wildlife, much of which we came close to losing. By the turn of the 20th century, America's wild species were in a bad place. The country's rapid westward expansion, market hunting, trapping and invasive species pushed many of the animals that we now take for granted and sometimes consider a nuisance to the brink of extinction. American bison came close to being completely wiped out, reduced to 300 individuals from a staggering 30 to 60 million. Bighorn sheep, elk, deer, and a host of other game weren't faring much better, existing at only a fraction of the numbers they enjoy today. Roosevelt was not just a president, he was an avid hunter. In his quest to hunt America's big game, he chronicled his hunting trips while lamenting the loss of species, habitat, and the effects of overgrazing on wildlands. At the time, this was unprecedented because most people still considered America's resources inexhaustible. Thankfully, he, John Muir, and a few others had the foresight to see its impending destruction. Roosevelt was a dynamic force who believed the rights of the public to the natural resources outweigh private rights. During his presidency from 1901 to 1909, this philosophy set in motion legislation that protected nearly 230 million acres of public land, created the United States Forest Service, and established 150 national forests, 51 federal bird reserves, 4 national game reserves, 5 national parks, and 18 national monuments, effectively earning him the title of the conservationist president. While Roosevelt got the ball rolling with the creation of so many protected areas, 30 years later, the Pittman-Robertson Act gave it momentum with 11% excise tax on hunting arms and ammunition. This important tax, which has cumulatively generated over $12 billion to restore, manage, and conserve the resources initiated by Roosevelt, is almost entirely responsible for the resurgence of multiple species. It's hard to fathom, but in 1900, according to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, America had only 500,000 white-tailed deer compared to 32 million today. The story is the same for other wildlife. 100,000 turkeys grew to 7 million. 12,000 pronghorn antelope surged to over 1.1 million. 41,000 elk also grew to more than 1 million. Ducks barely existed, but now number over 44 million. And the bison population rose from that piddly 300 to over 385,000. With habitat protections for game species, the non-game species, including bald eagles, soared as well. These drastic increases were achieved with, and because of, well-managed hunting. Yet, because of the exotic nature of African animals and my emotional attachment to them, I resisted everything I knew about hunting's conservation benefits. It had taken several days, with real-life experiences, for my views to evolve. It made me consider another juncture in my life, a time when my beliefs and convictions, once viewed through real-world experiences, were challenged. Growing up in Pennsylvania, where it was exciting to see a coyote, I was captivated by wolves. Their beauty, intelligence, tenderness towards the pack, and likeness to the domesticated dog also trigger affection, adoration, and glorification by large segments of society. Not everyone agrees with that line of thinking. People living on the front lines with wolves and dealing with their aftermath tend to have a vastly different perspective. Instead, they view them as ravenous killers. Such grossly differing views involving an animal treasured by many leaves little doubt they are the most polarizing creatures in all of America. Some people want wolves to have free rein with no management of any kind, while others want them all dead. As someone enchanted by wolves, I wrote countless letters to congressmen as instructed by wolf advocacy groups, donated money, and supported the wolves' reintroduction into Yellowstone National Park. I wanted them to flourish with little personal care for the consequences. Who cares about those ranchers losing sheep and cattle? They can be reimbursed, right? Truly, I didn't want anyone to suffer, but I was a naive young idealist being ruled by emotion and a romanticized view of a dog-like species. I wanted them free, wild, and everywhere. Looking back, it was unjust of me to take that stance. My money at the time was earned working in a steel mill, and my days off were spent water skiing at my grandma's river camp. Nevertheless, from my industrialized corner of the world, I championed a crusade that would have no effect whatsoever on me directly, without having done research to back up my position. As the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. Who would have thought that 10 years after sending countless wolf reintroduction letters, I'd be living smack dab in the middle of wolf country? Fate is a funny thing. Just a few months after Rick and I were married, we moved back to the ranch so that Rick's 15-year-old daughter, Mandy, could live with us. That was the year 2000, 5 years after the first wolves were released into Yellowstone National Park and the state of Idaho. Not only had the reintroduction been a success, the wild canines were thriving. When I first started going on hunting trips with Rick, the wolves had yet to take hold in the areas that we were familiar with. Rick's elk camp was only an hour's drive down Forest Service roads and then another 6 miles up an ATV trail to a small meadow on a ridge overlooking thousands of acres of forest. Once camp was reached, hiking boots were the mode of travel. Luckily, you could huff and puff your way to elk spots within 5 miles of the tent. The countryside was spectacular, the campfires toasty, the food yummy, and the camaraderie priceless. My brothers, nephews, and friends were always a part of the equation. Even in those days when there was a lot of elk, shooting one was rarely easy. By no means did purchasing an elk tag guarantee success, not by a long shot. It involved hiking miles and miles of steep country to scout multiple clear-cuts or open meadows. More often than not, my brothers traveled 3,200 miles from Pennsylvania to return home with no more than aching muscles, blisters, and stories to tell. Lots of stories. Still, back then, elk were always at least a part of the equation. The opportunity for a bull was on the next hillside cleared by logging, over the next ridge, or down the next ravine. Days were spent not only with sore muscles, but filled with anticipation, exhilaration, and promise. As years passed and the number of wolves increased, the elk population dwindled more and more until we were lucky to spot any at all. The last time Rick hunted that area, or tried to, I was with him. We climbed and descended mile after air-sucking mile, scouting every clear cut and meadow we could access during the week. We saw none of their telltale hoof prints or egg-shaped droppings. Instead, we saw large, whitish, turd-shaped masses of matted hair, barely recognizable as feces. It was everywhere. Wolves had taken over the area. None of the scat was new. The elk were long gone, and so too were the wolves. They'd moved on to greener pastures, so to speak, leaving devastation in their wake. The only sign that elk had existed anywhere in those mountains was in the aged, fur-laced dung littering the forest. It was devastating and heartbreaking to see what one exploding population of predators could do to a prey species. That was our last time hunting in that area. To justify the work of setting up camp, as well as the torment and abuse to the body, there has to be at least some potential for success, to at least know the animals are there, somewhere. When I began joining Rick in Idaho's backcountry, another perception of mine was blown out of the water. The effect of clear-cut logging on the ecosystem, a practice that uniformly cuts down all trees in a section of forest. The environmental action alerts from my 20s showed close-ups of barren mountainsides piled with logging debris but devoid of trees. The pictures looked like remnants of a war zone. You guessed it, more letters to congressmen and more donations to various organizations. Imagine my shock when the very place we searched for elk were those clear-cut sections of forests, natural meadows, or fire-ravaged areas. Elk are grazers and browsers, essentially feeding on grasses and low-growing vegetation, both of which thrive on open lands which allow for new growth. Forests are necessary for cover, but when they become too dense, the lack of sunlight eventually kills much of the vegetation, taking away a variety of food sources. Patches of open areas, at different phases of rebirth, offer elk and other wildlife a diverse, healthy habitat where they can thrive. Never was this fact mentioned in the action alerts that I had received. Witnessing the immensity of Idaho's forests firsthand, it became clear that much of the information I had been fed in my 20s was only half of the story. The pictures were real, taken right after logging, before the slash piles were burnt and new trees planted. What the pictures didn't show was the thousands of acres of remaining forest surrounding the small chunks of clear-cuts. A humongous puzzle, so to speak, with missing pieces scattered throughout. But instead of a missing piece ruining a puzzle's beauty, it enhanced it with contrast and variety. Pictures showing only the close-ups, not the vastness of trees surrounding each cleared piece of land, are distorted, effectively leaving an impression of devastation and destruction. These half-truths were highly successful in getting my support, as well as my money. Don't get me wrong, environmental protection and regulations are absolutely necessary. Without them, it is scary to think what our natural world would look like. Facts, however, are often manipulated to appeal to various values, emotions, and attitudes. Usually, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Too often, regulations are put in place not for biological reasons, but to appease special interest groups on both sides. Facts should decide policy, not emotions. Sentiment and passion can be easily manipulated. Their tactics certainly pulled at my heartstrings. Originally, when legislation was passed to reintroduce wolves into Idaho, there was supposed to be a fixed amount. With the state's hands tied due to legislation, they were unable to manage the wolves' numbers, causing their population to explode, decimating elk and other prey animals. Some areas of Idaho were hit much harder than others, especially the more remote, rugged areas where wolves thrive. In any zone that had a moderate to high wolf population, the elk populations declined sharply. 2 of the zones are within an hour's drive of our home. According to Idaho Fish and Game Department, the elk in the Lolo zone decreased from 16,054 elk in 1989 to 2,178 in 2010, a decrease of about 86%. To keep it fair and to look at both sides of the equation, one must recognize that wolves are not entirely to blame for the elk's drastic decline. The huge fires of 1910 and 1930 created hundreds of thousands of acres of prime habitat, enabling them to thrive. As the forests replenished themselves, elk habitat shrank. Because of years of fire suppression, no new burn areas were created to replace the elk habitat lost as the forests regrew. Decreased logging also lowered the amount of new browsing habitat. Mother Nature, too, had her hand in the nasty business. Extremely harsh winters made survival even tougher. Lastly, wolves aren't the only predators that prey on elk. Bears and cougars also do their fair share of plundering prey species, especially the calves. Therefore, when the number of those predators increases, elk take another hit. As with most things, there is typically no one simple answer. Even with all these factors in play, it is hard to ignore the fact that elk numbers plummeted drastically in the same period that wolves thrived. The numbers may be argued, but it is indisputable that unmanaged wolves do have a drastic impact on elk populations. Adult wolves are 4 to 6 feet long, weighing over 100 pounds. They are lethal predators on their own right, but with a pack, they are killing machines. Elk aren't the only species to have suffered from the wolves' thriving population. Moose were plentiful in Idaho when Rick was growing up. Now it's a rarity to get a glimpse of one of these lumbering giants. Deer have fared a bit better because they tend to live closer to civilization. Wolves avoid such places like the plague. Ranchers have lost thousands of cattle and sheep over the years, costing taxpayers millions of dollars in reimbursements. Many ranchers never receive any kind of compensation. The livestock in rural areas is often set loose to graze for months at a time before being rounded up in the fall. Finding and documenting wolf kills in such remote terrain months after the fact is about as feasible as herding cats. Wolves don't kill only to eat. They are extremely territorial and adamant about slaughtering any canine-related rivals, including my Rags and your Fido if they have the opportunity. Hounds that spend lots of time in the woods are especially susceptible to being slain. Ranch dogs, or herding dogs, are also extremely at risk. These highly skilled cattle dogs are critical for rounding up cattle in steep, rugged terrain or brushy areas that horses can't access. Friends of ours who work a large ranch across the river from us lost 5 cattle dogs to wolves in the 2019 season alone. Hunting dogs, ranching dogs, pets, it doesn't matter to the wolf. Any of man's best friends found in the wilderness are goners. Since my ragamuffin was always with us, even on hunts, that was a huge concern. Rags, a scruffy, curly-haired lab schnauzer mix who showed up on my doorstep the same month we moved to Idaho, didn't have a mean bone in his body. His gentle, loving nature made him a constant fixture at my side. He was also a constant source of amusement as he dove, dashed, and launched himself in unending, mostly unsuccessful, pursuits of chipmunks any time we were in the woods. Yet, When it came down to business, he crouched beside me, waiting patiently for Rick to do his thing. Not fans of rising at dark 30, Rags and I often skipped the morning hunt and cozied up in the tent until a sane hour. Later, I'd read a book by the fire while he'd chase furry-tailed tormentors around the woodpile. After a few hours, we'd venture out for a hike. It was those days at camp, when Rick and the guys were gone, that convinced me that I needed to know how to handle a pistol. Just like hunting isn't my thing, neither are guns. While Rick encouraged me to practice shooting, it wasn't until the wolf problem and my concern for Rags that I relented. Wolves aren't prone to attacking people, but my devoted little buddy would have been destroyed in a New York minute. I had no desire to kill anything, but if it was to protect that mutt of mine, you can bet your bottom dollar I would have pulled the trigger. Horses are another animal at risk in the backcountry. A few years ago, a man from our area was camping close to where we used to camp. His 4 horses were tethered to the horse trailer for the night while we slept. A commotion alerted him that wolves were attacking. One of the pregnant mares flipped over, breaking her neck in an attempt to escape. 2 of the horses broke their halters and fled. After searching for over a week, the horses were never found. The man lost 3 horses and an unborn colt that night. For horse people, losing a horse is like losing a fur baby. It's heartbreaking. No monetary reimbursement can replace the years of training and emotional attachment. This man lost his horses only a few months before I found myself squatting above that hole in the ground with a pack rat above my head and wolves howling in the distance. While it was chilling, figuratively and literally, we had little to fear. Wolves rarely attack humans. Even our mules had little to worry about. The donkey part of their nature assures they will fight rather than flee. The sturdy draft-sized mules, 9 of them, tethered to a high line allowing some freedom of movement, would have stomped, bit, and pummeled the attackers. With that being said, the elk were not so fortunate. We spent a week hiking up and down steep slopes in frigid temperatures without seeing even one elk or any sign. Another elk-rich habitat had been decimated. We left dispirited and heartbroken. Another hunting spot we have never returned to. Once living in wolf country, it is easy to understand why wolves are so polarizing. Many ranchers, farmers, business owners, hunters, and locals who are directly experiencing the devastating effects of such destructive predators are on one side of the fence. Some of these people want every single wolf exterminated, never to return. They paint wolves as nothing but cold-blooded killers, totally to blame for the decline in elk populations since they kill indiscriminately, wastefully, and excessively. Nothing will convince them that there are other factors in play as well. On the other hand, wolf advocates make wolves out to be gentle, loving canines, a romanticized, unrealistic view presented by people who live far away from the effects of them. Many people, including me in my 20s, fight tooth and nail to protect that one species at the expense of all others, including humans and their livelihoods. Many animal rights advocates support letting nature take its course. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. Man's meddling over the past centuries has created unnatural imbalances that can't be extinguished by simply taking our hands off of the reins. Too much habitat has already been destroyed or altered, and too many good-intentioned people want to transform the natural way of things and protect everything. This approach has given predaceous species an unfair advantage. Consequently, unchecked predators, feral cats, coyotes, bears, cougars, raccoons, foxes, and many others are drastically reducing prey populations throughout the Americas. Four-legged predators, unlike well-managed hunting, don't specifically target males. They prefer the weakest and most vulnerable. Typically, that involves females and their young, the very animals critical to growing populations. The sacrifice of a few males by hunters still leaves plenty of males available for breeding purposes. Looking back, it upsets me that I didn't look at the flip side or research the things I was fighting for. What right did I have to impose my sentiment on others, especially when it wasn't me who would feel the impact of my actions up close and personal? From a distance, with no skin in the game, I sat on my idealistic high horse with judgment and disapproval. Eventually, my life experiences allowed me to look at things from both perspectives. I came to know the hard-working, salt-of-the-earth people whose lives were unfavorably affected by wolves. That doesn't mean I, or most people in wolf country, want wolves totally gone. Absolutely not. Wolves should be a part of our wild areas, but so too should elk. The sound of the elk's bugling and mating ritual belongs in the forest as much as the wolves' vocal exhibitions. Both primal dialogues make the woodlands whole. It's kind of funny when you think about it. My bond with people who I rallied against in my 20s is what allows me the opportunity to experience wolves in the wild. Huddled around a wood fire with hunters, I can appreciate the wolves' soulful howling as they call to each other in their mournful-sounding dialogue. Just like the cries of lions and hyenas, the wolves' haunting vocals are somehow beautiful, eerie, mesmerizing, and enlivening at the same time. You feel the echoes of their bestial cries deep in your core, reminding you of times long ago. Simpler times, times when man and beast lived almost wholly as predator and prey. Fortunately, after years of unbridled wolf population growth and the ensuing court battles, Congress finally delisted them from the endangered species list. This has enabled the Idaho Fish and Game Department to take over wolf management based on biological data, thereby giving elk a fighting chance. In addition, the Forest Service is helping by creating more elk feeding grounds with the use of controlled burns and letting some wildfires burn unchecked. After years of frustration and hard times, there is promise. Elk populations have started to rebound. Areas that were decimated a few years ago are showing signs of the majestic animals once again. Bull antler sheds are being found in parts of the mountains that hadn't seen them for years. Forests that were void of a bull's distinctive bugle are once more hearing the deep, resounding trumpets, high-pitched squeals, and succession of grunts again. As noted, the elk population's rally did not happen on its own. It took the time, expertise, and resources of the Forest Service and others to improve habitat and actively manage predators, including wolves. All of this came with a price tag, which hunters had their hand in as well. The money dished out by hunters for the taxes resulting from the Pittman-Robertson Act mentioned earlier is just the tip of the iceberg. Hunters must purchase licenses, tags, and permits in amounts that can range from just a few bucks to thousands of dollars, depending on the species, the state, and other factors. Currently, money generated from such means provides about 60% of the funding for state agencies that manage most of the wildlife in the United States. When you add up all the income from hunters' fees, taxes, and donations, you will find that they contribute billions with a B to help species recover, preserve, and improve habitat, and ensure that state and fish wildlife agencies have the funds needed. Unfortunately, there is one huge problem with the current model. Hunting participation is plummeting nationwide in large part due to the loss of baby boomers, which currently make up roughly 1/3 of the hunters in our nation. Quite frankly, even though they still have the heart of a hunter, their bodies resist. Retiring their hunting boots also means no more buying licenses, tags, and sporting equipment at a time when the younger generation is not filling the gap. The sharp decline in hunters, along with their vast amount of money spent, has caused funding to nosedive, leaving wildlife agencies scrambling to find new sources of income. Staff positions are being left vacant and programs are being drastically cut. Countering hunting's downward trend is an increase in birdwatching, hiking, photography, canoeing, biking, and other outdoor pursuits, many of which use the same lands protected by the funding from hunting and fishing. The problem is, other than buying a park pass, there are no fees or taxes associated with these activities or any corresponding gear. Therefore, much less money is available for protecting wild areas. Congress, state governments, and agencies are aware of the increasing deficits in wildlife management and are considering other avenues, including adding a general sales tax, taxing outdoor equipment, or finding a way to monetize other outdoor activities. In addition, Wildlife agencies are searching for ways to stop and reverse the loss of hunters and the money that goes with them. Ideas include making hunting more accessible and targeting the locavore movement. These are people who wish to eat local, sustainable, ecologically conscious meat. Not having the access to lands previously available had a huge impact on ricks hunting. As a young hunter, the majority of local farmers and ranchers were eager to allow hunters on their property. It stabilized the herds of deer, elk, and bear while decreasing the loss to their crops and pastures. Over time, these same animals became far too valuable to allow locals to hunt for free. Most of Rick's old stomping grounds, for instance, are now leased out to outfitters who charge fees for guided hunts. Species that used to be considered a nuisance have become valuable assets. Boom! Another aha moment. While I had come to understand the importance of hunting in Africa to protect Africa's habitat, I had yet to consider this part of the equation. Why wouldn't placing a monetary value on African animals work the same way, especially when the wildlife they deal with is far more destructive than deer, elk, bear, and wolves? No matter how damaging and dangerous our wildlife can be to humans and their activities, they don't hold a candle to the menace created by lions, leopards, hyenas, and elephants. Placing a monetary value on such creatures, as well as zebras, antelopes, and other species competing for grazing lands, gives local people an incentive to coexist with wildlife. Wild creatures being more valuable than crops and livestock is a crucial part of why wildlife in Africa recovered significantly from their lows at the turn of the century, especially in South Africa and Namibia, which are made up primarily of sizable farms and ranches. Trying to raise livestock or grow crops in arid and carnivore-infested lands while keeping monstrous grazers, like elephants, at bay was a daunting task. An adult elephant alone can eat between 200 to 600 pounds of food a day. Imagine that oversized lawnmower whittling down crops and trampling your fields. After years of struggling, a few perceptive ranchers in South Africa realized that the very creatures they were battling, and often exterminating, could be the source of their income with minimal work. No more planting crops, no more tending livestock, no more harvesting and transporting to market. They just had to let nature take its course. The concept worked. Managing for wildlife preservation as well as species variety and enhancement replaced crop rotations and livestock care. Within years, game farms took over traditional farms, allowing animal populations to soar. In 1964, when South African game ranches were mere fledglings, the country had about 575,000 head of wild animals countrywide. In 2020, that number has grown to 24 million, some of which were brought back from the brink of extinction. Currently, there are approximately 10,000 privately owned ranches covering an estimated 52 million acres, most in marginal agricultural areas. To put it in perspective, that is 3 times more land than all of the parks and reserves combined. The South African conservation success story is based on private ownership of land and wildlife and the use of sustainable utilization. This essentially means wildlife species are managed in such a way to sustain their populations and habitat over time, considering the socio-economic needs of human populations. Namibia, nicknamed the conservation capital of Africa, is also a shining star. Upon its independence in 1990, the government enacted landmark legislation that gave community members the power to benefit from the proceeds of its wildlife resources. Over 40% of Namibia's surface area, including over 70 community-run conservatories, is under active conservation management, utilizing both ecotourism and well-managed hunting tourism. Empowering the people to experience direct benefits from wildlife protection has paid dividends. Wildlife numbers there continue to climb even as the populations of other countries fall. Namibia, therefore, has the honor of being home to the largest mix of wild animals and endangered species in Africa, including the largest free-roaming populations of cheetah and black rhino in the world. To understand this fully, we need to look at the opposite end of the spectrum. Kenya is the poster child for a country that went to the other extreme. In 1977, all hunting in Kenya, aside from bird hunting, was eliminated. Even landowners, regardless of ethnicity, have no right to kill wildlife on their property. The 2018 Earth and Environment article, Dramatic Declines in Kenya's Wildlife Demand and Urgent Response, states that wildlife declined by 68% overall in under 40 years, along with a huge depletion of diversity. Some species have plummeted as much as 88%, and many are severely threatened or endangered. Because nearly 70% of Kenya's wildlife exists in private or community areas, it doesn't fall under the protection of game reserves and national parks. With no financial incentive to live with wildlife, the local people kill them when human-animal conflict occurs, and instead introduce more and more domestic livestock. While wild populations tanked, the number of sheep and goats increased by more than 76% during that same 40-year span. Advocates of the hunting ban argue that population growth and economic expansion is the primary reason for the stark decline in Kenya's animals. But that is the point. Since wild species on private property offer no cash value for landowners, there is no reason to protect them. But they can earn an income from farming and livestock without dealing with the havoc, destruction, and added expense of living with wild creatures. In short, money talks. If wild animals are more valuable than the land and livestock, they flourish instead of perishing, no matter what country they live in. That includes the beloved horse-like zebra, elephant, leopard, and lion. Simba's earlier-than-normal cry jolted me back to the present. But instead of hearing only the lion's bestial grunt, my mind took me back to Idaho. I remembered the mournful melodies of wolves sending shivers up my spine, while simultaneously filling my heart with wonder. The thoughts of a forest void of their ghost-like presence and soulful howls are tragic. But I also remembered the consequence of their more savage side when paired with a lack of management. Even with my past experiences, I had based my reluctance of hunting certain species on my emotional attachment to them, instead of respecting the views and management policies of the people who live alongside them. Life is an unending series of twists and turns, allowing awareness in bits and pieces. My life's journey again offered me an opportunity to compare my perceptions against reality. Just as living in the heart of wolf country enabled my romanticized view to evolve into one that was more realistic, my views of Africa's wildlife evolved to become more practical. Its species are not animals from Disney movies. They are wild creatures surviving as nature intended, capable of gentleness as well as brutality. They deserve to be respected, loved, admired, and protected, but not idealized. Chapter 11. Honey, put your shoes on. Through the haze of slumber, I felt Rick's hand grasp my shoulder. Honey, wake up, he whispered almost imperceptibly. Something was different, more urgent. I could feel Rick's presence crouching beside me as he waited for the fog to clear from my brain. Rolling over to face him, I found him sober-faced, not buoyant like typical safari mornings. Once he had my full attention, he continued, Honey, you have to get up and put your shoes on. We might have to run. Now that is a wake-up call that you do not want to hear while sleeping or trying to sleep in the African bush, especially after a night of extremely lively beastly compositions. My drowsiness changed into alarmed confusion as I looked at him with huge question marks beaming from my eyes. Look out the window, he whispered. Although it was pitch dark, a small light near the solar panels provided a thin veil of illumination. Looking out the mesh opening beside his bed, all I saw was a blob. A big blob. More like a giant shadow. It was not the lion or hyena that I had been fearing. The huge blob was a full-grown hippo only inches from our tent. Is it Willie? I murmured. Willie was the resident male hippo who had just moved into the waterhole only yards from our tent. No, it's a mother and her calf. The calf is in front of her. We had been warned multiple times that the most dangerous place to be in Africa is between a hippo and the water, the place where the jumbo-sized mammals feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Water is their safety zone. Blocking their access to their refuge can, therefore, be extremely hazardous to your health. In addition, we were cautioned about their extremely protective nature when it came to their young. In short, unless we were ready to meet our maker, keep a respectable distance from any roly-poly mother-calf duos as well. Avoiding both of these dangers, they assured us, was a piece of cake. Just stay out of their way. While we were happy to heed their advice, they hadn't mentioned how to tackle that scenario we found ourselves in. Obviously, we weren't blocking the pair's passage to the hippo pool, but still, having 3,000 pounds of notoriously protective mama at arm's length was a bit troubling, to say the least. We could hear the muffled snorts and grunts as the two hippos fed on the grasses just outside the tent. Yet it was almost 5 a.m., time to get up. Apparently, an animal capable of slicing you in two with one chomp of its giant mouth should not hinder your breakfast plans and ultimately delay the safari. That was Rick's reasoning. He wanted to turn on the solar light so we could get dressed, but he wasn't sure how the motherly hippo would react. Consequently, we were to put our tennis shoes on and, at the moment of truth, be ready to sprint for our lives, just in case. I'm not kidding you. This was my typically bright husband's insane plan. Even worse, I blindly followed his instructions. Quietly, we slipped into our sneakers and prepared for the fateful moment. Looking at me, he mouthed, "Are you ready?" I nodded consent. He flipped the switch, the light flickered on, and the mama hippo and her calf bolted towards their watery oasis. Crisis over. Rick would not be late for the daily safari. The Masimba Camp resident hippos, or kibokos, were something we treasured, but not within inches of our tent. Their home in the pond of stagnant water may not look like much to humans, but to our jumbo-sized neighbors it was life itself. Hippopotamus, the Greek word for water horse or river horse, is considered a semi-aquatic mammal that depends heavily, if not entirely, on water. Typically, hippos spend 19 to 20 hours a day lounging in their soupy sanctuaries. Originally, scientists believed hippos to be closely related to pigs, but more recent DNA analysis shows they are more closely related to dolphins, porpoises, and whales. Underwater recordings of hippos even show complex vocalizations that mimic that of their oceanic relatives. While they may communicate similarly to their ocean-dwelling relatives, there is one giant difference between the two. Kibokos don't swim. They sink to the bottom and use their stubby legs to propel them forward, giving the perception that they are swimming. Yet, like dolphins, hippos depend wholeheartedly on water for survival. The rotund water lovers have no sweat glands. Plus, they have delicate skin, relatively speaking, for such a robust creature. Soaking in water and mud is the only way to regulate their body temperature and protect their skin from sunburn. Without the cooling effect of water, the hippo's skin would dry out, causing them to die a slow, agonizing death. For an animal living in the sweltering heat of western Tanzania, this is not a good thing. Sometimes you just have to shake your head. It seems the creator might have thought that one through a bit more. Anyway, the fact that a kiboko sanctuary existed just yards from Masimba Camp was wondrous. Watching the lounging giants from the safety of the rocky outcropping above was a huge treat. With each female averaging about 3,000 pounds and the large males weighing up to 6,000 pounds, their combined body mass took up a large chunk of real estate in what was left of the river. I always visited the kibokos during midday, so most of their bodies were submerged, except for a few forced to lounge in shallower sections. For the hippos holding the deep spots, only their eyes, ears, and nostrils poked above the murky water. This enabled them to see, hear, and smell while keeping their bodies cool and protected from the sun. I learned they also have impressive lungs, allowing them to stay underwater for up to 5 minutes at a time. Most of the time, the ones I saw seemed fairly mellow. Periodically, their mouths would gape open in an almost 3-foot-wide displays of teeth and gums, in what I thought were acts of boredom. Yet, it turns out the yawn-like spectacles were the hippo's way of posturing for dominance, basically saying, "Don't even think about it." Showing mouthfuls of lethal ivory gets the point across pretty readily. Their incisors and lower canines are laser sharp and up to a foot long, creating deadly sets of choppers. Adult hippos can bite down with a force of 2,000 pounds per square inch, enough to slice a 10-foot crocodile or small boat completely in half. Hippopods typically average 10 to 20 individuals, echoing Masimba Camp's size. The herds have a hierarchical society with one dominant male acting as leader. The rest of its members consist of a dominant female, lower-ranking females, their young, and a few non-breeding submissive males. The breeding bulls are very protective of their little harem. They use their display of deadly ivory, as mentioned above, to warn off rivals, along with loud grunts and aggressive splashes in the water. As long as younger males don't challenge the big guy, all is hunky-dory. If one chooses to test the hierarchical waters and puff his chest up a bit, so to speak, bitter battles can ensue. The same goes for any non-herd rivals who show up to challenge the top dog's dominance. Bulls will clash viciously for hours at a time, sometimes fighting to the death. According to the 2016 Real Wild documentary The Dark Side of Hippos, scientists believe that only about 10% of male hippos succeed in mating, which they believe may be the reason for so much hostility in the male hippo societies. On top of aggressive behavior between males, hippos in general are very territorial. In fact, they are regarded as one of the most territorially aggressive herbivores. The size of the chunk of water they consider their own depends largely on the body of water and food supply. Understandably, when there is plenty of water and a large food supply, the hippo world is a happier place. During the dry season and times of drought, tensions escalate dramatically as large numbers of kiboko are forced to congregate in limited pools of water, all fighting for the deepest channels that provide relief from the sun. Typically, new hippos moving into an established pool aren't well received. The overcrowding disrupts the social order, ultimately causing even higher levels of aggression. Hippos are also notoriously short-tempered. Being forced to be so close to one another is a recipe for disaster. Fights can break out over minor infractions. A hippo startled by a bird landing on its back, for instance, can cause a chain reaction of hostility. While such scenarios typically don't produce fights that last long, a couple seconds is long enough to do a lot of damage to a young hippo caught in the crossfire, sometimes fatally injuring them. Bulls driven from a waterhole entirely are often forced into risky situations. On National Geographic's Africa's Deadliest, I watched a male hippo being violently forced from multiple waterholes. Desperate for water, he finally found a hippo-free, oversized puddle guarded by an entire pride of lions. Yet that tiny piece of real estate was more important to him than any consequences. With power, persistence, and his mouth's deadly arsenal, he drove off the king of predators and took command of the life-saving water without dying in the process. All had seemed fairly peaceful in Masimba Camp's reservoir. The sporadic chuffs, grunts, and snorts had given us no indication that trouble was brewing in paradise. Yet all was not sunshine and roses. A young male had apparently grown too big for his britches. Perceived as a threat to the dominant bull, the hippo was booted out of the liquid gold he had previously called home, instead taking up residence in the waterhole below our tent. Fortunately, the ousted male showed no visible wounds. Still, without water, he was at risk of an even more agonizingly slow death. The oversized puddle barely had enough water to cover half of his body. His entire back and part of his torso were exposed to the blistering sun. Thankfully, Lillian assured us that there was enough water to keep him alive until the rainy season expected in just a few weeks. While there was no formal introductions to our portly neighbor, we did as Americans do. We gave him a name. Willie seemed to fit a hippo quite well. Lillian agreed. Here is the weird thing. The hippo's aggressive, territorial, and hierarchical nature typically applies only in the water. During the 4 to 5 hours spent grazing on land every evening, much of the grouchiness towards each other pauses. Essentially, the social but moody beasts become calm loners. This solitary nature away from water may be necessary to ensure each individual has access to enough feed. To maintain their massive bodies, each hippo must guzzle down up to 150 pounds of vegetation each night, traveling up to 6 miles to do so. Feeding solo also offers a break from being forced into tight quarters with family members all day long. Even if we love our family to pieces, we can all relate to that. Knowing the hippo's deadly potential and thus giving them plenty of room, we had zero problems. Not once did the bulky pachyderms show any hostile behavior towards us. A visiting warthog couldn't say the same. One afternoon, Joel was performing a chore along the riverbed as vervet monkeys and bushbuck drank from the puddle below the messy. Seeing the spot occupied, a large warthog bull ambled nonchalantly towards Willie's newly claimed domain, apparently oblivious that there was a new sheriff in town. After being kicked out of his previous oasis, Willie was in no mood to share. As the warthog unwittingly approached, the hippo launched from the water with his mouth gaping, weapons exposed. The startled warthog sprinted for its life, almost plowing Joel over in the process. Thankfully, the nimble-footed boar veered at the last moment. Still, he succeeded in scaring the bejesus out of our entertaining host. The ruckus caused the whole horde of peacefully drinking visitors to explode in flight. "Oh, it scared me. It scared me a lot," Joel admitted while telling us the tale. Fortunately, Joel's little episode ended with nothing more than a near heart attack and a good story to tell. Nevertheless, accidents do happen. Sometimes people are just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hippos may look like they'd be a cinch to outrun. Assuming that, however, could get you killed. Considering the mammal's immense size, they are extremely fast, capable of 30-mile-per-hour bursts. How Rick thought we'd be able to outsprint one is beyond me. Because of the kiboko's tunnel vision regarding their watery sanctuaries, villagers often get into trouble when using the same well-worn paths as hippos. One of Lillian's friends was using such a trail, lined with thick brush on both sides, when a hippo decided feeding time was over. Upon seeing a human obstruction in his way, the hippo charged forward at full speed. Lillian's friend leaped into the thicket and thankfully escaped being steamrolled by the 30-mile-per-hour bulldozer. A few seconds of hesitation on the girl's part, and Lillian's friend would now most likely be 6 feet under. The hippo was just trying to get to water. There was no malicious intent. Even so, the young lady would have been just as dead, accident or not. People who don't live with the chunky amphibious mammals are often clueless about the threat they pose. Hippos are often portrayed as cuddly stuffed animals wearing ballerina tutus. The reality is far different. As with so many living things, they are part Dr. Jekyll and part Mr. Hyde. Like lions, zebras, and many other species, male hippos practice infanticide. If a new male takes control, he may kill infants to force their mothers into estrus sooner. My addiction to wildlife shows has allowed me to witness this unpleasant reality on multiple occasions. The documentary mentioned earlier was able to film an underwater battle for life and death. A hippo calf dashed skillfully along the bottom of the riverbed, completely underwater, while trying to outrun the attacking male. As swift as the calf was, the new bull was faster. He grabbed the baby in his jaws, and within minutes, it was over. Although hippos are classified as herbivores, they are known to eat meat as well, sometimes even their own kind. Hippos, of course, aren't the only animals who engage in cannibalism. Nature is a dog-eat-dog world, sometimes literally. You can't blame wildlife for doing what it takes to survive, no matter how gruesome it may seem. The problem is the unpredictable, sometimes short-tempered kibokos who tend to become very protective of their domain often turn their lethal tactics on humans as well, and sometimes not just by accident. Other than crocodiles, hippos kill more people each year than any other species. Most sources estimate that the docile-looking pachyderms are responsible for over 500 human deaths a year. Other sources estimate closer to 3,000. In truth, it is hard to determine exactly how many people die each year from hippo attacks, or attacks from any wild resident for that matter. Not only are accurate records not a priority in the bush, many people simply go missing. Their remains never found. While encounters with any number of critters, lions, elephants, crocodiles, hippos, hyenas, snakes, leopards, or Cape buffalo, could lead to an untimely death, Africa's efficient recycling system ensures the evidence is short-lived. Hyenas, vultures, and other scavengers devour every morsel, including many of the bones. Any skeletal remains are carried off and scattered. Most human deaths resulting from hippos are a consequence of human-wildlife conflict. Many rural villages, understandably, are nestled along riverbanks, allowing easy access to water for themselves, as well as their crops and livestock. Many waterside communities also rely heavily on fish for sustenance, putting them directly in the line of fire of territorial hippos. Kibokos also aren't opposed to filling their vast stomachs with the crops planted conveniently within walking distance. The bulky herbivores can put quite a hurting on poor villagers' food sources. To combat this, local people often station nightly lookouts near their plantings to drive off hippos and other animals before damage is done. The majority of the time, if hippos are given space, villagers can go about their business unmolested. For those who are the exception to the rule or encroach on the hippo territory unknowingly, it is a gory death. With habitats shrinking and human populations growing, requiring more food and water, it is easy to see that the problem will continue to escalate. Hundreds of hippos are shot each year to minimize conflict with humans, either in preventative measures or in retaliation. A while ago, I watched the 2016 Carter's War episode, Death in the Water, a great example of what is occurring all over Africa. Ivan Carter, a conservationist and wildlife investigator, journeyed to a stretch of the Zambezi River where a lot of people were living close to hippos. The two came into close contact with each other on a nightly basis. During the episode, Carter met a man who had escaped with his life after a grueling hippo attack while attending the funeral of another man who had not been so lucky. He investigated to determine what was contributing to the increased hippo attacks. Ultimately, Carter discovered that the human-hippo conflict was because more people were living and fishing on that stretch of river than ever before. While examining the problem, another death occurred in a nearby village. Carter was therefore summoned to shoot the offender. After doing some dangerous experiments using himself as bait, he found no particular rogue hippo to blame for the attack. Still, the anguished villagers wanted a hippo dead. It didn't matter if it was the offending hippo or not. While Carter understood the struggles of the rural people living with the beefy animals, he refused to kill an innocent hippo just to appease them. The episode had no happy ending. The grieving villagers berated and blamed him. He withdrew sober and disheartened, knowing that the predicament was not a hippo problem. It was a human problem, one that offered no easy solution. As Carter often puts it, when there is conflict between humans and wildlife, wildlife ultimately suffers most. Historically, the hippopotamus was widely distributed throughout sub-Saharan Africa. Human encroachment, however, has decimated their historic range. In 3 African countries, they have gone regionally extinct. The 125,000 to 148,000 hippos remaining in the wild are largely confined to protected areas. In just the last 10 years alone, their population has decreased by up to 20%. The IUCN currently lists the hippo as vulnerable to extinction, one category away from endangered. For hippos, another factor comes into play: water, or rather, the lack of water. Expanding agriculture is gobbling up much more water than in the past. Many wetlands are being converted into croplands, and rivers and lakes are being redirected to agricultural areas. Decreased water supplies is therefore considered one of the main threats to the future of hippos and other water-dependent species. This issue is not exclusive to Tanzania. The entire continent is in the same boat. It's impossible to discuss the plight of aquatic animals and human-wildlife conflict without talking about our other water-loving neighbor at Masimba Camp, Freddie, the 4-foot-long crocodile who also lived in the waterhole below our tent. Freddie was quite secretive. As a small version of the notorious Nile crocodile, he was barely visible in the muddied pool of water. Most of the time, he was little more than glowing eyes under the gleam of a flashlight each night before we went to bed. Once in a while, we'd see him basking in the sun during our midday break, but it certainly wasn't a regular occurrence. Freddie's elusive nature and small size made him no threat whatsoever. That can't be said for his larger kinfolk, as now crocodiles are the largest and most distributed crocodile species across Africa. The lakes and rivers of Central and East Africa are known for having the most sizable concentrations, as well as the biggest specimens. Tanzania is crawling with the giant reptiles, literally. During our time in Rungwa West, Freddie was the camp's only crocodile. Soon after we left, the rains would engulf the withered savanna, transforming the landscape into a waterlogged countryside. While the saturated terrain and overflowing river channels made anti-poaching patrols like Lillian's problematic, it was a boon for wild species, especially the amphibians and reptiles. As the rivers filled, the crocodiles would return from their dry season sanctuaries, deep isolated pools that retained water throughout the year in the otherwise dry riverbeds. Soon Masimba Camp's dried-up riverbed would be full of much more than just water. Africa's largest crocodilian has absolutely no Dr. Jekyll in him. He is all Mr. Hyde, but an even deadlier, more horrifying prehistoric version. Crocs can grow to 20 feet long and weigh up to 2,400 pounds during their 70-plus year lifespan. Fortunately, the death-dealing predators average closer to 12 feet, weighing approximately 600 pounds. Still, that is quite a package of pure terror. Crocs don't start out as monstrous beasts. It takes many years before they're large enough to take down the wildebeest we see getting devoured each year during the Great Migration in the Serengeti National Park. Young crocodiles eat anything and everything they can fit in their mouths: fish, birds, frogs, crustaceans, locusts, and carrion. As the crocodile grows, so does his prey size. This is not only by choice, it's also a necessity. As their size increases, their dexterity and maneuverability decrease. Crocodiles can't easily chase down prey. Consequently, they are ambush hunters that prefer their prey to come to them. Their sheer patience is extraordinary and could teach humans, including me, a thing or two. They can wait hours, days, or even weeks for the suitable moment to attack. Once a potential victim strays within striking range, the attack is sudden and unpredictable. Anything and everything, including humans who venture near water, are a potential meal. A croc will feed on anything that it can outswim, ambush, or overpower. Life for the crocodiles is typically feast or famine, so when food is plentiful, they gorge themselves, eating up to half of their body weight in one feeding. Fortunately, their metabolism is designed to store the energy from nearly all of the food they consume for future use. This is one of the reasons that larger crocodiles can survive over a year without eating a meal. While this may be possible, it certainly isn't their first choice. Research says that the average croc eats about 50 full meals a year. The extremely indiscriminate appetite of the reptiles also means they aren't squeamish about eating their own kind. Cannibalism is highly practiced in the crocodile world, basically applying the same principle to all potential prey. If they can kill it, they will eat it. Only smaller, reproductive age females are sometimes spared this fate by male crocodiles for obvious reasons. This croc-on-croc behavior may help keep populations stable. It's also the main reason why like-sized reptiles tend to hang out together. Adult crocs don't eat each other because they are too large and too tough, and the resulting fight would end with massive wounds to both individuals. Crocodiles are highly equipped for their gruesome pursuits. They have keen hearing, can remain underwater for over an hour at a time, and are capable of swimming up to 20 miles per hour. Even more notable, they have 64 to 68 teeth that sink into flesh, allowing a grip that is almost impossible to loosen. Their jaws are powerful, capable of 5,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Though a croc's teeth are lethal, they aren't designed for chewing their meals. Prey is typically drowned first, then torn into chunks to be eaten piece by piece. When groups are sharing a kill, they use each other as leverage, biting down hard and then twisting their bodies, ripping off pieces of flesh in what is known as a death roll. Any unconsumed meat is stashed in the water under logs or other obstacles to decompose for later use. You might imagine that such antics would be pretty hard on dental equipment. Not to worry. If these conical weapons are lost, they are quickly replaced. According to Live Science, a crocodile can go through over 8,000 teeth in their lifetime. Interestingly, while their bite strength is 50 times greater than that of a human, they have minimal opening strength, meaning a croc's mouth can be held shut with a human hand or a piece of duct tape. It is no coincidence that crocodiles live in tropical climates. Like all reptiles, they are cold-blooded, gathering heat from their environment. To control their body thermostat, they bask in the sun when cold and seek shade or water when hot. Another way of keeping cold is to open their mouths in a process called mouth gaping, similar to panting. Being cold-blooded, they don't need to use their energy to maintain their body temperature. This is part of the reason they don't need food as regularly as other types of animals. During colder months or long periods of drought, they hibernate or go dormant. Although crocodilians are nocturnal, they do hunt by day as well. This also means that there is no safe time for humans to be in, on, or near the water wherever these indiscriminate eaters live, especially since crocodiles are one of the few species that have no aversion whatsoever to taking humans for food. When it comes to man-eaters, there is one simple rule. The bigger they are, the more dangerous they are. Rural people have no choice but to face these risks since they need water for themselves, livestock, crops, and fishing. Crocodiles are responsible for the most human deaths in Africa. There are several reasons for this. First of all, the most obvious, their incredible savagery, indiscriminate appetite, and lethal tools of the trade. Second, there are a lot of them, and they are distributed far and wide. Third, crocs can live near people without ever being detected. Typical of statistics in Africa, a tally of crocodile deaths is tricky to gather. Again, aside from very poor reporting systems where births and deaths aren't even registered, too many rural Africans simply vanish. This is especially true of croc victims, thanks to the croc's tendency to drown, drag, and stash their prey away from the scene of the crime. Unless another person is present to witness an attack, there is absolutely no trace left to tell the tale. Most sources suggest that between 1,000 to 2,500 unfortunate souls lose their lives to the prehistoric reptiles each year. According to the 2019 article, When and Where Do Nile Crocodiles Attack?, 51% of crocodile victims are under the age of 15. Not surprisingly, the younger the child, the more vulnerable they are. While attacks can occur any time, the most common occurred while the victims were swimming, bathing, or fishing. Once when chatting with Raphael, the subject of my family's river camp came up, and I mentioned my obsession with stand-up paddleboarding. Instantly, he snapped his head towards me. In disbelief, he demanded, "What about the crocodiles?" The crocodile's lethal nature jumped into Raphael's mind the second I mentioned swimming in a river. Raphael sat fascinated as I explained to him that except for the southern tip of Florida, America had no crocodiles, and that our smaller, less aggressive alligators, often found in the waterways of the southern United States, pose far less of a threat to humans. He just stared at me in disbelief as I told him of my water skiing adventures in the alligator-inhabited wetlands of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, in my early 20s. That simple conversation is the perfect example of two cultures living two different realities. The people of Africa must deal with the atrocities inflicted upon them by crocodiles. We, on the other hand, get to appreciate the crocodile's wonder and ancient ruthless quest for food from afar. Horrified, yet captivated, we watch the desperate struggle of a zebra trying to escape a crocodile's jaws on a National Geographic program. While it is admirable that most of society wishes to preserve the prehistoric carnivores, they must recognize the issues revolving around living among them. The Nile crocodile is currently listed as least concern on the IUCN Conservation Status List. So far, They have proved to be the ultimate survivors, existing since Jurassic times. That doesn't mean they don't need diligent protection. Alleviating retaliatory and preemptive killings of crocodiles may be a bit easier than other species. With crocs, there is no mystery as to where they will be lurking. They will always be within feet of the water's edge, not stalking domesticated livestock, eating and trampling crops, or destroying the livelihoods of local peoples. Villages can reduce their exposure to the deadly reptiles by digging wells in the villages, refraining from swimming in crocodile-infested waters, and changing their fishing habits. Much of this, of course, boils down to money and a lot of effort. The danger of living with hippos can be mitigated as well. Constructing fences and digging ditches can help deter them from accessing farmlands. One village, for example, voluntarily moved 5 miles away from the river to alleviate the conflict. While in many ways it made their life more difficult, it also resulted in far less conflict with wildlife. Again, it takes money and effort. It won't come as a surprise to you that one way to earn money and offer an incentive to live with such creatures is through the harvest of a very few mature males and, in some cases, specific problem animals. You've heard of the Big Five: elephant, lion, leopard, Cape buffalo, and rhinoceros? Well, there's also something called the Dangerous Seven. Crocodiles and hippos, with their high body count and lethal attributes, are the additional members of that notorious group. If there is no incentive for rural villagers to change their behaviors, allowing for a more peaceful coexistence with such lethal species, many may resort to the tried and true method: shoot, shovel, and shut up. While it may be tempting to judge people harshly for such actions, it's not our children who are driven into the water by the blistering sun, our families who must go to the water's edge to bathe or collect water, or our spouses who must fish in the pitch black of night to bring home the only protein available. The fact that Masimba Camp was a safe spot, relatively speaking, for its human residents was no accident. They took extensive preventative measures to keep everyone safe and mitigate human-wildlife conflict. Food staples, other than meat, were purchased elsewhere. There was no farming, gardens, or crops for herbivores to trample and plunder. There was no livestock offering easy pickings for hungry predators. Edibles, hides, and horns were stored safely out of the reach of opportunist scavengers. Thatched fences were built to protect certain areas and redirect four-legged visitors. Our bathroom huts butted up to our tents, so we didn't have to leave the safety of a shelter at night, thereby avoiding any conflicts with the nocturnal predators. Equally important, they educated us about the wild animals frequenting camp, while making sure we didn't unknowingly put ourselves in danger. The staff's watchful eyes redirected my naive pursuits on several occasions. These deterrents and the manpower to accomplish all of this did not appear out of thin air. It required money made available through hunting. Until villages and rural communities have the funds needed to initiate alternate practices and take preventative measures to mitigate human-wildlife conflict, both humans and animals will suffer. May I remind you of the words of Ivan Carter: "When there is conflict between humans and wildlife, wildlife ultimately suffers most." As I headed to breakfast, a bellow coming from the hippo pole interrupted my train of thought. The sound reminded me of how fortunate I was to have an entire Kiboko clan lounging just a few hundred yards away. For various reasons, I didn't always get to see them, but not a day went by without their highly recognizable vocals. Bellows, grunts, groans, roars, wheezes, growls, and chuffs pervaded the air, becoming a part of each night's primal masterpiece. For sure, the African symphony was grander because hippos were a part of it, even if that meant waking up every single morning to hear, "Honey, put your shoes on." Chapter 12. A Place of Refuge. With eyes locked, we mirrored each other's movements. His head momentarily disappeared behind the branch until he peeked over the other side. In an exaggerated movement, I shifted my head to follow his gaze until his golden eyes were again fixed on mine. A few seconds later, we reversed our moves. Each time, his small black face disappeared briefly behind the large limb. I couldn't look away. The tiny relative had me captivated. Never in a million years could I have imagined that I'd be playing hide-and-seek with a wild primate, with a vervet monkey to be exact. After the first few marathon days, we typically came back to Masimba Camp for lunch, a treat that allowed us to kick back and relax for a few hours before heading out on an afternoon safari. The dining hut's afternoon views, especially the frolicking long-tailed visitors, were a huge upgrade over swooping bats and flying excrement. In the heat of the day, the riverbed and 2 waterholes below the messy were tiny oases that became a flurry of activity, allowing us to enjoy a smorgasbord of animals, typically hidden from us after dark. Vervet monkeys, or tumbilis as they're known in Swahili, were by far our most prominent visitors. Only minutes after we'd sat down, the spontaneous game of hide-and-seek had emerged. The curious, delicate-looking monkeys have silver-gray bodies, black faces ringed with white fluffy fur, and white eyebrows. Even large males only weigh about 17 pounds and grow to 24 inches long, not counting their tails. Females are even smaller. Their size didn't diminish their curiosity, at least not the males. They flitted about bravely above our heads. Most of the females kept their distance, hanging out in the trees across the riverbed when they weren't darting to and from the waterholes. Nearly all of them had babies latched underneath their bellies, holding on for dear life. Originally, I thought the females weren't interested in playing games because of their protective motherly instincts. While I'm sure that was part of it, I also learned that the monkeys were very likely 2 distinct groups. Most troops of vervet monkeys consist of 10 to 50 adult females and immature offspring. The males simply drop in to socialize and enjoy a little hanky-panky from time to time. One might wonder how an African rookie like myself became such an expert at deciphering a vervet monkey's sex. Well, when it comes to tumbilis, you don't have to be the sharpest tack in the drawer. The family jewels are a brilliant turquoise blue accompanied by a bright red penis, essentially advertising their maleness like a flashing red and blue on neon sign. It might not surprise you to learn that they are often referred to as blue-balled monkeys. Vervet monkeys, male or female, are noisy little critters, capable of making 30 different alarm calls, each one distinctive for specific threats. No doubt their cries made up part of the primal composition we listened to each night. Every monkey within a matriarchal troop participates in rearing of the infants. With that being said, most of the mothering falls to the juvenile females who assume a lot of the parental duties. This enables the mother to reproduce sooner while simultaneously allowing the younger females to gain experience, ultimately making them better equipped to raise their own offspring. Since tumbilis spend most of their time in the trees to avoid predators, their primary threats are leopards, eagles, pythons, and baboons. Around civilization, however, it is their eating habits that get them into trouble. While they eat mainly fruit, flowers, leaves, and insects, they are not opposed to an easy meal accomplished by raiding crops or stealing food when the opportunity arises. In some areas, this problem leads to annual slaughter by poison, traps, and guns, making them additional victims of human encroachment and shrinking ecosystems. There was no chance of that happening at Masimba Camp. The staff was diligent about keeping food tucked away, ensuring that temptation didn't turn the daily visitors into unwelcome guests. Besides, everything in the neighboring Ruaha National Park, as well as in the riverbed itself, was protected. Not that it needed to be. Masimba Camp not only offered us sanctuary, shelter, and protection, it was a haven for wildlife as well. Without a word ever being said, there was an unspoken understanding that all wildlife in and around the encampment was off limits for hunting, even if it was on the game reserve side of the river. While we loved and respected that concept, there was one animal in particular that made us question the role. The first few afternoons at the messe, a beautiful old bushbuck ram, or pongo, came to the waterhole with a huge festering wound on his side. These elegant-looking antelopes closely resemble deer in size and appearance, except they have white spots on their flanks, white socks, and straight horns with a slight twist. Unlike deer, they are very solitary. As browsers, they prefer forests and are rarely found in open terrain. The males go to great lengths to avoid each other, a fact that was supported by our experience. The reclusive ungulates mysteriously appeared from the thick brush, warily entered the riverbed to drink their fill, and were quickly swallowed up again by the forest. There was no dilly-dallying for those introverts. The ewes are a little less antisocial, spending at least a few hours a day with their young. We spotted several at the waterhole at the same time. The need for moisture outweighed their natural shy tendencies for just a bit. As much delight as we took in watching animals, seeing the nasty infected gash on the injured bushbuck was distressful. While we were clueless as to what caused the wound, there was little doubt that the antelope would die a slow, tortuous death. Rick, Rod, and Sue would have ended the ram's suffering, but as it was, their hands were tied. Being that the animal was on the other side of the magical line, in the national park instead of the game reserve, meant it was off limits to human interference of any kind. Nature must be allowed to run its course, even if it seems inhumane. This non-interference applies even when animals could be saved. The Grand Ruaha River, which typically flows year-round, is the main source of water for all creatures in the park during the dry season. Joel explained that the crucial life-giving river had been experiencing drastic decreases in water flow since 1993, when large-scale, water-intensive rice farms were developed along the riverbanks upstream from the park. Growing rice in those localities reportedly caused a 77% loss of all wetland surface area below the cultivated acreage. These sponge-like lands are what feed the river during the dry season. These wide-ranging farms are thought to be the primary cause of the sharp decline of the river. In a river that previously offered much-needed water throughout the year, there are now sections that dry up completely for months at a time. This lack of water puts major stress on wild species, especially the hippos and other animals dependent on water submersion to survive. As a result of a particularly bad drought a few years before we arrived, hundreds of hippos died slow, tortuous deaths. Joel's typical merriness left as he related the incident. While drilling water wells to save the pachyderms had been considered, ultimately the proposals were rejected. Sound biology and environmentalism ruled against tampering with nature and its natural course of events. Park officials had to sit idly by as the lack of water killed off the weak. The Tanzanian government has since formed a committee of ministers to address the issues facing the Grand Ruaha River. Hopefully, solutions for protecting this critical water source were found, enabling both human and wildlife populations to thrive. Learning about so many hippo deaths was deeply troubling. Less than 300 yards away, the camp kibokos lounged in what was left of the Masimba River. We witnessed the scarcity of the vital resource each time we stepped from our tent to see the puddles that clung to existence in the dried-up riverbed. Freddie and Willie made their home in one of those muddied pits of water, yet until then, I didn't recognize their full vulnerability. While I was stressing over the plight of the animals dependent on water, a large warthog, or ngiri, made his appearance. Like hippos, warthogs love to wallow in the mud to stay cool and coat their hide to protect against insects. But contrary to the hippo, they have adapted to living in a parched country. They amazingly can go several months without water if they have to. The opportunistic eaters have large, rigid snouts that act like shovels for digging up water-laden tubers, roots, and bulbs. In addition, they eat grasses, bark, berries, and even carrion they chance upon, all of which allow them to get the moisture they need from the food they eat. Because of their adaptability, ngiri can thrive in many conditions, even when displaced by humans. At Masimba Camp, neither was an issue. The two-legged residents enjoyed sharing the camp with the butt-ugly visitors. There is no polite way to say it. Like the hartebeest, this haggard-looking species is drastically short in the looks department. While they won't be winning any beauty contests, Their hideous faces also somehow make them cute as a button. Warthogs, as one might guess, are relatives of the pig family and therefore resemble them in many ways. Their name, understandably, comes from the cone-shaped wart-like growths protruding from their faces. Males have 4 of these fleshy nodules, each up to 4 inches long. The unsightly growths serve as a form of armor to ward off blows to their face from the pointy tusks of other boars during fights over territory or breeding rights. Like most females, the sows are more sensible, typically not fighting one another. Consequently, they have only 2 warts, much smaller than those of the males. Male warthogs grow to almost 5 feet long, 33 inches high, and weigh between 120 to 250 pounds. Females are slightly smaller. To add to their already odd appearance, warthogs are mostly bald except for sparse clusters of hair sprouting willy-nilly on their bodies and a dark shaggy mane running down their neck and back. Essentially, every day for the Nigeri is a bad hair day. By far, their most bizarre-looking attribute is the 2 pairs of tusks. Like elephants, about 1/3 of their tusks are embedded in their skulls, leaving up to 10 inches protruding from their lips, forming a half circle on each side. To top off all these outlandish features, warthogs have a long, narrow tail with a tuft of hair attached to its end. When danger is perceived, the tail pops straight up into the air like a flagpole. Female warthogs and their young travel in matriarchal groups called sounders. Boars may travel solo or in small bachelor groups. At the Messi's waterhole, only boars seem to make an appearance. The cautious mamas and their babies stayed clear. These pig-like families were often spotted on our daily wanderings. Inevitably, our appearance sent their tails shooting into the air, broadcasting their alarm. I hate to admit that I took such joy in the fear of another living thing, but I did. The parade of hoisted tails cracked me up every single time. Warthogs have good reason to worry. Lions, leopards, hyenas, crocodiles, wild dogs, cheetahs, and eagles all have a hankering for juicy pork steaks. Although their ghastly appearance and intimidating fangs make them look quite savage, their facade doesn't intimidate predators. Their best tactic is to flee, not fight. Fortunately, they are speedy little buggers. Because their legs are quite a bit longer than their domestic relatives, they can dash 30 miles per hour across the savannah. If their speed fails them, those razor-sharp tusks on the bottom jaw become lethal weapons. When retreating into their burrows, they tuck their piglets in behind them and back into their holes positioned for an attack. Each time they exit their dens, they spring forth like their life depended on it, because, quite frankly, it does. While Masimba Camp was a place of refuge for any nearby wildlife, there were a few times their devotion to coexisting with wild things threw me for a loop. You may remember that I hate mice. Not just a little bit. I have a completely irrational, over-the-top aversion to the beady-eyed varmints. I'm ashamed to say that my idiocy and the language gap had me pleading for the death of an innocent creature. Thankfully, Michael stood up to my lunacy. Before you think I'm evil, let me explain. Days earlier, a mouse had scrambled up Rick's leg while he was sitting on the porcelain throne, causing him to kick wildly. His knee-jerk reaction sent the tailed rodent sailing through the air, striking me in the stomach before dropping to the ground and scampering away. Knowing Africa's host of unsavory characters, many of which feed on mice, it was already nerve-wracking enough going into the makeshift bathroom. Therefore, a mouse on the premises kept me in an even greater state of terror. For days, the mouse tormented me with surprise appearances while I was brushing my teeth, on the toilet, and twice while in the shower. Each sighting sent me into a frenzied Irish jig while trying to keep from screaming. Crying wolf in Africa is not a good idea. My next scream could indicate a black mamba or something that truly mattered, and I wanted help to come when needed. During daylight hours, the solar lights were off, allowing only natural light to seep into the hut. The shelter took on an eerie grayness interspersed with shadows. One afternoon when entering the dim setting, I was stopped dead in my tracks by my whiskered nemesis, which in the murky light appeared as a brown, blurry blob. Instead of dashing out of sight, the blob stood his ground, never even trying to flee. In a tizzy, I dashed out of the bathroom looking for someone, anyone, capable of ridding our bathroom of that miniature tormentor. Michael heard my yelping and came running to my rescue. In an emotional frenzy, I informed him that the mouse was back and wouldn't leave. "You have to kill it," I pleaded. Instantly, he darted into the bathroom while I waited anxiously outside the tent. A minute passed, but there were no sounds of chaos or commotion to indicate the pursuit of the notoriously fast rodent. Finally, Michael hesitantly came back out with a troubled look on his face. "Chora, I can't kill it," he implored. "Chora is protected by the national park. It's illegal to kill." Still irrational, I begged him to forget the national park. Surely a mouse didn't matter. Besides, the boundary of the park was the riverbed, not our tent. I'm not proud that my emotions led me to make such a lethal appeal, but in truth, I wanted that mouse gone. After a few frantic minutes, Michael finally got it through my thick skull that the chura was a frog, not a mouse. Typical of my foolishness when it comes to mice, my imagination had taken over the instant I saw the blurry blob nestled in the shadowy gloom. Instead of investigating, I tore out of the bathroom like a bat out of hell. Chora, Lillian had yet to teach me that little tidbit of Swahili. Panya, meaning mouse, also hadn't come up. I had asked Michael to kill a frog. Fortunately, Michael stood his ground, refusing to kill the so-called mouse, even though I was visibly upset and begging him to do so. Again, the incident may not seem like a big deal, but in reality, it was incredibly admirable. I was a distraught client who'd paid considerable money to be there and requested the removal of a varmint that caused me great distress and torment. Some hosts may have caved and done the deed to keep a guest happy. Not Michael. He refused my desperate pleas, even though it troubled him to do so. The incident was also a great lesson on how miscommunication can get you in a pickle, especially between different cultures and languages. It took several minutes of verbal relays before I calmed down enough to comprehend that we were talking about two different critters. Certainly, I didn't want a pocket-sized amphibian dead because it strayed into our bathroom. A mouse, absolutely. Mysteriously, after the chora debacle, the original Panya never showed his beady little eyes again. Maybe before he had another chance to torment me, a black mamba made a lunch of him. Maybe he figured the antics of a crazy woman weren't worth the risk. I prefer to think the latter. Frogs weren't the only guests who proved Masimba Camp's commitment to wildlife. When we showed up at the messy one afternoon, one of the supersized African bats, or popo, was hanging from the rafter above the dining table. Apparently, snoozing close to his food source seemed like a great idea. In my book, bats and mice rank almost equal in nastiness. The flying rodent-looking creatures swooping through my childhood home terrorized me one too many times. Thus, as beneficial as bats are to the environment, I wasn't thrilled about one, literally, hanging out with us. Again, even knowing my unease, the staff made it clear that the bat was off limits. Of course, I didn't want it killed. I just wanted it shooed away. Surely Africa was big enough for Mr. Popo to find other sleeping arrangements. However, when it became clear that our hosts were struggling with how to keep me happy without bothering the bat, I forced myself to cowgirl up and hide my irrational fear. The saving grace was that the popo wasn't darting around under my feet like my tiny four-legged nemesis. Also, believe it or not, its face, with big eyes and long pointy ears, slightly resembled that of a Chihuahua puppy. It was actually a tiny bit cute. Still, it was a bat, a big bat. Just because it wasn't nearly as mousy-looking or ugly as the bats I was familiar with at home didn't mean I was jumping for joy. Unfortunately, Mr. Popo took a liking to his new digs. The next afternoon, there he was again, hanging, same spot, dozing like he didn't have a care in the world. Since he slept utterly motionless, I even got brave enough to take a picture. Even so, it was unsettling to keep an eye on Popo while simultaneously reading a book or playing hide-and-seek with the Tumbilis. Thankfully, on the third afternoon, there was no bat. After he had taken off that second night, Joe and Michael fashioned a layer of plastic below the rafter where the bat had been roosting, thereby blocking its return. Without ever laying a finger on Mr. Popo, or even disturbing him in the slightest, they found a way to redirect his sleeping habits and keep him out of the messy. It doesn't take much to impress me because, again, I thought the concern for the bat was pretty spectacular. The fact that our temporary home was a safe space for wild creatures filled me with joy. Even Freddie, who I rarely saw, made my heart happy. In some places, the threat caused by his continued growth may have led to his extermination, but not here. Willie, too, was such a treat for me. Although our chunky, sometimes grouchy neighbor's presence meant we had to be extra careful, I loved that he adopted our water hole. It made Masimba Camp just that much more special somehow. While the whole of Masimba Camp offered wild creatures a safe haven, our tents became our little port in the storm, not only at night but sometimes in the afternoons as well. Midday naps became a common theme for Rick, Rod, and Sue. Simba's middle-of-the-night wake-up calls, 0:30 breakfast, miles of stalking and tracking, and hours jostling in the Land Cruiser under the hot sun whipped our butts. The tents didn't enjoy the natural breeze that the messy offered, but my companions found a tiny way around that. Miniature 8-inch battery-operated fans were one of the essential items brought from America, thanks to Rod and Sue having a few safaris under their belts. Rod developed the best system to take advantage of the itty-bitty wind machine. He plopped the device right on the middle of his chest, aiming it directly at his face from about 10 inches away. Yet after mocking his technique, both Sue and Rick stole his strategy. As dog-tired as I was, I rarely joined them napping. Places to go, people to see, and things to do has always been one of my mottos. While I tried getting some shut-eye a few times, all I ended up doing was laying there wondering what I was missing at the messy. What stories might Joel tell? Was Mr. Najiri rolling in the mud? Were the Tumbilis willing to play hide-and-seek? I couldn't take it. Within minutes, curiosity trumped exhaustion. I didn't want to miss 1 second of any monkey business, 2-legged or 4-legged. Masimba Camp's remoteness, as well as it butting up against the national park, ensured there was no lack of activity within the little oasis we temporarily called home. Wildlife of all shapes and sizes existed within its boundaries, allowing special moments and priceless viewing opportunities. Even so, the memory I hold dearest to my heart, filling me with joy and hope, is the staff's love and respect for all creatures, not only the charismatic species, but the distasteful and uninspiring as well. Winged, tailed, waterlogged, fanged, hoofed, but ugly, majestic, itty-bitty, or hulking, it mattered not. Masimba Camp was a refuge for all living beings, including us. Chapter 13. I like him a lot. The dining hut was not only the perfect place to enjoy viewing wildlife, but it was also a gathering place to build friendships and experience people of different cultures in a foreign land. Whether hosting intimate discussions or spirited dinner conversations, the messy was the core location of countless memories, essentially making it the heart of Masimba Camp. With that said, Joel, the camp manager, was the blood that kept that heart beating. As camp host, any time any of us were in the dining hut, he was in the dining hut. Lord forbid we might need a glass of water and have to pour it ourselves. Also, since he knew all the hazards to look out for, it was likely that his nearness was for our safety. No matter the reason, Joel was much more than Hillary's head honcho. In our eyes, he was the icing on the cake, Masimba Camp's secret sauce, so to speak. Hillary and Joel had been working together for over 31 years, starting when Hillary first became a PH. Then in 2005, when Hillary started his own safari business, Joel was chosen to manage his little piece of the paradise. Although some people are better enjoyed in small doses, Joel was not one of them. We absolutely could not get enough of his exuberant personality or his knowledge of Tanzania. His anecdotes had us clinging to every word while riding an emotional roller coaster. Amazingly, his tales weren't meant to generate such drastic reactions. He was just, in a matter-of-fact way, telling the stories of his life. As you may imagine, my fear of the deadly snakes, especially black mambas, or kiboko, still dominated my thoughts at that point. Consequently, over the first few days, I anxiously asked the English-speaking staff if they knew of anyone personally who had been killed by one of the deadly serpents. Raphael didn't know anyone, neither did Paul. Michael was also a nay. Hilary, too, was a nada. Heck, if all those Tanzanians didn't know anyone who died of a black mamba bite, maybe the danger had been largely exaggerated. Then, I made the mistake of asking Joel. Expecting to hear the same answer, my jaw dropped open when Joel casually remarked, "Oh, yes, bad snake. Black mamba bit my brother. He died in the field with the goats." While helping his dad tend to the family's livestock, his 10-year-old brother was struck by the lethal snake. Within just a few minutes of the bite, his sibling was dead. My heart was still in my mouth as Joel continued. My brother was the oldest. Now I am the oldest of 35 brothers and sisters. Two things in those statements blew me away. First, his very own brother had died from a black mamba bite. The object of my dread had stolen one of his very own family members. Second, Joel was the oldest of 35 siblings. I'm not sure if our gasps and gaping mouths were a result of his brother's horrible demise or the inconceivable concept of having 35 siblings. Joel told the story so casually. His only emphasis was a few shoulder shrugs. It had happened so many years ago that he was just a young tyke, leaving him few memories of his brother. As we sat dumbfounded processing all the information, Joel's sober facial expression switched to one distorted in pain, recalling his run-in with a spitting cobra 8 years back. While retrieving firewood, he had surprised a snake that was hidden in the woodpile. The startled cobra did what spitting cobras do. It spat venom into Joel's face, causing temporary blindness as well as numbness in his mouth. "Oh, it hurt bad," he lamented as he reflexively skewed his face in agony, remembering the burning sensation. Fortunately, this happened at one of Hilary's hunting camps that was close to a hospital, relatively speaking. Therefore, they were able to get him treatment within hours. Let me tell you, if some catastrophe happened at Masimba Camp, you might as well bend over and kiss your arse goodbye. Each village supposedly had a dispensary, including Magogo's 4 hours away, but the treatments were very limited. The nearest actual hospital was about 200 slow, bumping, grinding miles away. With Joel having access to a hospital and treatment, his sight improved each day, transitioning from blackness through a range of blues, yellows, and greens until his normal eyesight returned. The numbness in his mouth also eventually disappeared. After a 4-day agonizing ordeal, he was released from the hospital, presumably good as new, but as he said, "Ooh, it hurt bad." Joel's tales did not give me the warm, fuzzy feeling I had been searching for. That was when I added cobras to my dread list. Thankfully, I was jolted from my stupor when discussions moved to Joel's other bombshell, 35 siblings. I breathed a small sigh of relief upon learning that Joel's father had 5 wives to obtain the large brood. Multiple wives are the norm in their cattle culture. The more cattle a man owns, the wealthier he is. Hence, more cattle, more wives. His dad provided a home for each wife and her children, then he alternated between households. In truth, Joel missed his true calling. He should have been a stand-up comedian. Watch out, Howie Mandel. Here comes Joel Hoike. Unsurprisingly, some of Joel's favorite storylines involved his dad. Each time that he spoke of him, his face beamed with pride and joy while informing us, "Oh, I like him a lot." 5 minutes later, he'd break into another of his father's escapades while shaking his head in laughter. When he was done snickering, Just in case there was any doubt whatsoever, he joyfully reminded us, "Oh, I like him. I like him a lot." We sat enthralled throughout all these proclamations of affection, listening to him explain that his dad, now being quite old, was beginning to lose his memory. That can cause quite a bit of hiccups in a family with 5 wives, 35 children, and umpteen grandchildren. Heck, it would be hard to keep a clan like that straight if your memory was impeccable. Anyway, from what we understood, his elderly father lived primarily with the youngest wife, yet he still liked to go visit the others. Joel was often enlisted to accompany him on these riveting visitations. With his dad's powers of recall somewhat lacking, he couldn't remember his wives' names and constantly had to rely on Joel to keep him in the know and consequently out of the doghouse. Apparently asking, "Hey, which wife are you?" doesn't go over so well in any culture. Joel would help keep him in line, and then, out of the blue, his dad would look at Joel blankly and say, "Hey, what's your name?" Throughout all these adventures, his dad never went anywhere without his little buddy. This constant companion of his was a talking stick, an 18-inch decorated staff used as a communication tool in many native cultures. During every story, Joel kept his own little buddy tucked under his arm as he paced jubilantly back and forth, imitating his dad's escapades. Grinning from ear to ear, Joel chuckled, "Oh, I like him. I like him a lot." The antics of these visits reminded me a lot of Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine. Who's on first, what's on second? It just kept circling as they traveled from home to home, wife to wife, child to child, trying to figure out who was who and what was what. Feeling like we were an audience at an actual comedy show, we laughed hysterically as the father-son capers and learned beyond any shadow of a doubt that Joel emphatically liked his dad. In fact, he liked him a lot. Other objects of his affection were his grandchildren. His son had 3 kids and his daughter had twin boys, the latter of which lived with him. At least that was the impression we got. While beaming like a lit-up Christmas tree, he proclaimed, "Oh, they're funny. I like them, so I keep them." We never figured out if his daughter lived with Joel as well or what the actual circumstances were. Elders are highly respected in Tanzanian culture, so maybe he could choose to raise them if he wanted to. That was certainly how it appeared to us. We were too enthralled with the toddler's escapades and Joel's glee in recounting their antics to quiz him on it. There was no doubt in our minds that those tiny tots, along with his other grandchildren, held a special place in Joel's heart. Not only did he grin in obvious delight every time he talked about them, but he was also very vocal about it. You guessed it, over and over, he declared, "Ooh, I like them a lot." Joel's family stories told us another thing. Tanzania is a country in transition. Approximately 40% of the population is Christian, while 35% is Muslim. Many are clinging to their tribal cultures, while some are moving forward with more modern lifestyles. Even within Joel's family, there is a merging of cultures and beliefs. Joel, for instance, informed us that he only had 1 wife. "I'm educated," he said as he shook his head at the idea of having multiple wives. 1 wife is enough. Not all his brothers felt the same. Several had multiple wives with many children. As you might imagine, Joel didn't even know all of his nieces and nephews. Shaking his head and laughing, he admitted trying to convince his brothers to give up their cattle and change their way of life, but they would not have any of it. They believed he was the crazy one. It is easy to see why there are so many different ways of life within the same country. Tanzania is made up of roughly 120 ethnic tribes, most speaking their own languages. 7 of those tribes, with their own native tongue, were represented at Masimba Camp. Dialogue is made possible because most tribes also speak Swahili, the country's national language. The value of a common language cannot be sold short. It allows diverse peoples to communicate effectively and work out their differences, helping to make Tanzania a primarily peaceful nation. Due to colonial rule in the past, many Tanzanians also speak English. Most post-secondary education includes it along with their tribal languages. As a result, much of the population knows 3 or more languages. How impressive is that? In junior high school, I failed miserably attempting to learn just one extra language. When asked about village life, Joel explained that most typical villages now have some type of solar power to operate lights and minimal appliances. A few lucky localities even have permanent electricity. Just like Masimba Camp, most cooking is done outside over a wood fire. Running water and sewer systems are pretty much non-existent, but the government has furnished many with a common well. This is a huge asset when other water sources are loaded with deadly crocs and cranky hippos, as well as require a hike through predator-infested lands. Larger cities and urban areas like Arusha do have electricity, as well as other basic amenities. The government owns all the land in Tanzania. Despite that, land in the cities may be purchased from the authorities to build homes and businesses. In the tribal lands, the government retains ownership of all the land holdings. According to Joel, citizens are permitted to build and maintain the ownership of dwellings on those grounds. If the government appropriated the land for some reason, it must reimburse the villager for the value of any structures. Rural Tanzania is primarily a cattle culture, and the grazing lands are government-owned as well. There are no fenced pastures and privately owned ranches as is common in southern Africa, or like we are used to in America. During the wet season, when grasses are readily available close to the villages, cattle are permitted to forage all day and then herded into corrals. The stockades, typically made of thorn branches, protect livestock from lions, hyenas, and other predators. During the dry season, most cattle herders become nomadic, moving with the cattle wherever the water takes them. Joel told us that the government is encouraging villagers to maintain only 10 or so cattle instead of hundreds or even thousands. With the population growth, there is just not enough land for everyone to have the number of livestock that was possible in the past. As mentioned, Africa overall is growing by leaps and bounds. Tanzania is no different. It has one of the fastest growing populations in the world, jumping from 9 million people in 1961 to 57 million today. With their citizenry exploding, added pressure is being put on Tanzania's resources. Domesticated cattle have increased to roughly 35 million head, consuming resources also needed by wild species. Crops consume natural habitat, often without using efficient, sustainable practices. All these things, unproductive farming methods, overgrazing, wood consumption, and dwindling water sources, can also lead to desertification. In the past, there was enough land for both cattle and wild populations. For thousands of years, the animals coexisted rather easily in the vast ecosystems, each adding their unique contribution to the mix. It wasn't a problem until overgrazing and poor cattle management put too many cattle in too small of an area. You can't talk about cattle and African culture in transition without talking about the Maasai people. While Masimba Camp had no ethnic Maasai as staff members, Joel and the others peppered us with stories and tales of these colorful people. They are one of Africa's most iconic tribes, partly because of their distinctive tribal dress and partly because they live so close to many of the park systems. As pastoralists whose society revolves heavily around cattle, they are highly nomadic people constantly in search of more resources. Although they live side by side with wild creatures, the Maasai dislike eating wild game, relying almost exclusively on the meat, milk, and even the blood of their cattle. Once in a while, a goat or sheep is butchered for special occasions and ceremonies. Until recently, they largely resisted eating plant foods, but with dwindling cattle, they have been forced to rely on vegetables to supplement their meat intake. Cattle are not only their livelihood, they are a major part of how the strictly patriarchal society measures its wealth. The number of children fathered is also significant. With that said, one asset without the other largely lessens a man's worth. For instance, a man who owns 50 head of cattle with multiple children is considered respectable. The more children and the more cattle, the richer a man is perceived to be. Interestingly, a man with over 200 head of cattle but no children, or a man with 30 children but no cattle, are considered very poor men. The Maasai have a reputation as fearsome warriors whose passage into manhood was historically marked by the killing of a male lion. Recognizing the lion's importance in the ecosystem, sacrificing female lions was prohibited unless they were posing a threat to livestock or human life. Nowadays, the killing of a lion is strongly discouraged or performed in a group instead of individually, thereby preserving as many lions as possible. Other alternatives allowing the ritual to take a new form are also being explored. This rite of passage is an elaborate ordeal up to 8 months long, including circumcision using no anesthetic. To not dishonor himself, the participant must endure the trial of manhood in silence without showing any expressions of pain. Historically, the Maasai were also adept cattle rustlers who believed that God entrusted them with all the cattle on earth. Stealing cattle from other tribes was, in essence, only seizing what they believed to be rightfully theirs. They also had a strong aversion to slavery, never condoning it. As a result, most slave traders tended to avoid the fierce warrior societies of the Maasai people. One nugget of information that got Sue and I's immediate attention was a nomadic warrior's right to stake claim to another man's dwelling for the night, including his wife, when he was traveling through a distant village. The visitor only had to plunge his sword into the ground in front of a chosen lodge. The male resident had to find another shelter for the night. Based on our biased Western perspective, the custom initially raised our hackles a bit until Joel informed us that the wife had the choice as to whether she offered more than just a meal and a bed to sleep in. Apparently, the custom helped ensure that the family tree had more than just a few branches. Another interesting custom is how the Maasai handle death. When a person dies, there is virtually no ceremony. Their bodies are simply placed in the wilderness for the scavengers to consume. It is seen as a social disgrace if the body is rejected by the recyclers of the wild. Consequently, bodies are often drenched in fat and blood from a slaughtered animal as added enticement for hyenas and other opportunists. While this custom may seem shocking from our perspective, apparently the tradition stemmed from the belief that burying human remains was harmful to the soil. Historically, the Maasai largely resisted government efforts to have them abandon their traditional nomadic lifestyle. Yet, as their rangelands are taken away, forbidden by national park systems, or encroached on by other tribes, it is proving to be increasingly difficult for their society to escape the influences of the modern world. The Maasai, of course, are not alone. Africa is full of people and cultures with their feet planted in two different worlds, balancing the old with the new. While the entire staff was wonderful, eager to share their knowledge and to help us understand their truths and a world in transition, Joel's stories took us to another level. His anecdotes, combined with his infectious personality, shared pieces of his reality in a way that touched our souls. Mesmerized, we sat under a thatched roof in the wilds of Africa, listening to life experiences that not only educated us, but left us spellbound. Soaking up every word, we shuddered in fear, cringed in disbelief, or fought back tears. Most notably, however, tale after tale had us rolling in laughter. Joel was indeed the lifeblood of Masimba Camp. My one true regret is that we didn't record Joel's impromptu afternoon entertainment. Nothing would bring a smile to my face quicker than listening to his stories over and over again while sharing his genius with the world. One thing is for certain. Oh, I like him. I like him a lot. Chapter 14. The Heart of a Hunter. Raphael lunged forward, pounding on the cab window. Instantly, Mike slammed on the brakes. We'd been leisurely scanning for wildlife in clusters of trees and patches of savanna until the unexpected jolt brought us to attention. Raphael had spotted something. What that something was, we had no idea. While we were still sitting dumbstruck, the crew exploded into action. Raphael grabbed his rifle. Magogo and Abdallah scrambled to the ground. Lillian jumped out of the cab. Only Mike remained fixed behind the steering wheel. Somewhere amidst the activity, both Rick and I were sure we'd heard the word "dick-dick." Hearing this, we were perplexed by the sense of urgency. Briefly, we made eye contact, silently asking the question, "So much intensity for an itty-bitty antelope?" The dik-dik, or diggy-diggy as it's called in Swahili, is a tiny little critter. Even a huge male weighs barely 15 pounds, dripping wet. Among the smallest of the antelope species, the delicate creatures scarcely reach 16 inches tall and 25 inches long. They have grizzled gray-brown coats, pipe-stem legs, petite faces, pointy snouts, huge ears, and large eyes. Since their hind legs are much longer than their front, they remind me a little bit of a rabbit, lacking long flappy ears. Only males have short spiked horns up to 3 inches long. Unlike many of the larger antelopes, diggy-diggies are monogamous and therefore tend to travel in pairs instead of herds. While we had come across plenty of the dwarf-sized antelopes, I didn't really see them, if you get my drift. The faithful teeny-weeny duos can bolt up to 26 miles per hour. Therefore, they pretty much vaporized in front of our eyes. I never even came close to capturing a photo of one. Rick's tag allowed him to hunt dik-dik, but they certainly weren't high on his priority list. Therefore, the crew's intensity seemed a little out of kilter for an animal half the size of a miniature goat. We were baffled, to say the least. As soon as our boots hit the ground, Raphael sprinted past the vehicle with his gun readied. Mimicking Raphael, Rick did the same. Normally, Magogo would have been next in line with me trailing, but everything happened so fast that I ended up sprinting directly behind Rick. Just when I was beginning to suck wind, Raphael halted abruptly, causing Rick to almost plow him over. I, in turn, almost plowed Rick over, looking like yet another slapstick comedy routine. Magogo plopped the shooting sticks down in front of us. Still confused, our eyes strained to find the dik-dik causing all the fuss. Raphael pointed to the left and said, "Shoot!" Rick and I had been looking for a pint-sized antelope sprouting oversized toothpicks for horns. Imagine our surprise when our gaze followed a pointed finger to 3 huge beasts scrambling to their feet from under a canopy of acacia trees. Those were not dik-diks. Almost under our noses, less than 15 yards away, were 3 Cape buffalo. Seeing 3 massive duggaboys within ramming distance snapped us to attention pretty quickly. Assuming our shooting stance, Rick placed his rifle on the shooting sticks. This time, I took a deep breath and kept my eyes open, a lesson learned from the previous Nyati's charge. As the bulls fled, the one in the rear presented Rick with a broadside view. Rick placed the shot directly in the heart, and 20 yards later, the bull crumbled to the ground. Rick and Raphael took off running towards the downed duggaboy, with the rest of us in their wake. Once we were within a few yards, they slowed, approaching cautiously. The bull was perfectly still. Taking no chances, Raphael instructed Rick to fire the insurance shot. As Rick and I knelt to offer our gratitude and appreciation for this wondrous creature's sacrifice, Magogo and Abdallah kept their eyes peeled for the 2 remaining buffalo, making sure they didn't circle back in retaliation. With tears blurring our eyes, we gently stroked the warm body and studied him in awe. His once massive horns were broken off on each end, making them small in comparison to other Cape buffalo. There was barely any hair left on his body. His frame was slighter in muscle than the younger bulls we had seen. Raphael opened the old buffalo's mouth to show us that his teeth had been ground down to almost nothing. He felt sure the buffalo was over 15 years old, which is ancient for a buffalo in the wild. This old boy had beaten the odds. He was a survivor. As if that wasn't impressive enough, our eyes were drawn from his almost hairless face to the left side of his neck, where Magogo was reverently running his fingers across parallel scars. 4 of them, 8 inches long. Simba's calling card. This noble bull had survived a lion clinging to his back with razor-sharp claws digging into his flesh. The wounds weren't fresh. Time had healed them. Still, the marks told part of his story, a story that would now forever be a part of our story. Because of the Cape buffalo's size and might, they have only 3 real enemies in the animal kingdom: lions, hyenas, and large crocodiles. Lions are their biggest nemesis by far. In some areas, these burly felines rely on the nyati for up to 40% of their diet. Simba, it seems, prefers buffalo steak over almost anything else on the menu. Unfortunately for the bovines, the prowling predators know the buffalo's routine. Many species have adapted to the scarcity of water by consuming their moisture through green leaves, forage, or their prey. This allows them to go days without water. Cape buffalo are not so fortunate. They generally require about 10 gallons of water twice a day. In other words, they need bucket loads of the wet stuff. As the dry season progresses and the main rivers transform into ribbons of sporadic water holes, it causes more dense concentrations of wildlife at fewer and fewer locations, a great advantage for lions searching for their favorite food source. One lion against a lone buffalo would be a savage battle, yet rarely do these deadly felines work alone. Often a lion will leap aboard the nyati's muscular back, while others target the tendons of his back legs. Others will use their fangs to latch onto the base of the tail while piercing the buffalo's flanks with their sharp claws in an attempt to bring him down. Once the lions get the brute on the ground, it is much harder for him to use his horns and might to counterattack. Male lions, who are much larger and more muscular, will often use their powerful jaws to grab a buffalo by the throat, crushing the windpipe or suffocating them. Since female lions make up most of the hunting parties, the powerful males are not always present to provide the more merciful death of asphyxiation. While the females do suffocate their victims once they are down, feasting on a large species like Cape buffalo sometimes begins while they are still very much alive. As soon as such a victim touches the ground, the tearing of flesh and viscera begins. Nature is a cruel master, and more often than not, spares no mercy. Fortunately, even though Tanzania is a stronghold for lions, it also boasts a strong Cape buffalo population. Rick's 21-day hunting license allowed for the generous harvest of 3 buffalo. The fact that Cape buffalo must be managed for too much growth is a very good thing, especially when you look at their history. They also suffered a 95% loss during the 1890s rinderpest epidemic, which ravaged the wild ungulates and domestic cattle of East and Southern Africa. The buffalo's comeback has been quite extraordinary, largely due to well-managed hunting programs throughout Africa. Although the IUCN now estimates that the Nyati population exceeds 1 million, maintaining the conservation status of least concern, it is still subject to the same threats as other wildlife. Diseases also still cause localized declines from time to time. In addition, their need for water makes them more susceptible to drought conditions. Even so, populations are not always spread evenly throughout. Some areas have too few, while others have too many. To keep ecosystems in balance where hunting is restricted, drastic measures sometimes must be taken, although they are rarely talked about. Culling, the process of managing wild populations by mass offtake, is a strategy that occurs both in protected government-controlled areas as well as on private game ranches. Culling is different from hunting. The rules of fair chase aren't applicable in this scenario. It is simply about eliminating a specified number of a particular species as effectively and efficiently as possible. Though the practice is inherently distasteful, there are justifiable reasons for it. Culling is used to save threatened species from excessively aggressive members of their own kind, prevent overgrazing and destruction of habitat due to overpopulation, and eliminate the threat of diseases. Drastic measures, no matter how gut-wrenching they may seem, must sometimes be taken to ensure the greater good for entire ecosystems. This is especially true when the population of one species is threatening the well-being of an entire habitat and the other wildlife living there as well. When I arrived in Africa, I had no idea that the strategy was sometimes used in national parks throughout Africa, even popular, world-renowned places such as Kruger National Park. Don English, a game ranger from Kruger, admitted that as protectors of wildlife, the rangers hate when culling is necessary, but conceded that sometimes you have to kill to conserve. In 2016, Don was tasked with such a job. After shooting 3 buffalo from a helicopter, they landed to ensure the targets were not suffering. As he approached, a wounded buffalo attacked. The enraged beast used his massive horns to toss Don like a rag doll, then ground him into the dirt, breaking ribs and crushing organs. Ultimately, a fellow ranger ended the assault. Miraculously, Don survived, although it took him almost 3 years to recover. The point is, culling is a necessary strategy that few people talk about. Not only is it an unpleasant process, but it is also expensive to boot. Helicopters, game rangers, vehicles, the list goes on and on. Controlling population sizes through selective hunting, on the other hand, provides income instead of costing money. Money that can be spent on other conservation and anti-poaching efforts. Even though Tanzania's strong buffalo population allowed for the harvest of 3 nyati on Rick's hunting license, our intentions were for him to harvest only 1. Never in a million years did we think he'd accomplish that goal on the second day of our safari. Nevertheless, after doing so, we discussed the possibility of another opportunity presenting itself and what to do if it did. Call me crazy, but I love my husband. When we married, he knew that part of my heart was rooted in Pennsylvania and therefore supported me wholeheartedly any time life called me home. 8 weeks for my mom's back surgery, 1 month for my dad's first leg amputation, 4 months for complications and his second leg removal, 2 months when Mike was diagnosed with cancer, another 2 months after he died, and 2 more months after Dad's death. Yet each time I needed to be with my family, Rick never blinked an eye. Why is any of this relevant? Put simply, Rick has loved and supported me throughout our entire life together, even when it was inconvenient, costly, lonely, and stressful. When someone shows you that much devotion and understanding, it makes you love them even more. Their happiness becomes your happiness. If something is important to Rick, you better believe it is important to me. I wanted him to get the very most from his African hunting experience. If that meant a second or third Cape buffalo, so be it. We would find a way to pay for it, just like we found a way for me to be in Pennsylvania when my heart called me there. It is still a mystery how Rick and I both confused the words that led to an itty-bitty antelope transforming into 3 burly Cape buffalo. Even so, the Dick turned Dugga boy holds a special place in my heart. Approximately 15 years of struggle for survival in a hostile world had worn his massive horns down to remnants of their previous glory. Time had stripped away most of his hair, ground away his teeth, and diminished his muscle. It's hard to explain how emotional I get when thinking of that warrior buffalo. Somehow, the lion scars on his neck left a trace on me as well. When I look at those parallel streaks, I picture the buffalo's terror-stricken eyes as he struggled to break free. Tears form in my eyes as I imagine his painful bellowing as the lion's claws dug deeper. How did he break free? Did another buffalo come to his aid, as I've seen on so many videos? Was he attacked while still a member of the herd, or after he was forced to go it alone? The fact that, ultimately, Rick ended the extraordinary bull's life filled me with heightened emotions. On the other hand, I also felt relief that the survivor died a quick death rather than one of misery and torment. He would not waste away slowly from starvation when his teeth were ground down to nothing, would not fall victim to a pack of hyenas or lions, possibly getting eaten alive. His sacrifice also meant that his magnificence would live on. Others would see his rugged grandeur and know his story in the mounted memory that holds a special place of honor in our home. Preserving and mounting quarry is a grossly misunderstood practice that is looked at with disgust and disdain by a large segment of the population. Taxidermy, for some people, brings visions of horror movies where serial killers are surrounded by distorted-looking, lifeless creatures. Others denounce it as glorifying the kill, egotistical, or that some kind of sick pleasure is derived from it. I can't speak for all hunters, but this is just not the case with the hunters that I know. Rick, my brothers, and our many hunting friends are far from perfect, but they certainly aren't axe murderers. Nor do they go around puffed up like a Thanksgiving turkey because a particular trophy is hanging on their wall. Think of it this way. You have to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs to spend the money needed for gear and licenses, crawl out of bed at ungodly hours, trudge mile after mile through nasty weather and grueling terrain, or sit motionless for hours in a cramped tree stand in 0-degree temperatures, all while enduring frostbite, sunburn, aching muscles, and other physical abuse. Hunting is, most often, hard work with a good dose of misery mixed in. Doing all this just for bragging rights and a trophy makes 0 sense. The word trophy itself is often misunderstood and misused. It holds such a negative connotation and doesn't foster the true intent behind the practice. Most hunters are proud and excited about a harvest because of the time and effort that went into it. Sure, they enjoy sharing their experiences along with pictures and mounted tributes, but that makes them human, not monsters. Who doesn't enjoy sharing stories and important aspects of their life with family and friends? With that said, it is easy to see how people can be put off by some of the pictures that make their rounds on the internet these days. In the past, images were shared with people who understood the blood, sweat, and tears that go into harvesting an animal. Nowadays, the photos, some of which are distasteful, show up on social media to be viewed by people who see only a dead creature with a person grinning from ear to ear. It stands to reason that anyone who views these pictures as off-putting might feel the same about taxidermy and therefore misinterpret its significance. Growing up in a hunting world, the practice seemed neither disgusting nor evil. It was normal. Yet, I didn't totally get it. I viewed it as a silly waste of money using huge chunks of real estate on limited wall space. Quite simply, I shrugged my shoulders and figured, hey, whatever floats their boat. I was just happy none of the mounts were hung on my walls. Then I met Rick. Much to my dismay, his taxidermic memories soon filled the spaces between family photos. Most definitely, I was not a fan. Decorating with a wildlife theme is pretty limiting. Not to mention, it's hard to create the right mood for yoga when a javelina, a pig-like species with razor-sharp tusks, scrutinizes your warrior pose. With limited wall space, the spare bedroom, also the workout room, became the resting place for the odd-looking varmint. Oh, the things you do for love. Although I wouldn't use the word love to describe how Rick feels about his taxidermy, his mounts are precious and irreplaceable to him. Just how precious hit home early in our marriage. Our bathtub was often the scene of strategic planning sessions. One night after discussing our next fencing project, the smoke alarm in the kitchen went off. Dripping wet and naked, we darted to the kitchen thinking that I had put something on the stove and forgot about it, thanks to my prowess in the kitchen. But the stove was empty with no fire to be seen. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, every alarm in the house blasted its warning. With a fire extinguisher in tow, we darted from room to room. We could find no flames, only smoke billowing from every air vent. With no visible fire to fight, Rick called 911. We then split up, running to save our valuable possessions. Dashing to the office, I grabbed my computer and began scooping up photo albums, many photo albums, all pre-digital hard copies before iCloud. By the armful, I hauled albums into our front yard, trip after trip. Although I heard Rick scrambling from room to room, even catching a glimpse of him once or twice, I paid absolutely no attention to what he was doing. Finally, with the last load of photos in my arms, we bumped into each other. Looking at me wide-eyed, he exclaimed, "You better put some clothes on. The firemen are on their way." Under my armload of memories, I was buck naked. Not one stitch of clothing on my entire body. Barely had I re-entered the living room, fully dressed, when the local volunteer firemen showed up. Moments later, more backup arrived. Mandy, Mandy's husband, Rick's sister, her husband, Rick's mom, the neighbors. Word gets around fast in a small town. Really fast. Still, there was no fire to be seen. Just as a fireman raised his axe to bust through the wall in our laundry room, another fireman, also an electrician, you gotta love our volunteer first responders, discovered that the furnace breaker had tripped. It turns out that a heat valve hadn't shut off, causing the particle board under our manufactured home to melt, filling the entire house with smoke. Once the issue was found, all the doors and windows were opened to let out the smoke, and our living room turned into an impromptu high school reunion. Amid the discussions of an award-winning rebound from a high school basketball game, I noticed that something seemed very different. Gazing around, it hit me like a ton of bricks. All of Rick's taxidermy was gone. Alaskan doll sheep, Idaho mule deer, Kansas whitetail, Arizona coos deer. For crying out loud, even that outlandish javelina piggish-looking thing was missing. While I had been saving important documents and photo albums, he had also been saving priceless memories. As it turns out, priceless is in the eye of the beholder. At that time, I hadn't been a part of the hunts that resulted in Rick's taxidermy. The animals on the walls were just that, animals on the walls. They were beautiful, but I didn't get a la Twitter when I looked at them. It wasn't until I began going on the hunts with Rick that I finally got it. Preserving harvested game is essentially preserving the experience, transporting the participants back to those moments in time to relive the hours, weeks, or even years of effort, challenge, joy, and camaraderie that went into harvesting such a splendid beast. The truth is, no one will appreciate a creature's essence as much as the person or people involved in the experience. While someone else's taxidermy may not trigger intense emotions within me, at least now I recognize that there is a unique story with vivid experiences and intense feelings behind each mounted memory. Now, too, I see it another way. Taxidermy done right is beautiful. The men and women who recreate living things are true artists whose love, respect, and knowledge of wild species, along with their talent, enable them to create realistic representations. Their artistry not only pays tribute to an animal's existence, but also allows its magnificence to live on long after death, not just for us, but for others to enjoy or even learn from. People unable to experience creatures in the wild can see an animal's true majesty up close and personal, especially wildlife not native to the area. Recreating its wonder, in my view, is fundamentally paying an animal the ultimate respect. While the heart of a hunter may be hard for many non-hunters to understand, one must recognize that we are all geared differently. Thank goodness. Imagine what a boring world we would live in if we were all the same. My husband, and probably many hunters, need a purpose, a reason for being in the woods. Rick is not just into hiking for the sake of getting from point A to point B. I love heading up a trail to see what is at the other end, to escape civilization's trappings, and to see the sights and sounds of the wilderness. Rick will accompany me to keep me happy, but his heart isn't into it. However, call the hike a scouting trip from new mule deer territory or elk habitat, and it is an entirely different ballgame. I admit the concept baffles me a bit. Truth be told, we see many more wild things on his meandering jaunts than we do in my destination-driven hikes. Maybe it's because his jaunts are full of purpose, but in a whole different way. He doesn't care if we get to a certain destination. The journey is different. One minute I can barely keep up with his determined stride, while other times we are creeping along, scrutinizing every inch of the forest. Other times we sit for long periods, watching, seeing, and feeling. Patience has never been my virtue. This type of maneuvering can be extremely difficult for me. Rick and I are just wired differently. Yet, as we sit like statues blending with the forest, we are rewarded by watching a doe nibble on shrubs 9 feet away, a fisher scampering about looking for food, or a bear and her cubs rummaging through stumps on a hillside, all clueless that we are watching. Moments like those bring clarity to Rick's way of thinking. Hunting takes skill, willpower, drive, patience, a knowledge of different species, and, of course, the right disposition. While some people like me do not feel that primal urge to hunt or test themselves in that way, others do. After all, it is a very real part of our ancestry, a primary reason that we didn't go the way of dinosaurs. For some, these aspects are deeply ingrained in their psyche. In Horn of the Hunter, Robert Rourke put it this way: "Deep in the guts of most men is buried the involuntary response to the hunter's horn, a prickle of the nape hairs, an acceleration of the pulse, an atavistic memory of his fathers, who killed first with stone, and then with club, and then with spear, and then with bow, and finally with formulae. How meek the man is of no importance. Somewhere in the pigeon chest of the clerk is still the vestigial remnant of a hunter's heart. Somewhere in his nostrils the half-forgotten smell of blood." This all ties into another greatly misunderstood concept about hunting: the constant quest for bigger and better. This was another thing I shook my head at early on. I didn't understand why so much emphasis was placed on outdoing oneself. Since then, I've learned that, weirdly enough, it is precisely because of the love of the hunt itself. Unless a hunter is only hunting for meat, the majority of hunters do not kill just to have killed. They kill to have hunted. In other words, they need a goal and a purpose to be pushing themselves to the limits. Looking for the big one gives them that purpose. Shooting just any buck, in rural Pennsylvania for instance, is not that difficult, relatively speaking, of course. After all, there are more than enough of them around. If hunters want to fill their tags for meat only, they can typically do so in a host of 4 a.m. mornings. On the other hand, the search for a mature buck is entirely different. My brothers may hunt all season and never bring home a big buck. It's not because they didn't see any antlered deer or have multiple opportunities. It's because they passed up many young males. The hunt for the big one still gives them an objective and aspiration. It provides a reason to be in the woods, to get up at ungodly hours on their days off, to test themselves, and to gather with family and friends to share stories and experiences. If they get the big one, all the better. Excitement and celebration ensue after all the early hours, hard work, and dedication pay off. If they didn't get the big one, they are still able to do what they love without pulling the trigger. Their quest to be in the woods without feeling the need to harvest each time is also why many hunters choose more and more challenging ways of hunting. Meat is always used, but it is no longer necessary for survival. Most hunters can now be more selective. Like everyone and society in general, hunters are constantly evolving. They may start as young rifle hunters excited to make any legal kill. As they become more and more skilled, they become choosier about their quarry, or they make the pursuits more challenging. This often involves converting to a bow or muzzleloader, both of which require different skills, as well as the need to get much closer to prey without being detected. Getting near four-legged beings without being spotted is no easy task. Surprisingly, this concept of being very choosy about the game harvested, essentially selective hunting, is often vilified by a segment of the population. They have instead adopted the term trophy hunting as the catch-all phrase for condemning any type of hunting that they disapprove of. This go-to term has become synonymous with portraying hunters as evil people only interested in covering their walls with heads, horns, and hides. Yet many of these same people view hunting for sustenance as okay. When the facts are examined, this is crazy. First of all, selective hunters still use all the meat that is harvested, so they too are meat hunters. Even so, they are vilified for passing up oodles of smaller, less mature game in their quest to harvest only mature males, thereby allowing young ones to fulfill their life cycle. Dwight Van Brunt, the author of Born a Hunter, in a recent email, put it to me this way, quote, "The term trophy hunter seems to be the apex of most hunting arguments. While the vast majority of Americans at least accept hunting, meaning meat hunting, something over 90% oppose trophy hunting. To me, a self-identified and hopelessly dedicated trophy hunter, it means that I will only take an animal that is outstanding from a trophy perspective. It also means that I actually take far fewer animals in total, frequently don't shoot, take a very few old animals, and spend a great deal of time and money in the process. I hunt deer at least 30 days a year hard, and have taken exactly 1 deer in the last dozen years. Do I care? Not in the slightest. Finally, the meat of every edible animal has been recovered and utilized." Unquote. Think about the reality of selective hunting for a second. Wild species do not grow to a ripe old age without a healthy dose of smarts, along with a lot of luck. Just like us, years of experience teach them a thing or two. Also, since nature takes its toll on wild species, aged animals are fewer and farther between. Therefore, hunting wiser game, much shorter in supply, creates a much greater challenge for hunters. The large amount of money, time, and torment involved in hunting such clever specimens often ends with hunters coming home empty-handed, just as Dwight noted above. In addition, selective hunters actually use much more of the harvest than subsistence hunters. The meat, skull, horns, and hide are all utilized. Meat hunters take only the meat, period, end of sentence. That means large portions of a carcass goes to waste, simply left behind to rot on the bottom of a canyon somewhere or become food for scavengers. Don't misunderstand me. I support subsistence hunting. Wild game has been a part of my diet my entire life. It just seems unfair to crucify selective hunters who also use the meat just because they choose to retain a creature's essence as well. One also must ask what specifically denotes a trophy. The term is completely relative. It depends on a person's perspective and life experiences. I can guarantee you that my stepdaughter's first mule deer or my nephew's first spike elk was as memorable to them as anyone else's record book animal. The game Rick harvested in Africa may be what the anti-hunting crowd considers trophies, but none were trophies in the sense of setting records for the record books, even though they were aged males. The scar-ravaged Dugaboy with its short, broken-off horns, for instance, was no trophy by any official standards. Despite that, he was spectacular in our eyes. As noted earlier, hunting is very often a family affair, building strong bonds and passing down traditions and knowledge from generation to generation. Most hunters, more than anything else in life, look forward to teaching their children to hunt, spending hours and hours together in the woods, sharing the same experiences. No electronics, no cell phones. Those moments are priceless, especially in today's world. Some of Rick's favorite memories with his daughter Mandy and his nieces revolve around hunting. They still laugh about Mandy's moose hunt, where Mr. Bullwinkle, who they had been stalking for hours, circled back to play Ring Around the Rosie with their ATV, essentially thumbing his nose at them. The first time Rick's nieces went hunting without him is now a famed family story. The girls are dead accurate shots, thanks to lots of target practice. Upon their first successful solo hunt, they found themselves with a conundrum. Rick had taught them to gut, skin, and process a deer, but had always been there to assist. Lacking confidence on their own, they didn't skip a beat. They Googled it. Voila! Instant video tutelage. Although it wasn't pretty and took hours longer than it should have, they got her done. Proud as peacocks, they gifted the backstrap, the prime piece of meat, to Betty. Instead of Rick's mom receiving it in one large oblong chunk, however, it arrived as tiny chunks in a large bowl. One of Harper's first fishing trips, at age 7, is forever planted in our brains, not only because of her excitement upon catching each fish, but for her words afterwards. On the way home, we stopped at the local gas station to use the bathroom. While washing our hands, Harper looked up at a random lady standing beside us and proudly declared, "I just caught fish for my family so we could eat. I'm a provider." My heart just about melted on the spot. It takes a lot of time and energy to teach novice hunters how to be good hunters, but it is something that most hunters truly enjoy. Sharing their passion with the people they love, or with anyone showing an eagerness to learn, is part of the whole hunting culture. That means there are many times that hunters spend countless hours holed up in a tree stand or hiking for umpteen miles alongside beginners, knowing that if a target presents itself, it is for the young hunter, not themselves. The camaraderie that unites families through hunting extends to fellow hunters as well. During a Pennsylvania archery season, my dad's friend shot a bear behind our house in the last light of day. When darkness made tracking the injured bear too difficult and dangerous, he had to stop. Harvesting a bear with an arrow is a big deal. Word got around quickly. The next morning before dawn, one vehicle after another rolled into our yard, literally, because there was no more room in our driveway. 12 men showed up to help track that bear. Some had even taken a vacation day upon hearing of the situation. Less than 2 hours later, the bear retrieval posse showed up with the bear in tow. Kenny had made a good shot. The bear hadn't gone far or suffered long. Rick still insists it was the easiest pack-out of a bear he had ever done, noting that 12 sets of arms and legs made light work of it. Hunting also bridges the gap between cultures. My brother Bobby, his wife, and their friends met members of an Amish community while hunting in Canada many years ago. The common bond of hunting brought the vastly differing groups together in friendship. They began coordinating their hunting trips to Canada for the same week each season. Over the years, instead of waiting to see each other during hunting season, the friendships grew into taking turns visiting each other's homes. One summer, the Pennsylvania group heads to Ohio to visit the Amish in their world. The next summer, their Amish friends hire a driver and come to my brother's house. Even in Pennsylvania, which is known for its Amish settlements, it's not often you get invited to a pig roast where these less modern living people are the guests of honor. Heck, I had never even considered that the deeply religious agriculturalists hunted. Throughout Bobby's yard, women were wearing long conservative dresses with bonnets on their heads, talking to women wearing shorts and t-shirts. Meanwhile, men with trousers, suspenders, beards, and broad-rimmed hats were scattered about speaking with men wearing jeans and ball caps. You can't help but be intrigued with such a vastly different lifestyle, a culture sandwiched between two worlds in many ways. It was a wonderful opportunity to talk with them as friends, to learn about their customs and way of life firsthand, instead of from a book. All thanks to hunting. In Tanzania, hunting has also bridged the gap between vastly different cultures. The camaraderie that formed allowed us a peek into each other's lives. Anytime I look up at the Dugga boy's worn face and horns on the wall of our home, I remember the bond formed between people of two vastly different worlds, and how blessed I was to become a part of their lives for even just a short while. I remember how they patiently answered my questions to satisfy my curiosity and help me understand their worldview. I relived the mishmash of emotions, the heartfelt appreciation, the jubilation of success, and the deep respect for a living being, and the sadness and sense of loss that accompanies each sacrifice. I remember my body groaning from the punishment of the bucking land cruiser as we journeyed along roads pocked by elephant footprints. I feel the sharp pierce of my skin from the tsetse fly's quest for blood. I remember hours in sweat-plastered clothing from the sun's brutal assault. I smile when remembering the pursuit of a tiny antelope that had suddenly changed into 3 huge Dugga boys. I see the scars left on the Cape buffalo's time-ravaged body, scars that told of his surviving an attack from his fiercest enemy. I remember exotic lands that touched my soul, the sights, the sounds, the feelings. It is visceral, emotional, alive. The Dugga boy did not die in vain. His rugged grandeur is celebrated and immortalized, preserved in all his glory. His hide and horns were not left to rot on the savannah floor, his essence lost, gone forever, his story never told. As long as Rick and I live, the wondrous Dick turned Dugga boy will survive. He will be known. Chapter 15. Kwenda, Kwenda. Geez, Sue looked frazzled. Typically, she sauntered into breakfast bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, perfectly put together and raring to go. The dark circles under her eyes and a slightly disheveled appearance spoke volumes. What in the world had happened during the night to put her in such a state, we wondered. There, of course, had been the typical hair-raising concerts, including Simba's beastly serenades. That wasn't new. With her eyes glued to her, she melted into her chair and began sipping coffee. Still, she said nothing. "Elephants," Rod explained with a smirk, shaking his head. She barely slept a wink. During his routine middle-of-the-night nature call, Rod slid his leg off the bed and bumped into a lump of flesh on the tent floor. Sue, dead silent and frozen in fear, sat scrunched in a ball with her arms wrapped protectively around her knees. "The elephants are just outside," she whispered gravely. During the night, the resident elephants had been feeding just yards from our tents. Periodic trumpets had been accompanied by short squeals and a steady stream of gurgling sounds, almost like giant stomachs rumbling from hunger. The strange vocalizations are an elephant's way of communicating and keeping track of each other. We too had heard the distinctive blasts, but instead of fear, we had been delighted. Rick and I had seen many elephants during our daily excursions, but that was the first time the jumbos had added their serenades to the African symphony. Unlike Sue, we were thrilled. Their vocals seemed a fitting addition to the primal choir. Elephants, after all, are synonymous with Africa. You simply can't think of one without the image of the other popping into your head. Like the rest of the world, I was infatuated with the giants. Excitement ran through my veins each time we came across them. Unfortunately, like most animals we saw, the feelings weren't mutual. They scooted. A huge part of my heart silently pleaded for Mike to drive faster, catch up, get closer, follow them across the savannah. I wanted to watch them tear limbs from trees, caress their calves, and frolic in any remaining waterholes. Enthralled by the massive pachyderms, I was aching for more. Instead, Mike slowed down and proceeded with utmost caution. If elephants disappeared behind some brush, Mike would make wide arcs around the trees so as not to round the corner, surprising them. I sat on the edge of my seat, draped in anticipation, hoping we'd spy them again once we finally rounded the tree. Most often, however, the humongous creatures disappeared like a fart in the wind. Although I was deflated with disappointment, my crew was relieved. They knew better than to go barreling around the bend and chance running headlong into the massive beasts. Our Tanzanian counterparts treated the behemoths with kid gloves. The caution and respect given to the elephants forced me to recognize that, no matter what human characteristics we may bestow upon them, they are wild animals and must be treated as such. Sue knew this better than any of us. Her history with Mr. Timbo was far different than ours. Experience had taught her to equate elephants with sheer terror. Elephants, or Timbos as they're known in Swahili, are beloved the world over for their charisma, intelligence, and tight family relationships. The herd animals follow a matriarchal structure composed primarily of female family members and their young offspring, typically in groups of 6 to 20 members. If a group gets too large, it may split into smaller groups, staying generally in the same area. Young males, upon reaching puberty at 13 or 14 years old, are booted from the herd and forced to go it on their own or join bachelor herds. The matriarch is usually the oldest female. Responsible for the herd's welfare, she uses her vast experience and memory to lead the group to the best food and water sources, finds refuge from the elephants, and protects her family from harm. Just like humans, they demonstrate good manners, kindness, and care. They communicate with each other, both verbally and non-verbally. They form coalitions to solve problems, they get angry with members and then reconcile later, and they do what they can to protect and help the sick or injured members of their herd. Thanks to the digital world, there are plenty of video clips affirming an elephant's incredible compassion, understanding, and cohesiveness, as well as selfless bravery. Baby elephants, in their clumsy, vulnerable state, tend to find themselves in all kind of compromising, sometimes life-threatening positions. With watery eyes, I find myself cheering elephants on as they free a newborn from the jaws of a lion or pluck awkward calves from potentially muddy graves. How can you not feel a deep emotional bond to such intelligent, caring, protective creatures who display almost humanistic behavior? Truly, elephants are gentle giants we think of with fondness, devotion, and adoration. Nevertheless, the very things we love about them, intelligence, strong family bonds, and protective nature, also make them a force to reckon with. If they detect risk to their herd, the gentle giants can turn into gray mountains of mayhem, changing from Dr. Bruce Banner into the Incredible Hulk, as many species do. These versions of the Incredible Hulk, however, are mammoth-sized. It doesn't matter whether the perceived peril is a pride of lions or a bunch of people. Alone or as a group, they will not hesitate to protect their family. In Death in the Long Grass, Peter Capstick describes the public's perception of Jumbo as big, gray, good-natured slobs who spend their time running in terror from mice, vacuuming up peanuts, and remembering things. To rural Africans and anyone who spends even a short amount of time in wild elephant territory, this perception is quickly shattered. He goes on to explain, nothing, but nothing, is as overwhelmingly attention-getting as an elephant that has just decided he doesn't like you, and nothing in the animal world is better equipped to do something about it. He adds, if you are not afraid of elephants, then you're either had no experience with them or you're not especially bright. Their sheer size is the main reason any clever person should keep a respectful distance. Elephants are big, really big. African elephants are the biggest land mammals on Earth. A normal bull will weigh between 5 to 7 tons and stand between 10 to 12 feet tall at the shoulder. You'd think any creature weighing 10,000 to 14,000 pounds would be slow and clumsy, but not so. With grace and agility, Mr. Timbo can run up to 25 miles per hour. If the sheer mountain of flesh isn't enough, both sexes are equipped with curved ivory tusks. These handy-dandy instruments are primarily used for foraging and digging, but work just as nicely as weapons, capable of goring or disemboweling foes when threatened or provoked. Some elephants are born tuskless, ironically making them even more dangerous than their tusked sidekicks. Lacking the tools necessary to peel the bark from trees and dig holes for water, tuskless elephants typically are much more aggressive, bullying their way through life, stealing food from others. Usually, these weaponless pachyderms are so hostile that the tusked victims of their thievery feel it isn't worth the trouble to contest. Mush, an annual hormonal cycle that occurs in adult bull elephants, is another condition that can cause typically gentle giants to become extremely cranky, although cranky might not be the right word for describing an aggressive animal the size of a Peterbilt truck. During this period, lasting from a few days to a few months, their testosterone levels can increase up to 100 times more than normal, understandably causing physical and behavioral changes. The aggressive bulls often charge and attack other elephants, animal species, humans, and even trees. Much like hormonal teenagers, mush seems to be more intense in younger males. As bull elephants age, they tend to mellow a bit. Therefore, their presence can help temper the aggressiveness of the younger testosterone-filled generation. Elephants are myopically challenged, but what they lack in sight, they make up for with other senses. Their slinky-like noses contain millions of receptor cells providing a phenomenal sense of smell, enabling them to detect water and odors from several miles away. The trunk is also sensitive enough to detect distant thunder and subtle vibrations of feet hitting the ground. In reality, the appendage is an upper lip and a nose with 2 nostrils running through its entirety. The end has 2 agile, finger-like digits that can pick up one single blade of grass. In addition to senses and dexterity, the trunk is loaded with thousands of muscles that are extremely powerful and highly maneuverable, enabling them to push down trees and throw heavy objects. Acting as a snorkel in deep water, it can also suck up to 10 gallons of water a minute by bringing the water to its mouth to drink. This versatile extremity is also a primary factor used for socialization, to caress, soothe, calm, and reassure each other. Just like a human mother hugs her child, an elephant mother will wrap her trunk protectively and comfortingly around her young. The elephant's massive ears are multi-purpose instruments as well. Averaging 6 feet long by 5 feet wide and weighing up to 100 pounds each, the cell-like extremities trap sound like enormous funnels, allowing them to hear noises over 2 miles away. The giant wedges of skin, when in motion, serve to regulate the elephant's body temperature. Not only does the air movement cool the torso, but their blood is also cooled as it circulates through the veins of the earlobes. Just as important, the positioning of their ears is used as a communication device, indicating a whole host of emotions. Of all of the elephant's attributes, it is their brawn that poses the most danger. Jumbo uses this quality in a manner of different ways. Some prefer grabbing their victim with their trunk and beating them against the nearest tree or hard object. Others favor stomping and kneading. Ultimately, the same basic result is achieved. The victim is smashed and pummeled beyond recognition. Fortunately for the target of their wrath, their plight is over pretty quickly. Adding to the lethalness of the elephant's bulk is their incredibly unpredictable nature. What an elephant will do at any given moment is anyone's guess. An elephant may bolt at the first whiff of human scent on one occasion, but carry through with a deadly charge 5 hours later. Each situation is different. It all depends on the circumstances, the habitat, and their frame of mind at that time. Elephants are similar to people in that they each have their own personal space that makes them feel warm and fuzzy inside. We've all been a part of awkward conversations when a person invades our space. You start the conversation at one end of the room, slowly backing away, trying to maintain your little orbit until your butt is pressed up against the wall at the opposite end of the room. Invade a pachyderm's orbit, and you might find yourself more than backed into a corner. Basically, the closer you get to one of these mountains of muscle, the higher chance you have of violating their sphere of comfort. Unless you are ready for hell in a handbasket, it's best to give Tembos a wide berth. Sue, unfortunately, didn't learn this from a book. She experienced a matriarch's fury up close and personal, the incident embedded in her memory like it was yesterday. During their first Tanzanian safari, Sue had stayed behind with a vehicle while Rod, the PH, and their game scout went in pursuit of an animal. With her feet propped up and the door cracked open, she sat reading as Mark, the driver, lounged beside her in the driver's seat. Without warning, they heard some trees gently rustling off to the left. Mark couldn't see from his seat, so he quietly slipped out of the vehicle to investigate. Just as he exited, a herd of 12 to 15 elephants strolled into view about 30 yards away. One might ask how such a colossal entourage could suddenly appear with little warning. You'd think their heft would have the ground shuddering and the brush crackling. Not so. For carrying around so much tonnage, elephants are amazingly quiet. A fibroelastic layer of tissue covers the bottom of their feet, basically creating pillow-like pads up to 4 feet in circumference. These oversized cushions not only act as built-in shock absorbers, but they also mold over objects, effectively smothering anything beneath them, including sounds. Elephants are also designed to walk on their toes, further helping conceal their approach. One would think that even with the titans quieter than expected, their sheer size and tendency to travel in groups would be a dead giveaway. Surely the giant herd animals would be easy to spot. Again, not so. Paradoxically, their huge proportions often serve as a type of camouflage. When passing through woodlands, it's impossible to see their entire frame. All that can be detected through the breaks in the canopy are glimpses of dirt-covered gray patches, making them very hard to distinguish. With little warning, Sue and Mark found themselves much too close to an entire herd of the mammoth creatures. With the wind at their backs and the vehicle motionless, the elephants hadn't detected the human presence either. The supersized family was strolling parallel to the vehicle, with their trunks raised in the air like telescopes. The sight of so many elephants so close is enough to make anyone's hair stand on edge, at least anyone with common sense. Instantly, Sue recognized the danger, and like a teenager sneaking in after midnight, tried to shut the door noiselessly. Tried being the operative word. The hushed click of the latch might as well have been a bullhorn sounding off in the middle of a funeral procession. The matriarch heard the faint click. Instantly, she whipped her body around to zero in on the threat. Apparently, 30 yards on that given day was within the protective matriarch's bubble of safety. With her sphere of personal space violated, she was madder than a hornet. Declaring her fury, she stomped in place, trumpeted loudly, and flapped her ears aggressively. Sue could vividly see the tattered edges of the elephant's massive ears while hearing the whoosh, whoosh created as air rushed over the sail-like extremities. In just moments, the matriarch stormed directly at Sue. Mark stood motionless on the other side. Through clenched teeth, with lips barely moving, he whispered, "Do not move. Do not make a sound, or she will kill us." Having 20 years of experience under his belt, he knew elephants, as well as what they were capable of. Sue didn't have to be told. She felt it in her gut. It took every ounce of restraint she could muster, but she didn't so much as bat an eyelash. She remained statue still, frozen in fear. The matriarch covered the 30 yards in a flash, stopping just 3 feet short of the vehicle. With her entire mass blocking Sue's field of vision, she continued to trumpet her displeasure, flapping her ears wildly. After a few blood-curdling moments, the protective pachyderm retraced her steps back into the herd, never taking her focus from the vehicle. Once with the herd, she violently kneaded the ground with her forelegs, still waving her ears aggressively. Just moments later, she charged a second time, hard, with much more force and hostility. Unable to contain herself, Sue swiftly slid into the driver's seat, putting just a few more inches between her and the angry matriarch. Almost inaudibly, Mark again repeated, "Do not move. Do not make a sound." The second charge brought the elephant within inches of the vehicle. The elephant's bulk filled the window opening, blocking everything from view but a portion of her dirt-covered trunk and section of the wrinkled, mud-plastered hide. More trumpeting, more ears flapping confrontationally. Finally, while never letting her focus falter, the protective leader retraced her steps backwards into the enfold of her family a second time. A few seconds passed before the angry giant charged a third time. Once more, her ears swung savagely, the whoosh, whoosh sounds forever implanted in Sue's memory. The irate Tembo stopped a third time, just short of making contact, hesitated, and retraced her footsteps again. The key to surviving an elephant charge is knowing how to read their body language, essentially to determine if they are bluffing or not. Since many elephants, especially females, don't like the sound of the human voice, yelling in a harsh, gravelly tone will sometimes scare them. Cows tend to bluff less than the bulls. In other words, they mean business. Their maternal instincts to protect the herd drives them to kill the threat. When other measures fail to stop an elephant charge, the rule of thumb is to stand your ground. Do not run. Try to outbluff the animal. Apparently, this matriarch hadn't read the playbook. Instead, she was thinking more in the line of baseball. 3 strikes, you're out. After the third retreat, her body language changed. The 8,000 pounds of maternal fury became deadly quiet, pinning her ears back and tucking her head and trunk down. The show was over. No more warnings. Mark knew it, and Sue knew it. It was time to flee. As the matriarch initiated her fourth and final charge, Mark scrambled into the driver's seat, shoving Sue out of the way and pushing the pedal to the floor. As the vehicle lurched forward, the matriarch stampeded behind them with her entire family in tow. As noted, a speedy getaway is rarely possible in the bush. Sue stuck her head out the passenger window, yelling, "Faster, faster!" The enraged elephants tried butting the rig with their heads, but the vehicle was able to stay just out of reach as it lurched across the pitted landscape. Sue was doing her impression of an Indiana Jones movie, hanging out the window, screaming at the top of her lungs when she saw the two trackers sprinting towards the vehicle. They had been lounging under a shade tree 100 yards in front of them, the only tree amid sparseness. There was no cover, nowhere for them to hide. Her pleas instantly changed from faster, faster to slow down, the trackers, slow down. Mark heard but didn't listen. There was no time. He knew the only chance of survival for everyone was the trackers jumping aboard the vehicle in motion. Fortunately, the rig was still fighting for forward momentum, enabling the adrenaline-driven men to somehow clamber aboard. Sue's eyes were so focused on the elephants that only the sound of bodies banging against metal told her that they had made it. Seconds later, both men began beating on the back of the cab, urgently shouting, "Kwenda! Kwenda! Go! Go!" Gradually, the Land Cruiser gained enough speed to put a life-saving distance between them and the angry mob. 200 yards later, the entire herd buggered off into some brush, vanishing from sight. Just like that, tons and tons of raging elephant flesh was gone. The threat was over. Once the ordeal ended, Sue had a complete meltdown. Still petrified with her nerves frazzled, she insisted Mark take her to an abandoned train station she had seen earlier in the day. No amount of persuasion could change her mind. He eventually did as she requested, left her there with the trackers, and returned to find the others. Here is the thing. Sue is not a wimp. She is a confident, strong, assertive, take-charge individual who is comfortable carrying a gun and perfectly capable of taking care of herself. I, for one, want her on my side if I'm ever in a pinch. Mention the word elephant, however, and her body language completely changes. Each time she sees, hears, or talks about them, she relives the sheer terror of that day. Rick and I knew the story. We knew about her fear. We'd also read many other such accounts. Therefore, in our brains, we knew their deadly potential. Still, the fear wasn't a ball in the pit of our stomachs like it was for Sue. Unless experiencing their ferocity firsthand, it's hard to imagine the Mr. Hyde part of an elephant's personality. Most of us are just too programmed to think of them as big, gray, good-natured slobs. Most of the time, that is exactly what elephants are, gentle giants. Yet on that day, a perfect storm of circumstances led to a near-deadly encounter. If the wind had been different, the herd's keen sense of smell would have caught the human scent and avoided them. If the engine of the Land Cruiser had been running, the elephant's sensitive hearing would have picked up their presence long before they wandered into sight. Maybe the matriarch was just having a bad day, and the human surprise was the straw that broke the camel's back. Who knows? With one slight alteration, they may have never known the elephants were there, or they may have passed by peacefully. As it was, circumstances did dictate a confrontation. Sue will never lose her dread of elephants. Even so, she places no blame on them. We were the intruders. The matriarch was just doing her job, protecting her young and her herd. You can't fault a species for that. Sue may not blame them, but she sure as heck understands their potential. Surviving a full-blown elephant charge will give you a more realistic view of the massive pachyderms. Sure, their loving, gentle nature takes precedence. Yet, we must also recognize that once that switch is flipped, they can be savage and brutal. One itty-bitty false move, and Sue would now be fodder for worms instead of sitting across from us that morning at Masimba Camp, white-faced and unnerved. Sue is lucky. Not everyone is so fortunate. Elephants are responsible for killing up to 500 humans a year in Africa. Many fatalities, of course, are never even reported. Either bodies are never found, or there is no process to document such data. Hunters and wildlife professionals make up a minute portion of that tally. Most deaths occur to rural people while they are trying to protect their livelihoods or simply finding themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time when an elephant's protective instincts are unleashed. Some human deaths can also be attributed to what many people call nature deficit disorder, People living in cities and manicured suburbs out of touch with the reality of nature and its wild inhabitants. These animal-loving people quite simply enjoy a fairy tale view of the natural world. They have no concept of what it is like to live among the creatures of Africa, a place where many species are mega-sized, destructive, and dangerous. Animals like elephants, lions, leopards, and hyenas. In September of 2018, a German tourist at Mana Pools National Park in Zimbabwe was trampled to death after encountering a herd of elephants when she jumped out of her vehicle to take pictures. What aggravated the animal is unknown. The same article mentioned another man who attempted to drive an elephant herd into the open to take a photograph. This not-so-bright soul also lost his life. Although people are cautioned to keep their distance from wild animals in national parks, some don't heed the warnings. Far too many people are programmed to view elephants only as gentle giants. Who in their right mind attempts to jockey a herd of dump truck-sized pachyderms into position for the perfect picture? The death of tourists, wildlife professionals, or hunters as a result of wildlife conflict typically makes the headlines. The demise of local villagers, on the other hand, falls largely under the radar, unless specifically reading about human-wildlife conflict. Most of these victims are reduced to statistics, not individual names of people with mourning family and friends. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, siblings. While these deaths may not make the newspapers, animal-loving people must recognize the consequences of human-wildlife conflict, because ultimately it is bad for both species. If humans suffer, elephants suffer more. Those who wish to safeguard elephants cannot overlook this brutal reality. Any elephant involved in a deadly attack, or even one demonstrating excessively aggressive behavior, is often put down for the fear they will harm again. According to the World Wildlife Fund, over 200 people were killed by elephants in Kenya within the last 7 years, a country that banned all hunting years ago. In retaliation for the deaths, Kenyan wildlife authorities were forced to shoot between 50 to 150 elephants per year. That is a whopping 350 to 1,050 elephants in Kenya alone. This is, of course, only the government-sanctioned killings. Many more go unreported. Elephants are happy to avoid human confrontation 99% of the time. Unfortunately, local people must live with the possibility of the other 1%. It is simply impossible for most Westerners to grasp what it is like to live amongst the iconic giants who can and will pulverize you under the right circumstances. The crux of the problem, for the people living with the mostly good-natured jumbos, is that they are eating machines. Elephants consume about 5% of their body weight, a stupendous 200 to 600 pounds of food each day. That is a pile of vegetation. The mega herbivores spend 16 to 18 hours a day feeding on grasses, small plants, bushes, fruits, twigs, roots, and tree bark. The latter, aiding in digestion, is one of their favorite staples. The desire for this roughage leads to a lot of destruction as they break branches, strip bark off of trees, and even topple entire specimens to get the food they need. They scatter and uproot almost as much as they eat. Their preferred dining areas often resemble twister-ravaged landscapes. As notoriously messy eaters, they are not the guests to invite to Christmas dinner. Yet, these colossal, uninvited guests often bring their huge appetites and destructive way of feeding to the fields of small rural farmers, causing destruction and devastation to many crop-dependent villagers. One elephant can quickly wipe out several acres of crops in one overnight raid. That modest plot of land is the entire livelihood for a small local farmer. Many of the rural people affected are already food-deprived and gravely poor. Obliterating their entire year's work leaves them in desperate situations. No crops to feed their families, no income to buy supplies, no extra money to educate their children. While people in the West regard Tembo with affection and admiration, elephants inspire fear and anger for the local people who must share the land with them. The land plundered by elephants oftentimes is habitat that was previously available to them. The exploding human population has forced local people to trespass further and further into the domain of plant-eating pachyderms. Elephants are just doing what they have always done, consuming any food source available to them throughout their daily wanderings. Whichever the side of the coin you look at, this competition and encroachment into one another's natural environment is causing significant human-elephant conflict. Tourism in Tanzania is a growing industry. One of their main tourist attractions, the Serengeti National Park, draws over 400,000 tourists a year to see its spectacular fauna. Part of the draw, of course, is the beloved elephants. Tembo is therefore considered a key resource for the tourism industry, generating great incentives to preserve and protect elephants in the Serengeti. Although this can be good for the beloved giant, it is causing escalated human-elephant conflict among residents living near the park. Incidents of crops being destroyed and human deaths resulting from the frictions have increased. Some communities originally living in the park were forced to relocate back in 1951. At the same time, hunting and eating wild food were forbidden in the park, eliminating a key source of sustenance for local people. These same individuals often find it hard to find employment in the tourism industry. More educated townspeople are typically hired over non-English-speaking villagers. Also, a large portion of ecotourism revenue goes to the government or foreign enterprises running the operations. Therefore, the local people receive very little benefit from preserving wild populations, although they are the ones experiencing the costs and side effects of living with such dangerous, destructive species. In an attempt to distribute tourism revenue more evenly, wildlife management areas were introduced in Tanzania in 2006. This enabled member villages to lease out their communal lands to tourism operators. Although it provided income to the 5 villages containing the largest density of animals, the program was largely unsuccessful because the other 20 villages in the district were too remote or didn't have enough wildlife to appeal to tourism operators. Ironically, these same villages were most adversely affected by elephant raiding. Efforts are being made to keep the pachyderms at bay. Some have laid wire fencing along boundaries, which has had some positive effects. An initiative called Living with Elephants was created in 2016 by a group of young villagers. The members post sentries along various locations along the perimeter of the village. When elephants approach, they form groups of about 20 people using firecrackers to drive them off. This village group was able to reduce crop damage in the past 3 years. But they fear that the elephants will soon adapt to the countermeasures they have created. Most of these efforts to combat elephants are being done at the expense of the already impoverished rural people, while profits are raked in elsewhere. As William Adams and John Hutton from Conservation and Society put it in 2007, powerful governments and international tourism enterprises collaborate to drive out powerless local residents. Their actions and the unequal distribution of tourism profits therefore tend to reinforce human poverty at the local level while celebrating global principles of wildlife conservation. The same scenario is playing out throughout much of Africa. Rural people are dealing with the problems of conservation but are not benefiting significantly from the added burden placed upon them. Instead, they are losing their lives and livelihoods. There is hope. Many in-country organizations are working diligently to find ways for the two to live close to one another. Research has shown that fields located even a half mile from an elephant corridor have a 50% less chance of being raided. Other ideas include encouraging growing practices that produce better yield from less land, planting crops that can be harvested before the dry season when elephants are most likely to go in search of them, finding methods to make crops easier to defend, burning chili-laced dung or planting chili and tobacco crops to deter elephants. Smoke irritates their sensitive smelling receptors and respiratory system. Growing crops that the elephants simply don't like to eat. Using beehive fences as a deterrent. Educating local people on the use of such dissuasions. And restoring habitat corridors to allow seasonal movement of elephants and other wild species away from human populations. Nevertheless, promoting such expensive, life-changing ideas in villages where elephants are feared or even hated can be extremely difficult. Elephants are at the center of a complex, multi-sided issues. While elephants in many areas are decreasing due to habitat encroachment, some national parks have experienced sharp increases. While this is great for the tourism industry, too many of these mega-sized plant eaters, confined in too small of a space, are putting stress on ecosystems. In the past, the iconic giants had all of Africa to feast on. Now elephant populations are confined to small areas, relatively speaking, that are often fenced and managed by humans. Their territory has changed, but their food requirements have not. As mentioned earlier, these messy eaters destroy lots of trees, either by stripping away their bark or toppling them. Put quite simply, when elephant populations go up, trees come crashing down. If not enough habitat is available to maintain the population, trees cannot grow back fast enough to replace what is lost. The loss of trees coincides with the loss of shade. This in turn affects grasses and predator-prey relationships, as well as allowing rains to wash away valuable topsoil. These habitat changes affect the beneficial relationships between species. A destroyed ecosystem is not only a future death sentence for the elephants, but it also destroys the habitat of countless other species as well. In the 2018 Africa Geographic article, Does Botswana Have Too Many Elephants?, written by Gail Thompson, a wildlife conflict specialist based in Botswana, researchers did an elaborate study of the sustainability of Botswana's elephant population. Based on their data, the recognized number of elephants within the country is deemed to be 130,000 animals, although some conservationists estimate the population to be significantly higher. The study concentrated on an enormous unfenced area almost untouched by human management, unlike many locations in South Africa. According to the researchers, female herds and their young typically remain within 3 miles of a permanent water source. Bull elephants typically remain within 9 miles. Consequently, the habitat close to water suffers the most impact from supersized appetites. Habitat outside of this zone is only minimally impacted. These varying tracts of elephant usage allow for the growth of different types and lengths of grasses, plants, and trees. Some grazers prefer tall grasses, while others prefer short. Still, others prefer dense shrubs. In the end, elephants create a diverse ecosystem, or different ecological niches, for a large variety of wild populations. In conclusion, the study found that elephants perform a key role in maintaining a diverse and healthy ecosystem. There was one caveat. There must be large distances, at least 31 miles, between permanent water sources. Put simply, artificial waterholes should not be created. The study also found that large tracts of land must be barrier-free, allowing them to migrate naturally, thereby limiting the damage to particular areas and allowing the habitat the opportunity to repair itself. An adult elephant must drink an average of 40 to 60 gallons of water a day. That's enough to fill a normal-sized bathtub. Lack of water during long dry seasons forces elephant herds to travel further distances. Inevitably, calves unable to endure longer treks will not survive. This is one of nature's way of limiting its population. Severe droughts will even act as built-in contraception, causing elephants to yield fewer calves. According to the article, harsh lessons were learned from places such as Kruger National Park. In the past, many parks introduced artificial water holes to help more elephants survive, catering to tourism. More water meant more elephants and places to see the majestic giants. While the practice was a boon for the tourism industry and temporarily for the elephants themselves, it upset nature's delicate balance, causing detrimental effects to other species. The added water not only attracted water-dependent species such as elephants, zebras, and buffaloes, it drew the predators who fed on them. Some animals, like roan for instance, are more susceptible to lion predation. Their main places of refuge were where fewer lions existed. The artificial water points created higher lion densities in more areas, giving roan little chance to find sanctuary. Roan therefore suffered tragic losses, with very few found in Kruger National Park today. This begs the question, shouldn't conservation be more about just one or two species, even if those species are less charismatic or iconic? At Masimba Camp, I was appalled when Joel had told me about the hundreds of hippos dying in Ruaha National Park due to the drought. At the time, banning the use of artificial water seemed insane, as well as inhumane. How was it possible to stand by and watch so many animals die? In my pea brain, I was thinking only of the hippos. Never did it occur to me that something as basic as supplying water to dying beasts was detrimental to the ecosystem overall. Nature, for sure, is an intricate web. It is the same with elephants. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that too many of an animal that requires up to 600 pounds of food a day could wreak havoc on an ecosystem. Large life-giving specimens of trees, some hundreds of years old, are falling to the mighty herbivores, causing less significant scrub trees to grow in their wake. Some conservationists fear irreversible damage is already occurring to natural resources in areas where too many elephants exist. And if something isn't done soon, there will be catastrophic consequences for elephants, as well as other species. It is devastating to think of letting elephants eat themselves and other animals into destruction, especially in areas that are supposed to be protecting them. In the past, culling was used to stabilize elephant populations in many national parks. Although mass offtake may ultimately preserve wildlife, it is an extremely unpopular business the world over. Many countries caved to pressures from international interest groups and stopped the practice. However, some countries, including South Africa, are considering using the practice again in areas that are being ravaged by overpopulations and increasing human-wildlife conflict. Anti-culling groups push for birth control or relocating elephants to countries that have too few. Both techniques are extremely expensive and often don't do the job. Separating elephants from family groups causes significant stress to all elephants involved. Plus, many find their way back to their original habitat, making all the money and effort null and void. When culling is necessary, entire family herds are killed. Research has found that elephants left behind are traumatized, making the elimination of the entire herd the most humane and least intrusive way to eliminate elephants without causing stress on the entire elephant population. It is worth noting that these carcasses are not left to rot on the savanna. 100% of each animal, meat, hides, entrails, and bones, is utilized, thereby creating a micro-industry of its own. Even so, wiping out entire families of majestic giants is an unpleasant business. It is also an extremely expensive process that cuts sharply into a park's resources, using assets that could be used elsewhere, such as in anti-poaching efforts. Until other tactics are found, however, it is simply the only viable short-term solution. Detestable or not, if the scientific data confirmed that the sacrifice of a few would save elephants in the long run, I would painfully support the heartbreaking practice. Since well-managed hunting uses quotas that are specifically established to maintain or grow animal populations, it is not a replacement for culling. It does, however, provide value to elephants, aside from phototourism, along with combating several other issues facing the giant pachyderms. The selective harvest of adult-aged bulls removes individuals who are consuming vast amounts of valuable resources, especially since the large males require more food and damage larger, older trees compared to younger elephants. Taking bulls that are past breeding age has zero impact on the population, especially considering only a few of thousands are hunted and new calves replace them tenfold every year. Also, extremely old elephants often wear down their molars to the point they are unable to grind their food, causing them to weaken and die a slow, miserable death of starvation. Hunting these elderly pachyderms may be a much more humane way to die. Hunting elephants is also an act of supporting a community. In many rural areas of Africa, the meat from animals harvested by hunters is the only source of protein available to them, especially in predator-infested regions where raising livestock is difficult and they aren't allowed to hunt wild game themselves. Many villages are located hours away from any type of market to buy meat. Consequently, when approximately 12,000 pounds of flesh suddenly becomes available from the harvest of an elephant, it is a huge cause for celebration. Also, as mentioned, elephants are exceedingly intelligent. According to Gail Thompson in the 2020 Conservation Namibia article, Key Questions for Human-Elephant Conflict Research, there are a lot of unanswered questions on whether hunting increases or decreases conflict. It is known that the absence of older males leads to the younger ones becoming more aggressive. Also, some question whether witnessing a hunt makes an elephant more aggressive. On the flip side, others suggest hunting creates a landscape of fear, thereby reducing conflict. Just like humans, animals learn where it is safe to go and where it is not. Hunting them may teach the clever pachyderms to avoid villages, the crops surrounding them, and people in general. This sure seems to be the case regarding other species hunted in the United States. When weighing the effectiveness of each method of conflict mitigation, one must also consider the drawbacks of each. Non-lethal options are very costly, often requiring a vast amount of time and effort. Even if external funds help cover the initial costs of such tactics, burning chili bombs, installing beehive fencing, pumping water for elephants to drink, etc., the ongoing maintenance and expense are often left to the individual farmers. Hunting troublesome elephants, on the other hand, provides meat to the affected people while providing money to the villages, helping them pay for any damages sustained. That is why lethal control is often considered a much more attractive option by those who are risking their lives and suffering the direct consequences of living with such colossal creatures. Villagers are much more willing to deal with the inconvenience and perils of living with elephants if protecting them improves their quality of life, plain and simple. No matter what deterrents are used, human-elephant conflict will occur on occasion. This forces wildlife officials, as well as villagers, to take matters into their own hands at their own expense. Game rangers may use a bullet for such actions, but impoverished locals, unless they have a valid reason not to, may turn to primitive snares or poisons, ultimately causing more living things to suffer and die. Elephant management is also extremely costly to the government, the national parks, and the wildlife services. Money from hunting helps fund law enforcement, conservation programs, and anti-poaching strategies in these agencies. Namibia is a major success story in elephant conservation, using big game hunting as a strategy. Their population of elephants has almost tripled since 1995, with a large percentage of that growth occurring outside of parks. Many other species, including lions, rhinos, cheetahs, giraffes, leopards, and even crocodiles, have grown as well. Forging a strong bond between conservation and rural development and poverty relief is critical to their overall strategy. Community-based natural resource management programs was formed. In all, 70% of Namibia is under one form or another of conservation management, making it one of the world's largest continuous areas of protected land. These areas give the community the right to manage and use the wild populations for economic and development opportunities. Putting values on the animals enables them to earn significant income and has created a great incentive for people to look after and protect wildlife, including elephants. A 2017 National Geographic article entitled "Should We Kill the Animals to Save Them?" also explores Namibia's success in using hunting as a conservation model. Author Michael Paterniti says, quote, "If it pays, it stays." It was a phrase I heard over and over again in myriad discussions about African conservation, in part to describe how money has changed the mindset of rural populations regarding the value of big game. Too often people have seen an elephant destroy their annual crop, and some have known the pain of a lurking lion taking a child for food. Here, there's no mythologizing or fetishizing, no fundraising around a furry face. The leopard is a killer, the rhino is a ruiner. To protect themselves against the enemy, villagers often shoot and poison these intruders without an iota of sentimentality. And yet the argument goes, if those animals are worth money to a local community, that community will work hard to conserve and protect its assets. Unquote. After spending time in Namibia, The author of the article testified that he witnessed the success of this approach to conservation firsthand. Land that was threatened by cattle grazing instead became habitat that game returned to. Well-managed quotas enabled an increase in wild animal populations while also growing the number of individuals that could be harvested. Profits were shared individually as well as communally. Adult members were issued yearly checks to be used as income. The hunting concessions were also required to hire and train local people as well as contribute toward development projects such as schools and health clinics. Paternity found that hunting for conservation wasn't without drawbacks. Unlike Namibia, which turned wildlife management over to local communities, some governments assume ownership of the animals and hunting grounds. This model can lead to corruption, hunting quotas being based more on money than on healthy wildlife populations, and not enough of the income being reinvested in wild habitat. Nevertheless, Paternity states the link between enlightened hunters and the sustainability of animal populations and the preservation of wild places is inextricable. Botswana, on the other hand, is a perfect example of what happens when the legalized hunting of elephants is outlawed. Between 2007 and 2014, while the rest of the continent experienced at least a 30% drop in elephant populations, largely due to widespread poaching, Botswana supported a relatively stable population of more than 130,000 elephants and had done so for the previous 15 years. According to the IUCN, this was accomplished while using lucrative, well-managed elephant hunting as part of their strategy. Botswana was touted as a conservation success story. In 2014, everything changed when then-President Ian Khama caved to outside pressures, imposing a hunting ban on elephants. He also armed anti-poaching units in national parks with military-grade weapons and issued a radical shoot-to-kill policy. Most people expected these measures to safeguard elephants and deter poachers. Instead, researchers found a nearly 600% increase in poached elephants between 2014 and 2018. In that same time period, human-elephant conflict increased significantly. The rural communities were not equipped to handle the unimpeded roaming of 12,000-pound creatures and the destruction of life-sustaining crops. Rural villagers, therefore, were forced into a precarious situation. Either drive off the impeding giants with whatever tools they had at hand, or watch their food supply, and sometimes homes and water supplies, be destroyed. In the 2019 Africa Geographic article, Botswana has found her voice on elephants, but will we listen? Gail Thompson, the wildlife conflict specialist mentioned earlier, states, quote, "Elephants have killed 36 people in Botswana in the last few years, with 14 deaths and many more serious injuries recorded since February 2018. Many crop farmers have lost their entire annual yield in just a few nights, which severely compromises their food security. Elephants effectively impose a curfew on any human movement after dark. Women who have spent the day working in their fields, collecting water, and feeding their families can no longer walk over to their friend's house at the end of the day for a relaxing chat. To do so when elephants are around is life-threatening," unquote. In the past, when hunting was allowed and people were permitted to shoot rogue elephants, conflicts between humans and elephants were rare. The money earned helped the village mitigate any damages, and the meat was utilized as protein, and the problem animal was alleviated. Once hunting was stopped, the intelligent giants had no reason to avoid villages as they had done in the past. This ban on hunting, resulting from outside anti-hunting pressures, also led to a much greater threat. The rural people of Botswana became antagonistic against Western interference. Where communities were once conservation-minded, they became almost anti-wildlife. Because of their loss of commitment to protecting elephants, poaching became rampant, and others who would normally report it chose to turn a blind eye. In fact, in one 2-month period alone in 2018, Botswana authorities found 90 poached elephant carcasses rotting with their skulls chopped off and their tusks removed. When you look at this scenario, it is simply hard to dismiss the fact that the nearly 600% increase in poaching materialized after legalized hunting was eliminated, even while enforcing the violent poaching shoot-to-kill policy. Common sense speaks loud and clear. Once the people living with the animals no longer benefited from their preservation and instead suffered death and destruction as a result of elevated conflict, there was little incentive for rural people to protect the giants. Then, in 2019, due to the devastation and uninhibited destruction caused by the lumbering pachyderms, President Masisi, the newly elected president of Botswana, lifted the ban on hunting after extensive consultations with all stakeholders. Also lifted was the shoot-to-kill poachers policy of his predecessor. President Masisi explains, "Sacrificing a few elephants will allow us to save many, many more and protect the people of Botswana." In the Smithsonian 2019 article, 5 Things to Know About Botswana's Decision to Lift Ban on Elephant Hunting, Eric Vereen, a wildlife veterinarian and consultant based in Botswana, states that it is also important to understand that while huge elephant populations were great for Botswana's phototourism industry, the rural villages who bear the highest costs of human-elephant conflict rarely benefited from the tourism. Botswana's decision has been praised by conservationists, hunting groups, and local communities, but not surprisingly, there was significant backlash from celebrities and anti-hunting groups. While many may be well-intentioned, they are trying to impose their values on a culture across the globe without understanding the reality of living with such creatures. Although the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service originally decided to lift the ban on importing legal elephant trophies in 2017, they have since caved to anti-hunting pressure. Unfortunately, few hunters want to pay the high cost of hunting without the ability to bring home the memory. Consequently, the reversal of Botswana's hunting ban may not result in the desired trophy hunters that they were hoping for, at least not from America. A ban on importing legally acquired hunting trophies is as detrimental to the hunting industry as the actual ban itself. In full disclosure, if it was financially feasible, my husband would love the opportunity to hunt one of these dangerous game species. Hunting elephants is simply the ultimate quest for some hunters. They willingly place themselves in peril for a number of insane reasons that probably only a fraction of people can comprehend. Whether it be to test their skills, overcome their greatest challenge, or prove a victory over one's mortality. To these hunters, it is like a climber scaling Mount Everest or a runner finishing the Boston Marathon. It is not only the danger of hunting elephants that puts my stomach in knots. It is the idea of Rick being responsible for the death of one of the amazing creatures. Even so, with a heavy heart, I would support him even though my emotional attachment to elephants screams, "No, no!" That, however, is exactly the problem. What right do I have to pass judgment or make decisions on wildlife management while safely tucked away in my American home? All the good intentions in the world do little good if the local people are not on board. They are the ones living with dangerous, destructive animals, not us. It is their crops and livelihoods lost, their communities that suffer in poverty, their friends and family who are injured or killed. Ultimately, they are the people who will decide whether beasts live or die. That is the hard truth. After witnessing Sue's deeply embedded fear at breakfast, the thoughts of elephants and their plight were whirling through my brain. Human-elephant conflict, shrinking and fragmented habitat, overpopulations in some places, decreasing numbers in others, hunting or no hunting, and of course poaching. It made my head swim. Just then, my body lurched in the vehicle as we crossed another patch of sunken elephant footprints baked into the cracked earth. A smile slowly materialized on my face as realization dawned on me. Those teeth-chattering remnants of the mighty pachyderm may be inconvenient and even brutal at times, but the gaping tracks also meant that I was in Africa, amid elephants, lots of them. I'd happily accept the jarring from each and every elephant pothole if it meant the giants were part of the landscape. A safari without them would be utterly heartbreaking. As if knowing my thoughts, a lone bull elephant suddenly appeared on the savanna several hundred yards in front of us. When Mr. Tembo heard us, his casual stroll morphed into a determined stride, heading towards a cluster of mopane forest. My eyes lit up, and I slid to the edge of the seat in excited anticipation. The bull wanted no part of us. Logic told me that his retreat was a good thing. After all, I had no desire to relive a version of Sue's terrifying ordeal with the pissed-off pachyderms. Still, the passionate side of me desperately wanted to shout, "Kwenda! Kwenda! Go! Go!" My screams, however, would have been to get closer to the captivating behemoth, not further away. Reluctantly, I kept my mouth shut and watched longingly as the huge bull melted into a clump of acacia trees.